in the end of the day, they benefit of things that they do it. Russia is fighting a demographic war. They won't have the demographics moving forward for securing a lot of performing a lot of their security aspects. This is no means any reason why you can actually go and you should go and invade a different country like they're doing with Ukraine, because the human cost and the criminal cost is just immense, of course. China, the same way, they won't have the demographics for much longer if they want to invade Taiwan. So I'm really afraid that what's happening in the world today, we see, is questioning the West leadership, how has been for the last few decades, right? And the divide we see only serves those actors challenging this leadership. And if there is a change in leadership, there's a change in cultural aspects and how we live our lives. So the main reasoning that I have to come up with support for Ukraine, support for Israel, and understanding how the inner workings of all these different situations interconnect is that it only serves our device to these external actors. And I believe actually um, part of the device we see does indeed come from social media, and how well how well established their propaganda machines are to actually generate this kind of device. Yeah, so that's my reasoning. I am a registered Republican. I do send emails for all my congressmen saying you have to support Ukraine, you have to provide support for Israel as well. That's the best you can do. But looking inward into you on what you believe, right? You have to understand, if you have opposite views, those opposite views are likely to be views that conflict between each other. So that's my view, and I'm not sure if the audience agrees or not. I am very welcome to receive any kind of disagreements, and we can go forward, of course. But that might be a very good reasoning that it may grow inside of you. It's food for thought, basically.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said there. These bad actors are indeed ganging up against us. They are taking actions that benefit one another. You know, I don't know if you listen to M a lot on the space, but I mean, he said it, and this is how I explain it, that Israel are currently dealing with the symptom of the disease, and Ukraine have the cure for it if they're given, everything they need to deliver that cure. If Russia was completely beaten, they would only have, a certain amount of, like you say, social media. They are very good at propaganda and what have you. And, we see through a lot of it, but some of it isn't quite so outlandish. Some of it is very subtle. Some of it is, introducing narratives for a long period of time, changing the way people think about certain situations by, just outright lying about what's happened in the past and stuff like that. These are all things that catch people out. And you're right, it is to sow a divide, to stick in a wedge and reduce the amount of support by making us fight one another instead of turning around and looking at who the real enemy is. And they've been doing it for an awfully long time, and we really need to open our eyes and realize that.
Yeah, if I can just say something pretty quick that probably captivates more of the audience that aligns them politically in the United States with Democrats, right? Or that somehow does have give a very high importance to what's happening with the civilian population in Gaza itself. There is a perspective that I don't see very often being vented and being talked about, but the perspective is that Israel was about to enter on establishing and normalizing relationships with the Saudis within the region. This would be very positive for the region overall, for stabilizing the region and for long-term peace for the region. We have to understand that we were at the brink of actually getting a breakup in terms of how we stabilize relationship between the Arab world and Israel, and also stabilizing the situation with two major regional players agreeing and normalizing relationships within that area. The attack from Hamas only benefited the actor that was not involved in those discussions, which is Iran. So you can argue, so if you care about the population in Gaza and the civilian population in Gaza, you can argue that they were simply used by Iran to commit attacks and destabilize the region, so the region itself does not have peace and stabilization of normalization of the relationship between regional powers that would benefit the entire population of the region for the long term, including the Palestinians. So you have to understand that if you argue today, and if you can see the point that you could agree with some, which is kind of unimaginable for me, but if you could agree that with some of the acts that are Hamas and you can justify that and so on, you have to understand that the political powers involved, they don't care about the population, the local civilian population in Gaza and in the West Bank. You have to understand that the attacks was simply, the main goal was to destabilize the region so it would prevent a agreement and normalize relationships between the Saudis and Israel. And that would be very beneficial for any civilian population under the conditions that, the civilian in Gaza and the West Bank and for the whole region really would be beneficial, because when you have peace, things improve, right? So that's the last food for thought that I had. So that's how I strongly believe that, destabilizing the region, pulling, US support, creating more divides, this all goes along really, really well for a small group of actors. And, I tend to believe where you see kind of smoke, it's very high chance that there's fire there, So that's the food for thought for the region that I would like to provide. If you care about the civilian population there, think about it, how those attacks could have steered the situation away from a long-term peace that would ultimately benefit the same population you're giving importance, and we should give importance as well. But it's destabilizing right now. It was the worst moment for the long-term prospect of peace in the region. And was it an accident? Who facilitated this? I don't know. It's questions we have to ask, right? Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I won't take any more of your time. You guys are great. Thank you very much. And any critiques or any opposite view, please come up, and then I'm more than happy to talk about it, agree or disagree, and we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to bring up a couple of new co-hosts just now. And once we've got Tracy up, I will leave you in her very capable hands and see you tomorrow afternoon. Tracy, welcome to the co-host seat.
Good afternoon. I believe I'm going to have the amazing M coming up and joining me. So thank you for your hard work today, Tim, and thank you to Mockers also. And we will carry on with this very important conversation. I will just take this opportunity to ask everyone, because we have had a crash, if you could just retweet the space if you haven't already, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's get as many people as we can here to hear this important and valuable conversation. And they can also find MriyaReport as useful as we all do too. So I believe we are to CC next. Please go ahead, CC.
Sorry, having technical difficulties. My mic wouldn't come on. Sticky Mike, man, this guy. So what I would say too is that when you call and you write is to really emphasize for them to do their job and keep the government working and running, which sounds, I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth, but I can, because I've seen so many times all over Twitter, all over, I get emails from various far right factions because I like to know what's going on over there. Their object is to shut down our government. So there's a reason. Just keep on with the question: why hasn't the Ukrainian bill been brought to a vote? Why hasn't this been brought to a vote? Why isn't this? We've been asking for a very long time now. Why hasn't this been brought to the floor? Why? This seems like the most basic elementary kindergarten lesson that you could possibly learn. But you are not being didactic or rude if you ask them why the bill, and to pass that on, right? Don't be obstinate, be polite. But my point is, tell the people calling, like, listen, please pass on to the congressperson and the military liaison and chief of staff, why hasn't this been brought to a vote? Because the fact that they're trying to throw a bar into the cogs, the wheels of government, and shut everything down is not being talked about, and it's not okay. And no one's talking about it, and it's kind of blowing my mind. So you wouldn't think you would have to emphasize actually doing your job and getting bills passed is part of the battle, but it's a huge part of the battle. So please bring it to a vote. Why isn't it already? There's lives being lost as we speak. Why hasn't this already been brought to the floor? Why do we continue to wait with these specious arguments of whether or not border, now, before it was border funding, now it's border legislation, now it's what kind of border legislation, now it's if dreamers, well, what kind of dreamers? This will spiral, as it already is, it's already in a spiral to just continue this bureaucratic bumblefuckery. So that is huge, to mention the fact that they cannot continue to delay and distract.
Thank you very much, CC. Did you have something else to add, CC?
Nope.
Oh, sorry, I just saw your hand pop up again. Maybe technical difficulties. The lovely Twitter. So they like to throw these difficulties at us, but that will not stop MriyaReport, as you are all aware. So we have the order of hands of Fock, Justin, and Daniel. Go ahead, Fock.
Hi. I was just gonna mention that there's a lot of people that they seem to not know what to do or how to persuade people. And if I could convey one thing today, it would be people to take away the idea of power of persuasion. So when you speak to your friends, your family, other people, we need to remain calm. We need to ask them questions that they can answer themselves. So you put them in a position where they untangle their own thoughts by asking even simple questions. Because if you say, oh, I don't like Ukraine, for example, or I don't want to fund them, then you ask the simple questions and you say, well, how are we funding them? And then they will not have an answer. Then you can answer it for them and say, well, we're only providing shells that are in storage, which costs us a lot of money to look after them anyways. So that would be the first step. And then the next question would kind of clarify something else, and then that would clarify something else. And before you know it, you persuaded someone by them answering their own questions, sort of thing. Another thing you could say, well, let's imagine a world where Russia did take Ukraine. Now you've got a bunch of Ukrainians, well trained, battle hardened. They're under Russian umbrella. So now Russia will say, well, we took Ukraine, we want Poland next. We want Germany, because they've been threatening us all the time. Britain, Germany, Paris, if you listen to their ridiculous propaganda. So that's the only thing I could say. It's the power of persuasion. I think we're past the point of being angry, past the point of being driven by our emotions, or staying idle to say, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. I think we need to engage with people, with our friends. We need to engage with anyone and everyone, but in a calm manner.
Thank you. Yes, it's always important to remember to not get angry. Obviously, things are emotional, but it is always important to remember to be polite when you're speaking and dealing with these people. And there's nothing wrong with being forceful and asking questions, but obviously in a civilized and polite and acceptable manner. I think that carries more weight, I think. So sometimes if you need to take a breath and just calm down, because these things are emotional issues and can trigger emotional responses, especially when, for like people like us, we engage with these things every day and we see Ukrainians suffering and struggling and everything that they're having to go through. So yes, absolutely. But certainly act. We must all act. Somebody said a word earlier on. I can't remember who it was, but I think the word was very apt. And I'm just trying to remember what that word was now. I'll bring that to you. That's not very helpful, is it? I guess. So let's just move on to the rest of the hands. So Justin, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. But quick question before I go. Did I hear you say fuck Justin?
I apologize.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring up, because somebody brought up Mike Collins and like how to talk to people, and some people have touched on these points, but like how to speak to certain reps, and sometimes what's really helpful to do is find out what they say is important to them, right? So instead of saying this is important to me, what is important to you? Okay, so I looked a couple of things up for Mike Collins, because he was brought up. The first thing that he has listed at the top of his page, what's important to him, job creation. Okay, well, part of aiding Ukraine is sending equipment, older equipment over to Ukraine, and it creates jobs here because we have to replace that and improve the technology. It's better jobs. It's stability there. So it achieves his goal there. His second thing that he listed, he's a lifelong conservative. Okay, you're a lifelong conservative. This is where I bring up Reagan and a quote I heard the other day, which I think is brilliant, applied then and applies today. Reagan said, with respect to Russia, if you can't show them the light, make them feel the heat. Right? It's just emblematic of his policy stance towards Russia then, and we're back in that position. And we should remind lifelong conservatives of Reagan's position with respect to Russia. The other thing that he had on his list was Taiwan is very important to him. So I think there's, and I think somebody already mentioned this, so I won't go into it too much, but China is watching what we do, and what happens in Ukraine, Taiwan most certainly could be next. So it achieves his objectives. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a really good point, and a very good tip. That's something that I also do, try and identify with that person's issues or that person's complaints or whatever it is that person that you're speaking to has close in their life. And I think that applies to people that we're speaking to in our own circles, people that we're trying to inform, as well as politicians. And I remembered the word now, it's relentless. And I thought that was very apt. I can't remember who said it, but they were speaking about when contacting your representatives. And I think that's something that we have to adopt, is to be completely relentless, even when you're already contacting someone who you know does support Ukraine, to continue to, as this person was saying, show that you're happy with the choices that they've made, you're happy with the support for Ukraine, and you want that to continue, because I think it's important to let those people know that you are still there, you still do have the same concerns. Just because you haven't written and you haven't repeated what you said doesn't mean it's changed, and I think all that public pressure makes a huge difference. So that's just something that I would add. And then let's go, we have Daniel, Sugargirl and CC. Daniel, please go ahead.
How noisy it is, because it's noisy. I'm 5 minutes from home and I can come back. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you want to try go ahead now, or would you like to wait, Daniel?
No, I will come back.
Okay. Sugargirl?
Yes, hi, thank you again. First of all, thank you all so much for taking your time to answer my plea. I really appreciate it, and I was hoping it would turn into what it did, a constructive kind of like think session and an example of how some of us who are frustrated could go about this. I especially loved Bach's idea about reminding them that that was something I was kind of like thinking about, like, what does it mean to us if Russia was to win? You know, what does it mean for our future? And then to think about Russia having access to possibly one of the greatest militaries in the world right now, and rolling it into theirs, and what would it mean for Europe? The last thing I just wanted to ask, and just toss it out there as an idea. I was thinking about if we've ever considered or talked about getting some of these representatives onto MriyaReport. And I know it's like, we are definitely a global group, but I feel like it could be effective to have a lot of us, you know, kind of engaging with them in these conversations. It would look good for them too as representatives, I think. But it was just something I wanted to like toss out there as an idea. And if y'all have any feedback on that, or I'd appreciate it in DMs or something. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Sugargirl. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome M. Good afternoon, M.
Good evening, Tracy. Good evening, everyone. It's 6:18 p.m. Kiev time. I was bundling off this thing. 16:18 UTC. Welcome to the MriyaReport.
Good afternoon, good evening, Em. And finally, I'm glad to have you at the side of me. So let's carry on with the hands. CC, please go ahead.
Hi, Em. Hi, Tracy. I heard someone just say that they're wondering what to say, or in thinking about what you're going to say. I highly encourage everyone to tailor it to their own words and their own wants. But if you can just keep at the center of it, what the alligator nearest the boat, which is keep the Ukraine, and there's in the nest, you'll see, so you don't have to remember what I'm saying because it's written right there. Keep the Ukraine bill bundled and whole at 60 billion. Give Ukraine the frozen Russian assets. These last two are, well, I think they're the alligators nearest the boat. Number one is definitely, but you unfreeze the assets and then give Ukraine the F-16s now, like fast. So they're all saying like, yes, they're going to go, but it's all time. This whole thing is about time, right? So anyone that says, oh, it'll happen eventually, that's the person you need to jump on top of and slap the hell out of. Just kidding. And then also medical supplies, non-lethal as well as lethal, right? Including tourniquets. So the first one is, you know, for sure say that. The next two, I feel like, and I know a lot of others feel like, because I DM with a lot of you guys, that these are also super duper important. And it's just a quick guide as we're all in the middle of our workday, and producers think it's hilarious. In my personal life, producers are like, Oh yeah, Ukraine. So I'm talking to the people at work. I'm talking to the people at my grocery store. I'm talking to the people at my post office, and there's smooth ways to dovetail it in the conversation, right? And if there's not, just who cares? Bring it up, right? Say you're Ukrainian, you have Ukrainian friends, whatever it is. This needs to get out of our silos and out into the world. So I highly encourage you to either retweet and give me a little comment because it helps keep me going under these tweets, or cut, paste, or do your own and put out into the world, because that's half the battle. We can sit here and talk about it all day long, right? And nothing's going to happen. But as long as we're also, in addition to that, you know, they're the ones spilling blood. The least we can do is you know, dedicate like our lunch break where we're eating our sandwich while we're calling or writing, or our break or dinner or what have you, right? So I sit here and I'm working on my computer, emails to producers and other people while we're talking about Ukraine. So there are ways to, you know, just fold it into your daily life.
Thank you, Cece. Yes, those are all good tips, and I would urge everybody to do the same. Keep active, keep sending those emails, keep sending those letters, making those phone calls, those texts. You know, it can't hurt, can it? You've got absolutely nothing to lose. So I think we all have a responsibility to take that small piece of action, and to take those couple of minutes or a few seconds per day. You know, if you really don't have the time, like CC said, you can just copy and paste and repeat the same thing, but just keep that that contact going, keep that information spreading out there, and be relentlessly active, because, you know, we need to combat what's happening on the other side, and they are relentlessly noisy, so we need to be relentlessly active. And you know, really, you look at Ukraine and they're fighting to keep their democracy, to not be controlled by Russia and the tyrant that controls Russia, and many other places around the world have even less democracy than that. So I think and I know for certain I'm one of these people, have maybe not intentionally, but taken for granted the freedom that we have and taken for granted the democracies that we have. But I think it's important to note that in that propaganda and in that Russia pumps out, that's one of the things that they're trying to get you to do, is to disengage with your politicians, to disengage with your democracies, and to be divided over these issues. So it's important that we don't let them win, and we keep doing everything that we can. So let's go back to the hands. Please go ahead, Fock.
I was just going to expand on what Shabugar mentioned. Not only is Ukraine a very good army at the moment, one of the most powerful, is already got the weapons from Western. They've got the intelligence from Western. So if Ukraine was to lose, you've got all that has been given back to Russia. And if Ukraine was to fall, it means that we betrayed them. And if we betrayed them, they're going to be pissed. So this is the sort of arguments we can argue. We could say that instead of having a friend, we made an enemy. We could say instead of helping them out when they need us the most, who's going to take us seriously anymore? Will the next countries look at us, like Middle East or in Africa or Asia somewhere? Would they look at us and say, I'm not sure I'm going to be your partner, you just did bad things in Ukraine, you didn't provide the security guarantees which you promised. You broke a promise on their very existence. Like, why should I trust you now? So this is the sort of things that the rest of the world is going to say to us, if this goes wrong. Another point people can talk about is about the food securities. I know a lot of people that don't put too much thought into this, but that is monumental in terms of food securities, because as if I've got my numbers right, I think Ukraine has got about 30% of the world's grain and food, where the food comes from that goes on our tables, and Russia has got about 20, I think, or something to that avail. So if we lose Ukraine to be our friend, our partners, and be on our side, we technically giving half the world's food to Russia. Now think about how that is going to impact you. Ukraine has got reserves on gas and oil. That is going to go back to Russia as well. So price is going to keep on rising and rising. You've got a more difficult war to fight. You're going to lose friends in Europe because Poland will be next. Germany will be next. If you lose one or two of those, then the domino effect just happens, and then you're left all alone with whatever resources you've got in America, for example. If your friend is American that you're arguing. So again, I'll just circle back that if I had to say anything, is to put an emphasis on the power of persuasion. You can Google this term, and it will give you a whole definition of it. What power of persuasion is, how to talk to people, what language you can talk, you can use. So you don't use words like, oh, you must think this way, or you must do this. You can use words like could or should, which are a little bit softer, and they're not demanding someone an opinion or an action. It's more suggestive or persuasive, and that brings someone closer to you rather than pushing them away 180. So yeah, just Google power persuasion. You will not lose anything. If anything, you're going to gain a personal benefit from it, because you might use it at work, you might use it elsewhere with friends and family. It's a very good skill, life skill.
Thank you very much, Fock. Yes, all very good points. And I would just mention at this point the MriyaReport Facebook group. If you haven't, you can join that. I personally don't use Facebook and haven't for many, many years. So if you're like me, you can just go on the MriyaReport Facebook group only. That's the only thing that I use Facebook to access. It's a closed group, so you have some protections in terms of you have to be a member, you have to request to join and be approved, and you, even when you're a member, all comments have post approval on, and all posts do. So all the information that's on there is checked and double checked for accuracy. Most of the information on there is from official government sources anyway. And there are many resources on there in terms of, for example, when the Prime Minister makes posts or makes reports on, what's going on with the grain or, any of these issues. And many of the things that I talk about are actually posted on there. So it is a good resource if you're struggling where to find information in terms of grain, for example. As Fock mentioned, food security is actually one of President Zelensky's points on the peace plan also. So that is an important topic, but there's many other types of information, official information regarding mines, regarding things that are happening in and around Ukraine, in many aspects of society. So please use that resource. And Daniel, you have joined us again. Welcome back. If you're ready, please go ahead.
I'm very ready. I'm cooking, but I hear CC and problems in the wonderful country of United States. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so half a month ago. Oh no, half a month? No, I think it was probably half a year ago when I said this bullshit will come back and it will hit hard. And probably I didn't make a lot of friends talking about this. And I will say something which we will not like. This election will not fix the problem.
I don't think American problem can be fixed. Not even on medium term. I think you need probably 10 years to fix this issue. Because, you know, you have prostitutes in congressmen. Yeah, we have an orange man who was president. It was a shame. No? And let me give you some insights, my dear Americans. You know, in 2015, 2016, 2017, Ukraine stopped Russia. They fight Russia. And there were no weapons from anyone. Nothing. Yeah, Canada trained soldiers. Yeah, the National Guard in California trained some soldiers. And not some, thousands. But they stopped Russian army. At this moment, what I can say is I don't feel Ukrainians are in a huge danger. And not because someone will vote another bill, you know, because immigration and the wall and the Mexicans and cartels. Guys, you have senators and congressmen who ask military interventions against Sinaloa. You lost your marbles. Really, you lost your marbles. And look at Iran. They play this game with Gaza. Let's test the waters, see if they can manage multiple crises. And surprisingly for them, the deal is much better in the favor of Israel than, you know, public opinion, my ass. Israel is the only country who doesn't give a shit about public opinion. If some French stupid lefty Moroccan immigrant of third generation yells Israel is a fascist state, doesn't concern them. Don't care. They will not stop their tanks in Gaza City because, you know, what I saw in London, I cannot believe my eyes. You know, Romanian, the Polish immigrants will steal the jobs from Britain. Yeah. Yeah. Back on topic. Ukraine will not lose their determination for this war. Yeah, it will be very hard to ask the mothers and the wives to keep their beloved on the front dying just to survive them at home. It's not nice, but they will not stop. Yeah, well, probably will be no offensive. Probably we'll see less tanks attacking any position and more like they do it for almost 8 years alone. Positional war, attritional war, keep defending. And they were successful. If Americans have a problem with internal politics, solve them. And don't expect big results. Not fast. And this election probably will be a big fuckery. And I cannot laugh at you because we have the same elections here. In the same year, because, you know, destiny. And probably will not be nice for us also. But still, you lose a battle of voices, of philosophy, claiming you are the shiny city on the hill. You are not. Bruxelles is. Europe is. We don't play with this. Yeah, we saw what was in France, Britain, because these stupid people, they will fix their problems because they understand the dangers. But you need to understand if half the United States is ready to vote Trump. Sorry, you cannot go with arguments about security, about national interest, strategic deployment. Sorry, guys, it's not working. It's not working. It's like saying Pamela Anderson is a great philosopher. You need to fix your problems. And what I can ask every American is, please donate. if you feel you are great people because you are very open-minded, you are somehow an example of how the community works. Support Ukrainians and everyone who go to Ukraine and help them somehow. You know, volunteers, water, food, electricity, generators, armor plates, anything. If they ask anything and you can give them because you are very, very rich people, donate. If you don't stop it. You know, I think it's worth it. And, you know, history will judge us all.
Carry on, Daniel.
But I think I will go ranting and it's better to stop it. Okay, let's listen to talk because she's American.
I apologise, Daniel. I think that was my fault. I think I muted everybody by mistake. Okay, so
Pronounced. Oh, he said let CC go, so I started. Go ahead.
no, sorry. Go ahead, CC.
The correct pronunciation is American. American. I would say that, you know, I'm the first to always admit that America has done some really fucked up things, right? But also, probably doesn't help. And not just you. Someone else had said earlier that America's not done anything good in the past 10 years. And I sent them some DMs showing that we had indeed. So I'd say that alienating any country by just saying, you know, you guys are fucked up, fix your shit, is not helping Ukraine. And I was also saying a year ago and a half year ago that it would come to this, right? So there's no naivete involved. Like, I've been very loud about this. So I would just say that encouraging people to be active in your community is why, like, this is why Americans can get a bad rap, because often we aren't active. We have these really beautiful rights, right, that we don't use. And so this is exactly why we get a bad rap sometimes, is because we don't engage, and we're really, really, really lucky to have what we have. And my family and other families have sacrificed everything for this right. We've lost our family members. We have lost them mentally and or physically, fighting for democracy. And yes, there's a lot of bad things that Americans have done through history. I'm not denying that. But when it is time to rally for a country and rally for something as noble as democracy and Ukraine winning, that is the time to bring everyone together and not, you know, finger pointing doesn't do a lot. I feel like inspiring, and you know, that's what I try to do when I come on here. Even though I'm really pissed off sometimes, like this morning with this bureaucratic bumble fuckery that is happening with now trying to not just the yoke of budget money, but now legislation. Just taking it for everyone that's new. There's new news that now it's not just about bundling the bill and we're going to have to pass money for our border. Now it's all about legislation too. And we need to talk about this legislation because, oh, but what about the dreamers? And what about this type of dreamers? It's just infinite. It will be infinite talks and no action. You know, and last night we had on a different space a Ukrainian who, these things have effects, right? This is not just like, oh, this one team is fighting against the other team and eventually one team will win. That's not what this is. There's real life consequences. Like last night on another space we're talking about something completely different. In fact, something like fun and kind of funny. And a Ukrainian in Ukraine was wanting to commit suicide. So, you know, when these things hit the news, they have consequences, right? They make people feel like there's not hope. And so that is the very reason why we're being active and why we're calling and why we're writing, because this isn't about football teams. This isn't about party platforms and your pet little policies that you want to put through. So you're going to use thousands and thousands of lives to get your little pet policies through. I don't care what it is. I honestly do not care what your policy is. It shouldn't be attached. Even my favorite cause should not be attached to the Ukraine bill. Zero offsets should be involved here. So that's why we're doing this. And so this plea right now goes out to the Ukrainian woman last night who wanted to commit suicide because she was losing hope because the loss of she heard about, oh, now they're going to tie something else. Sorry, there's a plane going on. There's going to be something else tied to whether or not they get this $60 billion. And, the article went on to talk about how other countries are influenced by U.S. policy. So, that's why we're doing this. All your calls and letters today can please send a little prayer out to her specifically while you're doing this.
Thank you, CC. That's very sobering and also very an important insight. And I certainly, for one, do appreciate that you also always try to keep it objectively on Ukraine and what's best for Ukraine, and not subjectively on your own politics or other issues, should we say. I definitely appreciate that. It's difficult to do, but it's also very important. Peter, you've joined us. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. America is a great country. I've been there many, many times. I love it. I would have probably loved to have lived and worked there. I remember when I was a young pilot, which was decades ago, that I had the great honour of meeting Neil Armstrong at Farnborough in the UK. And I had a chat with him. And he kind of, to me, was a symbol of America's greatness. He was a pioneer. He was such a brave man, but he was so humble. When he talked to you on, although he was this super god, he talked to you as if you were on a level. And, that has always been, for me, the spirit of America. Massive pioneers, people who achieved huge greatness and great things, and they were the leaders of the world. I think what's happened here is it is not the American people, and it's not all the American politicians. It is minorities and minority power. And this isn't just a problem in America, it's a problem everywhere. I used to talk about our British politicians of old, that they never actually lied to you. They were economical with the truth. So the skill of a politician was to avoid or walk around the questions they didn't want to answer, but they never actually looked you in the eye and made blatant lies. And I think that is the big difference now, and it's not just in America. It is, maybe it's to do with social media, I don't know what it is, but now it seems to be okay to look at you in the eye and lie, and lie, and lie. So I think something has changed. I can't pin it properly, but yeah, I mean, I agree with CC. I think we need to stick together and sort the problems together, and kind of building divisions isn't going to help anybody. But yeah, no, I mean, I've got so many happy memories in America. I did a lot of scuba diving there. I kind of went there every year to do type rating renewals and stuff like that at CAE and various other places in America. and I've got a lot of American friends, and there was just something magical about America. So I really hope that they rekindle that spirit that made America great. And you know, it is there, and they can do it. They can do it tomorrow. They can show their power, and they can show their dignity by acting for Ukraine and destroying Putin and everything that man stands for, which is more akin to the devil than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, I would agree with much of what you say. And I think it is important to point out that it's not just America. I mean, certainly we're not very good at being politically active in the UK. And it is something I know I have personally, not intentionally, but I realise through everything that's happened the last couple of years, I've taken that for granted. And so I think it is important for all of us to act in all the countries, wherever we are, and to keep contacting our politicians, our representatives, and asking for all the things that we need, and making our voices known, and using that democracy and that power that we have. We have a responsibility to do that. And there's much inspiration out there from the Ukrainians and everything that they're doing. So I think if you need that, take that inspiration there. And if you need a mental health break, take that also, and then come back strong and ready to fight for democracy again. It's not just Ukrainians' fight, it's our fight also. And I think sadly, and also, but on a good point as well, it's taken this crisis and everything that's happened with Israel for many people to see that, and that's desperately tragic that unfortunately those people have taken that time to come to that realization. But once these people are open, we need to do everything we can, I think, to keep that going, and to build on that. And you know, I'm not used to that. I'm not used to writing to my politicians, but I have taken action over this issue, and I'm going to continue doing so. So let's go back to the hands. I'll just remind everybody that in 10 minutes we do have our guest coming up. This is a very important segment, and I really enjoy these segments. Many of you may have heard of Vatnik soup, and we are having Pekka Kalyanimi. I'm going to go with that, and I'm actually going to ask him to correct my pronunciation, because I've been told by one of our lovely Finn listeners that I need a little practice in that department, which I'm open to taking. So let's go back to the hands, and Fock, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that there was a previous speaker that was speaking about how America should get their house sorted, sort of thing. I don't think this is a uniquely American issue. The issue is it's quite global. America does hold the superpower status, but the best America can do is protect itself. It doesn't care about anything else. It can protect itself from its geostrategic position. It's got the minerals. It's got everything to self-sustain itself. It doesn't need to do anything for the rest of the world. Yet they do. They're the bastions of democracy, if you like. Without that, the rest of the world it's just a hot mess. Think about it. What would happen, say, if we didn't have democracy, or if we didn't have America upholding democracy the way they do? It's unthinkable. Every country would be for themselves. Every country is going to be a dictatorship rather than democracy. And we know what happens in dictatorships. They start at first enslaving their people, invade their own people, and when that is not enough, and they get bored of their own people and the lifestyle they've got, the dictators, they start to expand. They look for the neighbor, They take one neighbor and then take another, and all you've got is a bunch of dictators fighting one another. So I mean, in democracy, it's a very rare and unique position that we're in, and this doesn't happen in forever. In whole human history, we've only had democracy in last 200 years, probably. And even then, half of it was fought with slavery, with some repressive rights where people couldn't even vote. Certainly women couldn't vote. Poor people couldn't vote. So we went from nothing to something, from being like cavemen fighting each other with sticks and stones and eventually with guns and what's not, but we were always fighting our neighbors. So a lot of people, especially the younger generation, I don't think they understand what that entails. It means there's no more traveling to go to Japan or Singapore or all these beautiful places you want to go and see. There's not more holidays outside your own borders. And even then, you have to do what the dictators are telling you. The Trumps of this world, where they dictate what you should think or do, and God knows what else is in his tiny mind. I know I'm going to alienate a few people here who support Republicans and they might like Trump, but there's time for reality check. Take a look at Putin. Take a look at North Korea. Those people, they have nothing to offer to their own people. Nothing but misery. So I don't think America is the bad actor. They might be a bit slow every now and then, but at the end of the day, they're doing the rest of the world a service. It's not when we're in trouble outside of America, we say, "Oh, America, help us," and they say, "Okay, fine." But when America is in trouble, we say, "Oh, sort yourselves out." So we should cut them some slack. This is a turbulent times, and they need to figure it out from themselves. They need to sort out the noise from, the good people and the bad people to sort it out. There's a process for it, and discourse like this is that solving those issues, those main issues where people agree and disagree. And this happened a few years ago when we moved from newspapers to television. All of a sudden, you've got pictures, you've got more up-to-date information. That was a revolution. We had the second revolution was when the TV was two-way, not one-way. And the two-way being that you can go to the television and then have an interview with someone. So it's not always the government telling you what to think, what to do, what to say, but you could actually go on TV and you have that say yourself. So it's a two-way communication. The internet opened up that two-way communication as well. So that created another revolution. At this inflection point, as Joe Biden mentioned, we are at another revolution and we're trying to figure it out. So what has happened now has happened before a few years ago when we had those other revolutions. Everyone was trying to figure out each other. Some say, "Oh, internet is an abomination, like the worst thing that could happen to us," and etc., etc. And then we figured it out. We were not afraid about these hackers stealing your cars and doing this and doing that. We built businesses. Something great happened. Economy exploded. And now we are on that same revolution inflection point. We've got AI now that is going to sort a lot of issues for a lot of people. And I think at the heart of it, that's what it is. but what is stopping us is uniting together and fighting dictatorship, because that would threaten the age of abundance. Okay, thank you, and sorry for the rambling rambling on.
Thank you very much, Fock. You said a lot of things there, a lot of which I agree with. And I think you're right. The most important thing is to remember that this is democracy against the tyrants and the dictators and the terrorists. And that's basically what this comes down to. And please go ahead, Cece.
I would say give Americans in this space a break, but I would not say to give America some slack. We're, as of October 25th, we're in deep kimchi here. So the whole premise of America working is a majority rules, right? Right now, we are upside down, just like when you're upside down in your mortgage or any other business undertaking. We're upside down in that our minority is ruling as the Speaker of the House. And, we got all these guarantees that our Speaker, that they had full, thick control. They had reins on him, right? They could control him. And that's why they voted him in. Well, here we are. I didn't believe it when they said it, but I was just sitting there waiting, and I'm still waiting, and woken up every morning and waiting for this Ukraine bundled bill with Israel to go to. And the Israel bill might as well not even have passed, because they knew it meant nothing. It meant nothing. It gave Israel nothing. If you want to go down that road too, because they knew that it was DOA because it was pronounced dead on arrival. If they vote both the Senate and the president, like, they didn't have a chance in hell for either of them. So I would say go full tilt against America as a country and get your countries to pressure America to get a functioning democracy where there's a speaker who's actually bringing bills to the floor, and because it's not, their promise is not being fulfilled, that they have control over their crazy wing far right speaker, that they had control over him. I mean, of course they didn't, right? But hey, benefit of the doubt. I've been giving benefit of the doubt the whole time. Well, comes to pass, guess what? They don't have control over him. So do not give America a pass. Whenever you hear someone say, oh, it's all going to be fine because 70% of America or 70% of the Congress are all pro-Ukraine. No, we're still waiting for this goddamn bill, this bundled bill, to help people that are dying. So I would not although I'm giving Americans in this space a pass because most of you are active and doing great things, I would not give America, the country, a pass as of October the 25th. It's red alert. We're fucked and screwed if we do not get this sorted out. And that sort of alarmist language is completely applicable here. Oh, and also Circular Green World is, I believe, on a desktop and trying to speak, but they can't put their hand up, I think.
Thank you, Cece. Thank you very much for that. Sorry about that, Circular. We didn't see you. Please go ahead. If you're on a PC in future, what you can do is possibly maybe wave. I think some people have done that in future.
They were waving.
Oh, I apologize. Please
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so don't have time. Pekka's time is really important. So I don't want to cut into his time because I really like hearing what he has to say. But I have too much to explore, but a couple of things a lot of interest in American politics. And the only thing I'd like to explore a little bit more is the understanding and explanation to the world of what the libertarians have to say. So I'll just say these three things and I'm down, okay? One is there are really many parties in the United States. If you want to look under Wikipedia, you can. But the two parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, are really two coalitions. And if you want to look in Wikipedia and see all those different belief systems and small parties, they all fit under one of those two umbrellas. The Libertarian Party, which I am not one of, by the way, the libertarian belief system really emphasizes individual responsibility and says, I'm going to take care of my own business instead of the world's, and the only reason I want to help the world is to help them become independent too. I do not believe that, but it's important to understand that in America, the Republican Party mostly aligns with that belief that independence and taking care of your own self and participating in democracy is important. But that's the reason that they have difficulties in their own party. By the way, the Democratic Party has many sub-parties too, all of which they don't agree with either, that are just as divergent, if you will, as those on the right. So wanted to talk a little bit more about that, but I'd rather hear about Pekka. Thank you very much, and I'll step down.
Thank you very much, Circular, and thank you so much for your patience. Fock, you just may have a few short seconds or a minute if you would like to try and go ahead.
Yeah, sure. When I was mentioning cutting some slack, I didn't mean as in like do nothing. I meant as in like do not bash them hard on and point out the negatives only. So it's not constructive anyways. So other than that, yeah, sure, we can have discussions and that nature, but just to demand something on the nature of like sort yourselves out, it's not constructive at all.
Thank you for that clarification. CC, please go ahead.
I'm a total fangirl of Pekka, so I'm just going to go ahead since he's not here yet. But I would just say that to point out that yes, Democrats have a coalition of all different people, but there's no Democrats who have signed any letter this year voting against aid for Ukraine. So just want to make that really clear per the last speaker's comment.
Thank you, Cici. Very quickly, you may not have time to answer this question. I may be asking it at the wrong time. We'll see how long it takes before Pekka joins. But I was wondering, as you mentioned, what's happened with the funding for Israel. If people don't take action now regarding the same issue with the Ukraine funding, is that where this Ukraine funding would be heading, to a point where the Israel funding is now? And what actually happens now in terms of getting some funding for Israel instead of the bill, just as you put it, being dead on arrival?
Well, as I keep saying, this is about shutting down our government. This isn't about bills. So you need 72 hours heads up a window to schedule a bill. And today's Tuesday, and there's been nothing scheduled for Israel, for Ukraine, nor the bundle, nor keeping our government open. There's your answer right there. Because of the 72 hours, so that's all this entire week. There's been nothing scheduled, and you need a 72 hours heads up. So the week will be done. So it's really, really frustrating.
Thank you very much for that, Cici. And I believe we have been joined by Pekka. Good afternoon, good evening, Pekka. How are you today?
Hello, everyone. I'm good, and I'm doing, I think it's my second sauna session, so I'll be doing the whole segment from sauna. Yeah, all good. Been working, like the last few days, we've been working on our new Soup Central studio, so we can start producing higher quality material videos for well, basically what's already going on X. So this kind of Vatnik soup style material. And today we recorded a video about Elon Musk and his version of Twitter or X. So I basically talk about how I see the well, first of all, it was a terrible business deal, of course, from Elon, but I don't think he cares. He mostly he has this, I don't know, weird idea of creating a platform where So kind of like anybody can say whatever they want. There are no rules, and then he kind of thinks or feels like the truth will somehow come out of that. So it's this very strange idea that they sometimes refer to as the marketplace of ideas. So it's like this open space where people can say whatever they want, and according to people who believe in this idea, is the best ideas always come on top, which we of course see already on X, when most of the stuff that comes on top is just conspiracy theories and hate speech and anti-Semitism and racism and anti-Islam rhetoric. So basically, it's just the most emotion-invoking material that's coming on top, and yeah, disinformation basically, because that's how social media algorithms tend to work when they are not controlled. But yeah, we recorded the video already. It'll take some time to actually put it into a final product, but I'm very happy that we can produce these videos again, and now they're actually much better quality. So I'll be posting everything. You can find our channel on YouTube called the Soup Central. There are some videos already there. If you haven't checked them, go and maybe look at one if you like it, and then subscribe. But everything will also be published here on X, so you don't really have to go to YouTube if you don't want to. But it's just easier to find from there. But in the future, we would also like to do interviews. So we have contacted some people already, like Karri Kasparov, who showed some interest in doing an interview. But basically, people who are closely related to Ukraine and helping Ukraine, we would like to interview and have these more like in-depth talks where there's really no time limit. It's just you talk as long as there's something to say. But I don't know, maybe if people can provide ideas or perspectives on what they would like to see on a YouTube video, I would love to hear any comments or feedback. And if you have checked the channel already, maybe just say if it's awful or it's terrible, or if it's okay or if it's great. That would be nice.
Thank you, Pekka. I mean, wow, that's all like really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing all that. And that first video, and absolutely with the interviews, that's a great idea. I'm really looking forward to seeing those, so very excited for that. Yeah, so I would ask people at this point, if you're not following Pekka, to please go and follow him. You really should be following him, so have a look at his profile and consider doing that, and you see fantastic information there. Obviously, it's always important. This is, I think, one of the very important segments that we have here regarding disinformation, and that obviously keeps everybody informed. So please retweet the space and let everybody know that Pekka is with us. There's a card in the nest, so you can retweet that and let people know. If you wouldn't mind, that would be fantastic. And if you have any questions or comments for Pekka, please come up to the panel if you're not already with us, and then we can get you in turn and pop up your hand and we can see what you have to say. Now, Fok, we haven't really got off to a start yet, but did you have a quick question for Pekka at this point? You have your hand up.
No, I was just going to comment about the Elon Musk thing Pekka mentioned, but I can wait.
No,
Pekka, do you want to?
If you have something to say about Elon Musk, I would love to hear it, because one of my favorite topics of all time.
Yeah, I was going to say that I can agree to it to a certain extent, but fundamentally his thinking is flawed, because that kind of thinking requires everyone to participate and to be civilized, most importantly. And we know that the likes of Russia, China, and all those dictators, they use it in uncivilized manner. So then there's no discourse there. So there's always going to be this this other side where someone is throwing stones at all times, if you like. So there's no mud to be molded, if you like. So he would like to imagine us being in a town square and everyone is like saying, oh, we should do this, and then people will disagree. But that's not what happens in a global community where you got China throwing stones from the back rows, and you all you're wondering is, oh, who threw that stone? That's not on. So that's why Elon Musk, he can't seem to see that part, or he chooses not to see it.
Yeah. So the big one of the big problems with this idea is that it's I think he looks at the whole thing through these, is it rose tinted glasses? I don't know if that's still saying, but something similar. So he doesn't realize how big the troll farm and bot farm problem on X is. So there is this professor who studies social networks and troll farms, and he was I think he was interviewed by The Guardian, and he said that almost, if not all, of these big troll farms that were deactivated on Twitter before are now back on the platform. And basically the problem, it's like I often talk about this asymmetrical information warfare. It's asymmetrical because basically what we're doing on this space, we are here, most of us, I would say 99.999% of us, we are doing this for free or for fun, or we want to help Ukraine. We are not paid to do it. But these people, it's their job. They get paid to do it. They get paid to spread specific narratives and argue with people and spread disinformation. They get paid to do it. It's like you would go to a 9-to-5 job, and your job is to spread bullshit or argue with people, or I don't know, just do like create social media accounts and then spread certain narratives, and that's your job. Like you get paid to do that. So it's asymmetrical in a way that these people are motivated by money, whereas we are motivated by idea or ideology, or this kind of idea of a free Ukraine, or Russia being, pushed away from Ukraine. So basically, but we do it for free. So these people will always be there because they get paid. We sometimes have probably we have problems with motivation. We have real life. We have real jobs we have to attend. So for them, it's a job. For us, this is, I don't know, something we do besides other stuff. So yeah, so that's one of the big problems. So, and these networks, they are huge and they are completely cynical so if somebody pays them to spread a narrative like troll farm, then they do it. They could be from Nigeria, Ghana, Philippines, China, Macedonia. A lot of these countries have all these countries have troll farms, and it's been proven. And for example, recently we have been investigating a quite prominent pro-Kremlin troll who appears to be from Nigeria. So probably a paid troll. So yeah, asymmetrical warfare. And that's why it's very difficult to kind of quote win unquote in this information war.
Thank you, Pekka. Yeah, you make me think here of information we've uncovered when doing the SBU segment, and the amount of troll farms that they've taken down and dismantled and uncovered, and the extensive networks that they have. And really, when you look at, they tell you in the reports, the amount of information and propaganda that's been pumped out every hour, and the amount of accounts that they've shut down. And it's absolutely astounding when you look at the information and the data. It's really quite shocking, even when you think you're aware of this, to actually uncover those figures and look at them in terms of numbers and be able to put that in some kind of perspective. It was even quite shocking to somebody like me. And actually, you maybe, I think, give me an idea for one of the week's topics on the SBU segment. I think maybe we will look at the amount of times they've taken down networks of troll farms and bot farms pumping out propaganda. So thank you for that also. Would you like to come back on that, Becca, before we go back to Hans?
Yeah, maybe some one story. So they've actually discovered in Ukraine these mobile troll farms. So well, they are not always mobile, but sometimes they have found these vans that have a lot of equipment, including like 10,000 SIM cards and SIM gateways and so on, and they can use these kind of spoof their location to be in Ukraine, and they can spread propaganda, like pro-Kremlin propaganda inside Ukraine. So, and also they've discovered or that they've found these troll farms in apartments in Ukraine, and so it's a big business, and there's a lot of money. Like for example, everybody remembers Prigozhin. He made a lot of money with the internet research agency that was working mostly in St. Petersburg and Moscow, but also in these, they found these mobile kind of troll farms that can then spoof locations and so on. So to make them seem like they are organic and they are incoming, the traffic is coming from this country and so on. So it's a very sophisticated system, and I'm kind of surprised how little we still know about these. So they are quite good at masking their activities, and I feel like it's the same way with hacking and hackers. They are very good at kind of hiding their tracks and traces. They delete the traces, so it's very difficult to kind of figure out how they do it. We have some idea, but not like a good view of what's going on. But if you're interested in doing a deep dive, I would suggest that you go to NATO Stratcom. So it's this strategic communication center of excellence for NATO. So they study this kind of disinformation, but it's also includes research on China and Iran. But these papers, they are completely free, these reports, and they are amazing. I mean, there you can really see the big picture of what's going on. It's unfortunate that we don't read this stuff on newspapers or news sites, because it would be important for us, because these troll farms, they kind of change our worldview. I'm not saying they brainwash, but they provide these weird narratives that are not in connection. They don't have a connection to reality. So, and they do it in this very sophisticated way. So they kind of nudge us in certain directions. But yeah, I would take a look at these NATO Stratcom reports if you have time, because they are very good.
Oh, thank you so much. I will definitely be going there for sure. I mean, I use the Ukraine's Stratcom, the Armed Forces of Ukraine Stratcom, but not that one. So I bet that's absolutely fascinating. So let's go on to Hans. You are popular as always, Pekka, and I'm happy to see that. So we'll go Fock, One, and Django. So please go ahead, Fock.
That was very fascinating indeed. I just looked at the website. I was going to ask two questions, if there's information which you already have given, and the other would be, is there foreign policies that deal with this? So once we find out that, say, someone is in Macedonia doing something, or Nigeria or India, is there something of foreign policies in UK or America that would speak to those countries and say, look, we'll consider this as an act of war, or something to that effect, maybe a little less dramatic? but or maybe it should be an act of war. I'm not sure I'm explaining myself, but is there something to that on that ballpark?
In the EU, there is the Digital Services Act that is it's forbidding the spread of foreign disinformation and so on, but it's still very vague. So it needs more detailing, I would say. So even today, if you log in from the EU, you can do EU-based report on tweets. For example, if there's violence, or I don't know, there are so many like disinformation, a lot of categories, and you can also do it in like specific countries. So if it breaks the law of a specific country in the EU, you can do it like that, or you can do it like the whole EU, on a whole EU level. I've tried it a couple of times. It has absolutely no effect on smaller accounts. Sorry, on bigger accounts. So if you like, you take any account with hundreds of thousands of followers, those reports will go nowhere. But smaller accounts, they usually, I would say, under 50,000 followers, they will maybe do a short suspension or something like that, and you have to delete the content. But so far, it's too vague to be effective, this Digital Services Act, and it's only in the EU countries. I would imagine that the United States doesn't really want to go into this. So they are very, very keen on freedom of speech, which I also like this approach. So basically, people can say whatever they want as long as they don't break any laws. So you can actually, yeah, it's very extensive in the States. But
Sorry to cut you. I was more interested in, like, if we detect, say, a farm that was operating in Ghana, for example, or Nigeria, is there something we can do as a country to pressure Nigeria to say, look, you better sort this out, because we see them popping up here and there. So we.
All right. Yeah.
We've already
Okay.
notified
Sorry.
you.
Yeah. Now I get it. Yeah. I don't think so. I would imagine that it doesn't really. I don't think. I mean, of course, you can use political power to kind of persuade, for example, Nigeria. So the United States could persuade Nigeria to close down their troll farms, but I don't know if is it good politics in a way, or foreign policy in a way to kind of force. I think the bigger issue, or that maybe a possible solution, would be to force the social networks to kind of apply safety rules for this, because it's kind of like paid propaganda coming from a country. So I would imagine it's more the responsibility of the platform, and all other platforms try to reinforce this kind of rules. But I mean, Elon's X is an exception in this sense, that it doesn't really try to reinforce or control these troll farms, which is like we now see the result here on the platform. It's quite dire. The how the platform is at the moment. It's very, very. It's in a bad place, I would say.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Juan.
So a couple of comments, and then I have a question for Pakia. As always, thank you for your time and being here. The first thing is, in regards to the troll farms, it's very hard to prove that they're that, because anybody who has a basic understanding of computers and internet security understands you can get a VPN for almost nothing that allows you to simply change your country. And hold on one second, I'm sorry. The problem with that is the only way to prove that they're trolls is to go through all of the posters and check the logs for their IP addresses. And if you have the same IP addresses or slight variations continuing to pop up, normally within a short period of time, I'll try to remember the person's name. There's somebody who's done this with China in regards to their troll farms and done a lot of documentation on it. I'm trying to remember the person's name. And when I find it, I'll send it to you, Pakya. And they've done some, they've put out some good information on how to track this type of thing and how to monitor it. The second thing is in regards to a point you made, which is Elon doesn't care about the larger accounts. They're making him a ton of money, and there's already financial issues with X. He's not about to bankrupt the company by cutting out every Russian troll or anti-Semite that says it. The issue in my mind is that bigger than going after trolls and bots is them not enforcing the terms of service both on real users and those bots. And I don't think Elon is going to change his position on how he is dealing with larger accounts because they're making him too much money. But I do think there is an ability to get Twitter to start taking seriously their terms of service and the requirements under US law that they have concerning calls to violence and death threats. And I think that in itself will remove a significant amount of the trolls. But I mean, he doesn't care. I get daily a dozen sex worker bot trolls that send me a follower request and then get deleted eventually. And I get a dozen of the throwing my user handle into the cryptocurrency scams every day. So I don't see it as stopping just from something like that. So my question to Pakya is, how do you think we can go about actually trying to lobby X to start enforcing their rules on stuff like this? Because till now, the only things that have been done are mass walkouts and people, arguing on Twitter about it, and that's not going to do anything to get Elon to change. So I was wondering if maybe you had any ideas. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the first note here is that Elon does not care about any so-called mainstream media articles. So even if I don't know, New York Times, Washington Post, Walls, whatever big paper, Al Jazeera, they write about this. He doesn't care because for him, the mainstream media, the legacy media, is part of to me, it seems like he sees this as some part of a bigger conspiracy. So like there's this kind of deep state thing, and the FBI and CIA are always trying to control the mainstream media, and they are even doing it. And I mean, there are even these accusations that Washington Post, for example, is a CIA like project or something like that. So that's basically where we are. That's the level we are operating on with Elon in that sense. So I think the only way to actually make a difference is contact. So contact people who actually make these decisions. So people who are in the United States, politicians who have a say in this. In the EU, there are some organizations you can contact, and I have contacted. So I have a line already established about this, because I feel like the Digital Services Act will be it's important, but it needs to work. We need to set some guidelines to work on, otherwise it will fail. And they kind of tried to play this hard game against Elon already, but now it seems that they kind of gave up on this. They need to push harder, because this kind of platform shouldn't. Do you think that, in my view, right now, basically anyone, any bigger account, can say absolutely anything they want without any consequences. They can say the most racist, the most anti-Semitic, they can say most violent stuff. They can threaten people with death, and there are absolutely no consequences. Or I don't think that's a safe environment for anybody. And something needs to be done. What we can do is we can still put some pressure through mainstream media or legacy media. I feel like eventually it can have an effect. It doesn't have an effect on Elon, but it can have an effect on legislation. And also what we can do is we can write to our representatives. We can put together dossiers like, okay, here's 100 death threats tweets from just last week, because it's very easy to do this kind of collections. And this is allowed on Twitter because they need to see the reality of it. It's basically just saying that, okay, here people are saying all Jewish people should die or they should be murdered. I mean, everybody has seen these kind of tweets, or all Ukrainians should die, or whatever, this kind of stuff. It's everyday stuff on X these days. So just kind of delivering this message to people who make these decisions, I feel like it's important. And movements like NAFO could do it because we are good at mobilizing, we are good at organizing stuff. And yeah, this is probably the first step I would like encourage people to do if I had more time to to actually like organize it. But
thank you,
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. One, did you want to follow up?
No, I just wanted to thank him. I think that's a very good point, that those first steps need to be taken, and that's the only thing that can be done. And eventually there will be, hopefully, a positive outcome to it. I appreciate that because I know of the last 250 death threats and calls to violence, direct calls to violence I've reported. I've gotten 5 back, 2 suspensions, and I'm sorry, 3 suspensions and 2 permabans, and the permabans were on accounts with under 100 followers. So somebody here on the channel gave me an idea. When you exit out of the Twitter Spaces, a lot of times they will give you an email address if you give negative feedback on the, on the quality of it in order to give improvements. They actually read those, unlike Twitter support. So I'm going to start emailing them everything instead of making a direct Twitter report. That way it's actually documented, because there's no way to go back and see everybody you've reported on Twitter, to the best of my knowledge. And that way I can actually post and show if there's hundreds of accounts that there's been repeatedly them getting messages that they're doing nothing on, that are posting calls to violence daily. So I appreciate your time. I'm starting to ramble. I got to get running. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And Leisleiper, welcome. Thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Pekka. I have actually 2 questions. The first one is how much of the shares of Twitter does Elon Musk actually have? But if one way would be if there are like major other shareholders, if some pressure to them would motivate Elon Musk to of the quality of the service, because its reputation and quality is degrading rapidly, and whether that would be one way. And the other question is that are you aware of any AI-based Twitter analysis, how they say, initiatives or operations? Because I think that if you have like a mass of data, it would be pretty easy to analyze like chains of and clusters of bots and trolls based on their mutual likings and identical tweets in like a short time frame and these kind of things. I think it would be pretty easy. Elon Musk made these API calls like very costly, perhaps in order to prevent this kind of analysis and dumping the whole Twitter content for analysis somewhere else. Basically, I think that if some service would be interested in the quality of the service, then this kind of analysis would be something they should actually do by themselves. But it's quite obvious that Elon Musk has no interest in this kind of operations, where bots would be detected and the visibility would be limited automatically or something like that. But the questions, once again. Are there any AI initiatives, and would it be a way to try to influence instead of going indirectly through media through the other shareholders? Thank you, and thank you for your excellent work. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. So yeah, I don't like AI projects. I don't know, but I know if you search for a person on Twitter, Robert van der Noorda, he's a NAFO activist. I would call him that. He still, so don't tell anyone, he still has a way to kind of scrape X without subscribing to these ridiculously expensive services that Elon Musk offers. So for those who are not familiar what Elon did, so there used to be on Twitter so-called API, which is basically, it was used by academics, researchers, well, just in general, people who were interested in what's going on and doing analysis on Twitter, tweets, and so on, trends. So you could access a lot of the data and metadata on Twitter. So you could, for example, check how many tweets were involved in a trend of some sort, or you could do network analysis. So who follows who and how can you create these networks? So for example, you could check if far right accounts are followed by specific groups of people. It was like you could do research. You could actually do some investigations and research through the Twitter API. But of course, this required a lot of bandwidth. So it required a lot of server resources on Twitter's end, and that's extremely expensive. And that's the first kind of thing where Elon started saving, was to close this API access. Well, not close it, but make it so expensive that basically nobody other than really huge analytics companies can afford it. So the most expensive option for the Twitter API now costs around $2 million a year. And I would imagine that not many research or universities can afford this kind of API access. This killed all Twitter research, basically, quantitative research. It also killed any kind of troll farm analysis or bot farm analysis, or you couldn't really detect these networks anymore. It's very difficult. But my theory is that he did it because he wanted to save these server resources, which are expensive for the company, but also to make it kind of more difficult to do research on extremism, racism, this kind of phenomena that you have on the platform. Because now people are basically just guessing, okay, I see 10 death threat tweets per day, but you cannot really analyze if it's like how many there are in total because of this, because they closed the API. But yeah, Robert van der Noorda still has a kind of way to scrape Twitter or X, and he can still do analysis. So if you really want to do this, I would contact him. And we've applied for a project for EU. From EU, which would allow to do us some pretty solid research on a state of X. Hopefully that gets accepted. But yeah, it's not really related to AI as much as just the way to scrape the data. So how to go through the data on X, and currently, there are no tools to do this unless you are extremely rich and you want to give a lot of money to Elon. There's no other way to do it.
Okay, thank you. I just check the Robert van den Norda was a new name for me. Thank you for stating it. But now it's G900AP. G900AP is the Twitter handle of this guy. So I started following. Thank you for the tip. And now hopefully some dubious access will not be closed now that you mentioned this space. But the other question were the shareholders. Do you have any comment on that? Thank you.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to answer that. So I think the second, so about over 70%, I think, is owned by Elon. So basically he can make decisions on his own, which is, I mean, the most ironic thing right now is that he actually assigned the CEO position to Linda, who basically doesn't seem to do anything. She doesn't do any PR or this, like, basically it's all about Elon at the moment on X. So it was just this nomination that doesn't even matter. But yeah, then you go to the other share owners. So they come from, I think, from Saudi Arabia, and in the Arab world, X is big. Twitter/X, it's always been big, and it's always been used for kind of everyday conversations, but also they have a lot of bot and troll farms who try to change the public discourse and try to affect it, and they're basically for example, Saudi Arabia is using Twitter heavily for their propaganda. So I wouldn't be too optimistic about that. So basically it's still like, even if Elon sold his shares, they probably, most of it would go to these authoritarian regimes or monarchs in Saudi Arabia or other Arab countries, because yeah, X is very big in the Arab world, as we have seen now with the situation in the Middle East.
Okay, thank you. Keep on cooking your tasty soups. Keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Pekka, I just wonder, you mentioned, I found it interesting that you said that you think it was just a financial decision for Elon to limit that ability to find that data. Do you think it was purely just a financial decision and nothing else he considered, like, for example, restricting people's ability to know that?
Yeah, probably both. I mean, I would say that the first decisions that Elon made on the platform was just to basically save a load of money, like kick 80% of the employees, and then kind of try to save something on the server costs. So I think they closed down a very expensive server farm. I think it was in the US. But yeah, I think it's also what he has done, or his team has done, is to kind of make it very difficult to analyze your follower base, for example. So there's only a limited amount of followers you can see on your account. So for example, I have 122,000 followers, but I can maybe see 150 of the latest of them. So it used to be like you can scroll endlessly, and you can go all the way to the first follower. And the Twitter API also gave you access to these services that could show you could actually do proper analysis. Who are your biggest followers? Who are this kind of stuff. So more in-depth analytics. And this was killed completely by Elon. So I would imagine that it could be like you had two functions from these decisions. You save a load of money, but also you kind of create this fog or mask around the analytics of Twitter, so that, for example, the the exposing specific networks, it becomes very difficult unless you give a lot of money to Elon. But at the moment, I don't think anybody's doing that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, CC. Please go ahead.
Pekka, I'm so glad you're back. You're such a mensch and real supporter and digital warrior for Ukraine with all your eloquent arguments. I had 2 questions and a couple work calls that I keep trying to bat off, but I don't think that these have been asked. So number 1 would be, was there a specific point that you noticed that Elon was demoting anyone that had the word Ukraine or the Ukrainian flag? Because it used to be an effortless glide. So as you know, I do advocacy for Ukraine, calling and writing your reps in the United States and other countries. And then all of a sudden, it was like almost overnight. And I forget when exactly this happened, but it took a lot more work just to get the word spread, right? So I mean, literally like retweets and boosts and stuff like that. But yeah, just to get impressions, it was night and day. Do you know? So that's my first question. When that was or why that was?
Okay. A lot of theorizing incoming. So around when I started doing Vatnik soup in early October in 2022, I was extremely surprised of how many likes and shares or retweets back then I got for these I had 80 followers, so like 80, and I got 2,000 likes and a lot of shares or retweets for my first threads, which was a very nice. It was a nice boost, or to keep on doing the Vatnik Soup series. But then after a while, so Elon took over. I think in November he started making changes. So my theory is that there was kind of this boost for Ukraine-related content on Twitter that Elon removed. So I feel that this is just because suddenly I was getting my engagement went down 40%. So engagement on X is like you combine your shares or retweets and likes and comments, and that's like that's the total engagement, and it went down 40%. Julia Davis, who does these translations from Russian national TV, like these propagandists talking, we're gonna nuke London and so on. So she does translations, also works for the Daily Beast, a journalist. Her engagement went down 40%. Then there was a third one whose engagement also went down 40%. So there was this huge drop at some point. And around the same time, Elon tweeted something about that all topics are equal, so there are probably no like boosts or weights for any kind of specific topics. So my theory is that there was this Ukraine boosting parameter in the algorithm, but Elon removed it. And then what happened? He published the kind of the algorithm for X or for Twitter and made it open source, so anybody can go and take a look at it. It was a big topic for a while. Maybe some people remember it. And then somebody found mention in the code or in the script about Ukraine, deboosting Ukraine, but I think this was still somehow related to Twitter Spaces. So I don't know. It could have affected Mirya, for example. So maybe these Ukraine-related Twitter Spaces were somehow deboosted. I'm not sure about this, but I don't think it was related to kind of deboosting Ukrainian content in general. But yeah, my theory, which I cannot really prove, is that there was this Ukraine boosting effect in the algorithm, which Elon then removed.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Cece.
Okay, yeah, that makes total sense. Because just like I have 2 tweets in the nest, and just as an example of how hard it is to get stuff out now, besides last fall. Yes, thank you. That makes me feel like I'm not crazy that it really is for tangible reasons, but obviously he's the man behind the curtain, right? So none of us can prove that. But just the engagement that you were talking about, like on Julia's page too, it all makes sense. So the separate question would be these power walls. Do you know what the power wall? My concern is that the word concerning is always so funny when it's with Vatnik's concerning. I have a concern is that the power walls, just like when Elon shut down Starlink before, do the power walls, I mean, you still have to have an account to have them. So my fear based on precedent is that, he might shut these down on one of the coldest days, there is. Do you know if he has I don't know much about power walls. Are there any concerns out there about, and why I mean, I don't understand why people aren't using his competitors. I mean, I guess because the price point of entry is too high with the competitors. But after what he's done to Ukraine before, why aren't there more competitors? Do you know anything about A, if he can turn them off, and B, if the Ukrainian government had already signed contracts for power walls or anything about that?
So you'll have to teach me about power walls because I don't know much about that. What are they like? Somehow related to Starlink?
It's a
Or
rechargeable. Yeah, it's Tesla's rechargeable lithium-ion battery. It's like a stationary home energy storage product. So it basically stores electricity for solar self-consumption. I'm reading it off the thing. Time of use, load shifting, and backup power. So yeah, they're backup power. Yeah, no big deal if you hadn't come across it. I was just worried that they would become, the Ukrainians would start depending on yet another Tesla product, and then he could pull it out from under them. But who
So,
knows?
Cece, just quickly, are the power walls, online? There is a cellular option. They can be on Wi-Fi. You don't have to connect them up. In theory, could he shut them off if you had them connected to the internet? Yes, with an over-the-air update, he could, but you don't have to have them connected to the internet.
Awesome, thanks. Oh, damn, I had another question. I can wait in line.
Go ahead, Cece.
What is the Vatnik threshold? If you are the Speaker of the House and you have a company that's funding you, that's owned by Russian oligarchs, and you voted against Ukraine funding 6 times, and have made multiple public statements that you're against Ukraine funding, but then all of a sudden you've decided that, oh, well, maybe Ukraine funding, but then you haven't brought a bill to the floor. Are you a Vatnik?
Mike Johnson or are we talking about Mike Johnson? I would say that he's definitely up there. If you look at his voting patterns, I think you can see it's quite revealing in my view. But I guess we just have to wait for things to evolve a little bit. But I would say that definitely a lot of soup ingredients are already up there. Just have to wait for a while.
Maybe wait too long, right?
Now, let's see.
Thank you very much. Ella, you've joined us. Welcome back. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Tracy. So I hadn't heard that there were power walls in Ukraine. That's interesting. But from my perspective, I wouldn't touch anything that guy sells with a 10-foot pole any longer, because he's clearly shown where his interests are, and it's certainly not in protecting his consumers. But you know, I wanted to. The real reason I popped up is I've been thinking the last couple of days about, you know, discovering. Well, first of all, just the whole conflict with Ukraine and how it made, at least for me, and I think probably for many others who have, you know, been following this closely, it made me come to appreciate what democracy is all about. You know, watching the Ukrainians fight for their own freedom, and isn't it interesting and sort of ironic in a way that this has evolved into a situation where it's now showing us, you know, exactly what democracy should be, but maybe isn't in practice, as we watch some of the dysfunction that's happening within our own government in the U.S. I mean, and again, I think it should raise our awareness and sense of urgency that Ukraine is fighting the fight that we all ought to be fighting for, which is for freedom and democracy and the rule of law. And anything that sort of stands in the way of that, you know, really, we really ought to be working against it. So, yeah, that's what I just want to throw that out there. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything that you would like to comment here, Pekka?
Well, nothing other than yes, I've often said social media and modern technology challenge our all democratic nations, and in many ways, again, this asymmetrical warfare where the liar has kind of the upper hand. Anybody who isn't kind of restricted by the truth or obligation to tell the truth. Apologies if there is background noise. They have the upper hand. So authoritarian or totalitarian regimes that can organize troll farms and organize information operations, they have the upper hand in this. And we really have to come up with ways to fight this. I mean, it could be AI-based systems or whatever, but we have to always kind of, it's a constant battle in that sense.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're playing catch up as well. So that's another thing which doesn't help. Go ahead, Ella.
Yeah, thank you, Pekka. I have a I didn't even realize you were up when I first came up here again. But I have a question for you regarding what Musk is doing with X and his new chatbot. I have long believed, myself personally, it's just my own belief, that, you know, his initial intention for purchasing this platform way back over a year ago was not so much to make money on the platform, but to have the control and influence over politics and politicians and public opinion that he desires for his own purposes, whether it's to make money in his other endeavors, you know, influence stock market, or it's to influence public opinion and potentially control politicians and or get politicians elected or unelected, as the case may be, in order to avoid regulation. And, you know, he purchased this worldwide platform. A lot of people said, oh, he's foolish, it's not worth it. But when I looked at it, I was like, you know, he's got a huge amount of data. He's got all of the our social networks and our interactions that we've had over time. I mean, just in the data alone, this is a huge asset. And this was before ChatGPT actually got released. And now I see he is recently releasing his own version of this. And I'm wondering, are you worried, like I am, that he could unleash an army of chatbots to just sort of control the narrative out there?
Well, it's definitely a possibility. Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that Elon Musk was one of the early funders of OpenAI. That then, yeah, so OpenAI is, I think they are. So OpenAI was, they started making ChatGPT. So it was already at that point he was involved in the early stages. At some point he created.
Exactly. He knew about it before it was released, and they used Twitter as one of their training data sets.
Yeah. So he has this long history with AI for sure. And recently he's been a staunch critic of AI in general, that we need to slow down the development of it so we can create these safety guidelines, and so like we can create safe AI. But at the same time, he is developing his own AI system called Grok in the background. Basically, probably because if you don't kind of if you are behind in this development, it might be too late. But I mean, he's been a very strong critic of AI development in, I would say, the recent last 2 years. But yeah, I mean, he's still, at the same time, he's doing a lot of AI development for Tesla, for SpaceX, and now for X. So I think it's called XAI. It's his project, like AI project, the umbrella project. So about creating this kind of network of bots, I'm not sure. I don't see any implications. I don't see anything suggesting that, but I wouldn't rule it out. So to me, I mean, for me, Musk is still this kind of black box. So I don't really. It's very difficult for me to kind of make any statements if he's genuine or not. So I don't. To be honest, I don't know. But I wouldn't rule it out just yet.
Thank you very much. Yeah, in my opinion, Elon Musk is, I don't know, he's like any tyrant. He speaks about freedom, but actually puts practices in place to limit your freedoms. But that's just my personal opinion. So please don't anybody take that for fact. And LR, did you want to come back on that quickly before we go to Fuck?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Pekka, I mean, I agree with you that there's no outright evidence, but when you look at all the pieces, you know, this guy buys the platform. He knew about ChatGPT development beforehand. There's clearly no reason he didn't know that what was going on and what was possible. And then he fires everyone who could be a potential whistleblower on the platform, and he degrades the platform to the point where he's made it almost a joke that, you know, disinformation can run rampant on the platform and you can buy your little check mark. So to me, he's done everything he can to set up the conditions where if he was to decide to create a troll farm of chatbots, he could easily do that. And now even public researchers, because they're not able to access the public API any longer for a reasonable price, really have no way of monitoring it. So to me, he's done everything to set the conditions for trying to control narrative, and I believe he's gonna utilize that during this next public election in the U.S. That's my gut. I may be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but unfortunately, I see too many signs pointing in the other direction.
Thank you, LR. Pekka, did you have any comments here, or are you ready to go on to Fock?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely gonna be this. I feel like X is gonna be. There's gonna be a lot of election kind of disinformation, fake news, and information operations revolving around the presidential election in the U.S. in the next year. That's for sure. But I don't know. It's very difficult to say if there is this organized effort to affect the election from Elon. So I think at this point we all know that he's basically part of this David Sachs war room, or I don't know, maybe it's Elon Musk war room, where they promote any anti-Ukrainian presidential nominees, or whatever they're called. But basically they have this very anti-Biden, anti-NATO, anti-Ukraine group of people, which is quite concerning to be honest.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's definitely anti-Biden, and part of the rationale, at least in my mind, is he does not want to be regulated. This guy does not want to be regulated, and Biden represents a potential threat to several of his businesses, and so I think that's one of the reasons why he has gone, completely anti-Biden. And being anti-Biden means, in a way, you are anti-support for Ukraine. So, yeah, it's very troubling.
Thank you very much, everybody. And we've been joined by Bearded Brit. Welcome. But for the moment, we just go across to Fock. Thank you very much for your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I was going to go back to a comment someone made about the shares of X. So Twitter, they ceased to be a public company. So they're now a private company because Elon effectively bought all the shares. So you can't do anything on that front, as the speaker at the time was asking. What you can do is perhaps on the other companies like SpaceX or Tesla. So you could stop supporting him that way. Whereas LR is suggesting that Elon might be dangerous or something of that nature. I do agree he's some sort of tyrant, and he's got all the telltale signs of what dictators do. They preach about equality and want everybody to be nice and safe and do all these things that sound nice, like nice sound bites, but essentially they all got a very warped idea of the world, and they believe they're right all the time. They're filled with hypocrisies. For example, Elon would say, "Oh, we should all talk to people we disagree with." Yet, I'm yet to find him be on a space with people he disagrees with. So it's full of hypocrisies. Could it be dangerous? I don't think so. I think it could be a thorn on your heel. You'll be limping along, but you'll be fine, I reckon, as a society, because essentially it's one man. If it gets too much for a government, they simply just say, you know what, we've had enough of you, and they'll find things to put him down, essentially, economically, or his companies, or even restricting him from doing certain things, because national security is always going to win. No doubt about that. But is it going to be a bit of painful? Like he's going to create chaos, maybe, or dissuade people from going one side to another? I think that is possible, but essentially he's not dangerous. He's just one man, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Bidded. Please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Elon Musk, right? Somebody with a lot of money, got a loud mouth, has bought something that is effectively an echo chamber, regardless of what political spectrum you support and divide. Is he really, does he have the mass and momentum of users to significantly change people's voting habits? More likely, he's making a loud noise in an attempt to protect his own position. That is all.
Thank you very much for that. So it looks like we've cleared the hands for now. So I'm going to, Pekka, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to a question from a listener and a good friend of the space, Beefeater. And what he's asking is if you've looked at or considered at all the leak of 6,000 accounts by Twitter to the Saudis. Do you know what I'm speaking about?
No, actually. If you can clarify or provide some background on this, I'd be happy to say what I
No,
can.
it's not something I've heard of either. But what he actually says is, with apparently Prince Alawid bin Talal becoming the second largest shareholder in Twitter, and apparently this leak was allegedly the dissenters in the Saudi. The leak was reported on the 20th of December 2019. I have to confess, I have absolutely no knowledge of this whatsoever.
Okay, so maybe I can talk about the Saudis in general. So basically, what they so maybe some of you have heard about this situation with or watched the documentary about Khashoggi. What happened? So Khashoggi was a Saudi journalist, not by any means against the Saudi princess or the rulers of Saudi Arabia, but well, he did provide some critique against them, and for this he was murdered in the Saudi embassy in Turkey. And what happened after that on so-called the Arab Twitter is these troll farms completely killed the story, so that basically anybody who even mentioned the incident, they were completely bombarded by these Saudi pro-Saudi accounts. Some of them bots, some of them trolls. So this is like an indication that in Saudi Arabia and some other Arab countries, well, first, as I said before, Twitter is huge, and they use these troll farms and bot farms to control the narratives on Twitter when it comes to these countries. So, and that's probably why they also invest so heavily on X or Twitter. They've always, I mean, even before Elon, they have their share, big share of Twitter. So there's nothing new about that. So they probably consider it a very important tool that can be used to control the narrative, and I mean, yeah, so they can control the discussions that are happening online. And yeah, I mean, I would call the whole regime extremely authoritarian in a sense that they also censor the online discussions, in a way, and so on. So yeah, for them it's a tool that can help them stay in power also, which is probably why they invest so heavily in on this platform.
Oh, thank you very much for that explanation. Sorry, I confess I was completely cold to that question then. Obviously, I'm aware of the murder, but I wasn't aware of what had happened with the Saudi Twitter afterwards. So that's very interesting. Thank you. Okay, so we've cleared the hands. So for now, I'm going to ask everybody to retweet the space. If you have any questions, please come up to the panel. Now is your opportunity to make a comment or ask Pekka a question. Also, if you would like to ask a question and you don't want to come up to the speaker panel, you can message me and I will read your question out, and then Pekka can possibly answer that for you, or indeed your comment as well. So for now, Pekka, I would just say that's been a fantastic conversation. That's flowed very nicely, some excellent contributions. And at this point, I just wonder, would you like to go back over a little bit of today's Vatnik soup?
So today there was actually no Vatnik soup, but I did one previously, or like a few days ago, on Jackson Hinkle. So yeah, maybe you've heard me talk about him already, but basically, well, Jackson Hinkle, as most of you know, is the fastest growing account on X at the moment. It's one of the most viral accounts, and it's the biggest account that turned to pro-Hamas propaganda overnight after the terrorist attack of 7th of October. And basically, in this Vatnik soup, I explain or theorize that Jackson Hinkle is 100% motivated by money and not ideology, because he's ready to throw all of his convictions overnight for just kind of stay relevant and stay trendy and getting more subscribers and getting more money. But he's been going at it for some years already. Basically, what he did as he's a very young kid, so I think he's 22 or 23. So he tried to get, at a young age, he tried to get into local politics with, I would say that like this social democratic liberal angle. So like LGBT rights, and so he was supporting Bernie Sanders previously. But at some point he made like almost complete 180. He started doing a lot of this kind of Andrew Tate misogyny, kind of stuff, where he is kind of blaming anything woke, anything related to woke culture for problems in a society. And from that, he slowly moved, well, not slowly, very quickly moved on to pro-Russian narratives, like Putin is the greatest leader in the world, and so on. So it's like this very strange transformations that happened very fast. But he's always been extremely good at social media, creating social networks. He's had a very big Discord server, for example, for a long time with thousands of members, and he uses that to mobilize people for his causes and so on. But basically, he became a big account by supporting Russia or the Kremlin and against Ukraine, but then he became huge, like super viral, by supporting Hamas. So he's always looking for these trendy stuff that could grow his account, and this way he could maybe get more subscribers and make more money. And in this Vatnik soup, I made an estimate that he maybe making something like $20,000 to $30,000 on X per month. And this is based on a number that he has approximately 7,000 subscribers, and the subscription is $3 a month. And then plus something coming out from this ad revenue. So it's a Jackson Hinkle is a living proof that you can make a lot of money on Elon Musk's platform by just telling lies. All you have to do is tell lies, tell them well, kind of build a brand around you, go after the trends, and then just lie, spread disinformation, fake news, maybe some kind of grain of truth every now and then, and you'll be fine. Just you'll make a lot of money.
Yeah, it's still quite staggering, isn't it? Even though you see it, and I do wonder what is their motivation, just money, or is it, you know, some kind of addiction to the attention, or probably there's a bit of both in every aspect, and a very grey line in between. And we can, I guess, know those things, but I think it's certainly intriguing, and it makes me wonder how come it's not obvious to all those people that are following, especially with people like yourself, you know, putting out the information that you do. And then it's clearly obvious, as you say. I always find that quite staggering.
Yeah, I theorizing again, but I feel like people want to hear something that reinforces their worldview. And as I said before, the X/Twitter scene in the Arab world is huge. It's like, it's almost like the status quo of social media is that it's the most popular. Like maybe Instagram is a bit more popular, but Twitter or X is extremely popular in the Arab world, and it's used for these serious discussions and political discussions. So I'm not surprised that he's gained so many followers probably from the Arab world by spreading these pro-Hamas, anti-Israel narratives and propaganda. So it seems like he's very good at kind of browsing for these good trends and creating buzz around hashtags and so on. So I don't think we should, everybody's saying that he's an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. He's quite good at social media, but yeah, he's good at social media, and he's good at this community building and creating, well, also he's good at propaganda. And that's why he's also quite dangerous. I would say to many Western democracies, he's kind of a threat in that sense. So already at this point, he has almost 2 million. Maybe he already has 2 million followers. He can mobilize a lot of people to do stuff, protests or whatever. It could be even illegal stuff. He has a lot of potential, and it's dangerous potential. And yeah, so I'm not saying that anything should be done or could be done, but I feel like at this point he should probably maybe call the DOD and maybe register as this FARA or foreign agent, because he's basically, it seems sorry, it seems like he's almost working for a foreign entity already.
No, I certainly would agree with that, and I think this is the thing. These people, just like him, they are incredibly dangerous, and I think that's something that we all, many of us, are catching up on. Actually, realizing this. CC, please go ahead.
If I'm rubber banding, you can come back to me.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So what is the latest installment in the Elon Pekka saga? I've liked that post so many times, or hearted that post so many times. So I was just wondering if there are any updates for those that didn't know that the likes kept disappearing. Yeah, I was just wondering, it was such a phenomenon, what the latest on that was.
Still no explanation from the support of X. Still no explanation from Elon. No explanation from anybody about the disappearing likes. So for those who don't know what's happening, some people are, or many people have been reporting that if they like this thread that I did on Elon, after some time their like has disappeared, and same goes with reposts or shares or retweets, whatever they're called these days. It might be a bug because people have reported that this has happened before, but excuse me, it would be very easy to explain that it's a bug, but nobody is commenting on this, so it's just becoming this big, huge thing. So now this Elon Musk thread has almost 40 million impressions, so it has become this, I don't know, some people have liked the thread for 60 times or 70 times, and they just every day they go and do it again, but still no explanation, so I don't really have an update on that. But you can check, go to the thread about Elon Musk, Vatnik soup, like it, and then maybe check the next day if it goes away or if it stays.
How many times did you like it, CC?
Well, it's become kind of a joke amongst friends, right? It's the ultimate test and barometer. So I go there all the time because it also just makes me laugh that it disappears every time. So it's become somewhat of a symbol. So I'm a proud, dedicated subscriber, as it were, to Vatnik Soup. And if you like, Pekka's work too, give him a little love with his is it Pekka? I forget. It's either buy me a coffee or sorry, I had a call. Yeah, I forget, but give a little love. But also, it's fun. Everyone should go to that Elon post and like it and see what happens each time, because sometimes it'll last for 2 days and sometimes it'll disappear right away. So it's pretty fun to try out.
So, Pekka, maybe you haven't noticed or even considered this point, but is it just that one particular Vatnik soup involving Elon Musk that this happens to?
No, actually. No. There are some other posts. I think Vivek Ramaswamy, who is incidentally supported by Elon too. So I'm not creating a conspiracy theory here, but it's just a funny coincidence that also from this thread, people have reported their likes go missing. And I think maybe Jan Miles Chong, who's also appeared on some Twitter spaces together with Elon. But these three I know at least. So there are actually 2 threads of Elon Musk, and from both of those, the likes are disappearing. But maybe if there is somebody who has liked the threads and their like has not disappeared, maybe you can comment on this thing, or if you think it's a bug or a technical thing and you know more, it would be nice to hear.
Oh, absolutely. Or even if you've noticed that this happens with other posts that are not Vatnik soups, or that are not, I don't know, just any random post. It makes me want to look back over all of my posts and see if it's happened to any others, and maybe get some more data points on that. CC, please go ahead.
Sorry, I was losing signal there for a second, but it's just so important too, because people like Ian Miles Dong get a lot of props and eyeballs. It's so important to I went ahead and subscribed to Pekka because I think it's important that we all embolden him and lift him and his message up. So you can do both, buy me a coffee and subscribe, because it's not just, oh, I like Pekka. It's about really getting all of his messages, as many eyeballs on the timeline as humanly possible, because who knows how long this platform is going to last, and how long the Vatniks will persist on other platforms. So it really is in the toolbox of fighting Vatniks and propaganda. It truly is a crucial tool on your tool belt. It's not just because you like Pekka.
Thank you very much, CC. We very much appreciate that. Pekka, is there anything you would like to add here? And if not, did you have a particular direction you wanted to speak about that we haven't covered today yet? Or would you like to have a roundup?
No, maybe about this. So basically you can, if you want, you can subscribe to my, well, I don't know what it's even called. Like you can subscribe to some of my posts on X. It's $1. I wanted to put it to the minimum so that anybody who wants to do it can. It shouldn't be anything too expensive. What I basically try to do is I sometimes ask people who they would like to be featured on Vatnik Soup, and then I kind of prioritize those who are subscribed. I will definitely try to be more active in that sense, but so recently most of my efforts have gone to making the video production a possibility again. We've been building the studio and buying new equipment and this kind of stuff, and writing new scripts. So we're gonna do a very long series on Elon Musk and his X. But we're also gonna do, so I think this is gonna be extremely interesting. We're gonna do a lot long video series on deep fakes. We're gonna demonstrate how they can be used these days already, because most people don't understand or realize how powerful tools these actually are. So AI can be used for, most of you know, for many things. I think probably Midjourney is the best, or ChatGPT. Those are probably the two best known examples. But what's also extremely powerful already is the creation of speech and audio. And recently in Slovakian election, they used a deep fake audio to kind of throw the election to this pro-Kremlin social democrat leftist party, but they released this fake audio phone conversation few days before the main voting day. So of course it's very difficult to say how much it affected the actual election, and a lot of people said that it didn't, but still it's something that will happen more and more. And now that the election in the United States is coming closer, we will definitely see a lot of these deep fake creations coming from different I would say different factions or organizations or countries. So I would imagine that we will see a lot of pro-Trump deepfakes, but also a lot of deepfake material related to Biden. So to those who don't know what a deepfake is basically, usually it refers to video, AI generated video that can be extremely convincing, very realistic, and it kind of you can create events that didn't really happen. So you can make, for example, deep fake video of Joe Biden saying something that he would never say, we've already seen some ridiculous deep AI generated images of Trump doing something ridiculous. I don't know, being this huge golden statue, or wearing a military uniform, even though he never went to the military or army. So these deepfakes will be a big part of any kind of election interference, and also, like, in general, they will be used for elections. So we're gonna always have to be very cautious and very awake about what's coming, and yeah, so I would say that audio is coming very soon. Deepfake audio, we will see them in this election, and maybe in 2-3 years we will start seeing very convincing deepfake videos too.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's something we're all going to have to consider, and it's quite scary, I think. I mean, I would use an example in my personal experience. I nearly got caught out with a deep fake a couple of months ago now, I think, maybe slightly more. It was after something was happening in the US, and it was one of the defense ministers, and it was completely fake. And it was thanks to somebody here actually at MriyaReport that caught that for me and pointed that out for me. One of the wonderful things that we all do here is have each other to check information and support each other in fact checking and that type of thing. So, but Cece, you popped your hand up quite quickly there. So do you have something to comment? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw that Ian Miles Dong has more than 7 times the followers of Pekka, and this is a damn shame and absolutely ridiculous. So if we can all DM 5 friends we know and make sure that they follow Pekka, let's make it a game. Let's gamify it, right? Because it's so important to get his numbers up to fight these Vatniks. Ian Miles Dong is a famous Vatnik. There is in fact a Vatnik soup on Ian Miles Dong. So if we can get Pekka's numbers up, it'll really help fight Vatniks everywhere, and especially the Donger. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Cece. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, if you haven't already, you should be sharing Pekka and the very wonderful information that he gives to everybody. So please do that. It's a wonderful resource, and especially for people that are maybe not quite sure about information, or are in doubt. Pekka explains things in such a wonderful way that even the very complicated Vatnik soups that you must have to do, Pekka, they become so much more easy to understand. In fact, I wonder sometimes how long do these things take you in terms of research, because some of them are very long and very detailed indeed.
It depends. Some of them take just maybe 2 days, 3 days, but others, I mean, Elon Musk, it took me maybe 3 months. So I really wanted to get it right, because so I kind of broke a promise with that. So I said that I would stop after 200 Vatnik soups and start doing something else after that, but I just couldn't. There were just so many, like they're popping up like mushrooms, like just always these new big accounts coming up that go, I don't know, maybe sometimes they go viral, and sometimes they grow. The growth seems unorganic, so I feel like it's such a big network, or the Vatnik sphere. It's so big that well, I'm literally obsessed, so I cannot stop. I love this work that I do. I know that it also puts me in a kind of a danger, but I still love doing it, and I will do it as long as it's considered useful, and if it helps Ukraine to fight the information war, I will keep on doing it.
Yeah, I mean, we hope that you keep doing it too, but obviously your health has to come first. But absolutely, I can understand what you mean, how they keep popping up like mushrooms everywhere. I mean, how do you decide where to go next? Or do you just pick what you think is most prominent or most important that you bring to people's attention?
I sometimes kind of look for people who are becoming more popular. So, for example, who are often promoted by the Twitter algorithm, who often pop up on my feed, or people share their posts, or like timely. So, for example, Vivek Ramaswamy was very timely at the time I published that soup, and it's actually it's one of the most popular soups I've done. But yeah, then I also have these like old drafts. I sometimes open and look. Okay, I could finish this. Just go through the evidence that has popped up since I started writing it and kind of finalize it. So it's a very chaotic process, to be honest, and I think I want to keep it that way because then I'm not too much tied to the whole process. So whenever I feel like doing a Vatnik soup or have the time to do a Vatnik soup, I will do it. But still, there's no like schedule, so I'm not obligated to do them because otherwise, if it feels forced, then it's just bad soup.
Yes, that makes absolute sense to me. I think that's a good process to have for sure. So coming back to the Elon Musk one, and you say it took so long, I mean, that's a very long time. I understand there's a lot of information to gather, and it's important that you consider all of those aspects, but it must have been exhausting. And I wonder, is there anything that you would like to bring to listeners' attention regarding that hasn't been mentioned yet? Any information from that tweet or that thread?
So maybe I still feel like the most interesting aspect about Elon Musk is that it's very difficult to find any criticism of either Russia or China coming from him. If you can find something, I would love to see it, but I haven't seen any tweets or posts where he criticizes either of these countries or their governments or their leaders or whoever, like whatever is related to them. And the same goes for David Sachs. I haven't seen any criticism of Russia or the Kremlin coming from him. And also, I would say, yeah, the same thing for Vivek Ramaswamy in that sense. But yeah, it's kind of strange because why wouldn't you criticize an authoritarian country where basically all elections are decided beforehand and it's just a fully corrupt country like Russia? So why are they afraid of criticizing, or are they too closely related to these countries and these regimes with their businesses? So I mean, I would say that the main message from both of my Elon Musk Vatnik soups was that the raw materials that come from Russia and China, all of Elon's companies need those. So they need the aluminium, they need the tungsten, they need a lot of cobalt, they need all this stuff, and a lot of them come from Russia and China also. So I don't know, it's just without any actual data, it's just theorizing, but there needs to be some connection. I just feel like there needs to be some connection here.
No, I absolutely agree with you. There needs to be some connection. And I ponder this question quite often, actually, which is why I asked you earlier on about what your thoughts were regarding, had he made a financial choice only, or did he have other considerations, ethical considerations, compromise, all these types of things. And, you're right, we're just theorizing, really. It's hard to know without the data, but it's certainly curious and intriguing. And like you say, there's definitely a connection. And interestingly, as you mentioned, all those natural resources, I believe there's also lots of deposits of those types of things in parts of Ukraine that Russia is trying to, and indeed parts of some that they already control in temporary occupied territories. Again, is it just a coincidence? I don't want to go down the conspiracy route, but I think sometimes it's hard not to when these things focus and come into focus. What do you think about that, Pekka?
Yeah, I mean, I think most people agree when you say that Elon is more motivated by money than kind of, I don't know, than kind of this free speech absolutism. I would say that most people agree that it's actually bullshit, that when he talks about this, that free speech absolutism is the most important thing, because we already know that there's a lot of censorship on X. And we already, if you try to use search term Pallywood, so Pallywood refers to propaganda and disinformation produced by Hamas or pro-Hamas groups. If you try using that search term on X, you will get no results, even though people use it. If you use the hashtag Bollywood or try to use just with the search term, you get nothing. And it's the only search term I know that is fully censored. So there is censorship on X for sure. And I don't think it really applies to this free speech absolutism. And also, Elon has utilized more censorship when it comes to elections than the previous owners of Twitter. That's something that really doesn't come up that often. But for example, Turkish election, Indian election, some stuff related to Saudi Arabia, these have been censored by, it's of course it's unknown if it's done in by Musk himself or some people working for X, but there is still quite a lot of censorship on X that is not being discussed anywhere, and it like directly conflicts with this Elon's idea of free speech absolutism.
Thank you. That's very important to emphasize and highlight. Glinton, welcome. Please go ahead. Do you have a question or comment for Pekka?
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize my name. It's Gin Tonics too. Thanks, Tracy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I read it all as one word. I
Gin
apologize.
Tonic will be
Please
fine.
go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you. Thanks for your work and you, Pekka, for being here. Sorry, it's a bit of an aside to your current topic. I just sort of, every time I see something which perturbs me, I sort of rush to this space to see if I can get some clarity on it. And I saw Baroness Varsi being interviewed, and she quoted that more children have died in Gaza at the hands of Israel in 1 month than children killed by the illegal invasion of Russian invasion of Ukraine in nearly 2 years. And to me, that just didn't sound right. And I don't know whether you've already covered it, but I'd be grateful for some clarity. Thank you.
Absolutely, 100%. It's completely taken out of context because the figures that have been used to make that calculation are the UN's figures, and the UN admit themselves that that figure is absolutely incorrect because it's only that's only a figure that they can absolutely 100% verify, and so obviously that's a limited number, and they even admit that the number is a great deal higher. So what's happened there is that they've basically taken one number and mixed it up with a completely different number that makes no sense, and so it's a case of 2 and 2 makes 5, if that makes sense. So in other words, yes, it's absolutely incorrect because the UN admit themselves that that figure is definitely incorrect. They cannot assess and verify 100% the deaths that they know have taken place in Ukraine. And of course, we all even just one word comes to mind, Mariupol for start. So does that help, Gin and Tonics?
Yes, that does help. But I was wondering whether there is anywhere that information could be, copy a link and share it back to where I heard this misinformation, because I was watching a professor on YouTube, and he's a genuine guy, and he makes very good videos about world affairs. But on this one occasion, I just wanted to drop a link into the comments to say, please check your information, because I was horrified that he was repeating that. Is there anywhere, do you know of?
I can help you out with that. I'll be able to give you some links to government Ukraine websites and links where it references quite clearly that the UN even state themselves that that figure is not accurate and cannot be worked with. So I'll be happy to do that. But it is actually a good example of disinformation and the ways things work. So you're not really far away from this segment at all. And I just wonder, Pekka, if you have any comments that you would like to enter here. Do you know what I'm talking about when we talk about this number that's been
Yes.
incorrectly
Okay.
used?
Yeah. So a little bit about this. So first of all, yeah, we don't have the exact numbers from Ukraine. It's very difficult because a lot of these areas are still controlled by the Russians, and it's impossible to go and actually kind of count, for example, the civilian deaths. And also, we shouldn't forget that the Kremlin has said, they themselves have said that over 700,000 children have been moved, abducted, kidnapped to Russia, where they are then kind of forced to go through this assimilation process of like you have to learn the Russian culture, and they will probably be taught things that are quite anti-Ukraine, and this alone fills the definition of genocide that's happening in Ukraine. And yeah, the next thing I want to say that this shouldn't be a competition. We have two different conflicts in a very different kind of area. So one of them is very densely populated area. There's going to be probably a lot more deaths, civilian deaths also, and they are for example, the Hamas troops are among the civilians, so there will be casualties, especially when IDF is being extremely aggressive in their retaliation. But yeah, it shouldn't be a competition. I mean, people are suffering both in Ukraine and both in the Middle East, and we should why should we compare these things with each other? But yeah, I mean, these Russian-controlled areas, we don't know the numbers. It's probably much higher. The number of casualties, and then again, this number 10,000. I think they said that it's over 10,000 now. It comes from kind of well, it's Hamas controlled. I don't know if it's health ministry or something, but it's fully controlled by Hamas. So can we trust this number? Let's take an example. So there was this so-called hospital bombing. Hamas accused IDF, so Israeli forces, for bombing a hospital, which turned out to be actually, and they said that 500 people died, which turned out to be actually a parking lot that they bombed, and it was evidently it came from well, it's still not like solid. There's no solid evidence, but either a misfired missile coming from the Hamas side, or something that missile that was intercepted. But anyway, this missile actually, or whatever it was, it exploded in the parking lot, not in a hospital, and these deaths were never like confirmed. So this is how these numbers are come up. So they claim that okay, IDF bombed a hospital, but there is no evidence of that. They don't really show, and they also recycle a lot of old material coming from Syria from 2013, 2014. So it's very difficult to trust these numbers. I'm not saying that civilians are not dying in this Gaza area or in the West Bank, but the numbers shouldn't be trusted. That's my view.
Thank you very much, Pekka. All very important, extremely important points. And Jacob, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. I just had like a comment, and I guess get your opinion on it. But a common thing I've always I hear from, I guess, like the anti-Ukraine right, or at least like people that I engage with they're always like, oh, we just want peace and we want the war to be over with, and like that's why they want to like cut funding from Ukraine. And like I was on a space where, and I was arguing with someone, and he was saying like, Speaker Mike Johnson, he was like saying he's fine. He's the guy that's going to bring peace to Ukraine by preventing further aid to there. And it just seems like such like a bizarre argument. And I bring this up to him. It sounds like appeasement, like that we experienced was wrong in World War II, that just giving them what they want, or like the aggressor, is just going to create further problems down the line. And it seems to be a favorite line of like the Musk and Sachs group of the world, that like, oh, we just want peace, and like, and but for some reason bringing peace means forcing the lesser power, I guess, the person, the defender, forcing them to surrender. It's a very like bizarre argument. I never like really fully understand the logic behind there. I mean, there probably isn't much, but I'm just like very surprised that this is like that's like a common theme I hear among like people that are like anti-aid to Ukraine.
You know, my argument to those people is I think of what President Zelensky said, was it just yesterday or the day before? And I'm not going to swear here, although I think it's quite appropriate, when he said, we are not ready to give up our freedom to that bleeping terrorist. And I think that really says it all as far as I'm concerned. I would put it to them like that, maybe. You know, are you ready to give up peace, give up your peace and your freedom to Mexico, for example, or to any other state or country or that wants to take over your border? And as you said yourself, appeasement doesn't work, because even if they were to do that and give up their freedom, then Putin and Russia is just going to want the freedom of the next country that's next to them. And the same with all the rest of the dictators and the tyrants. They're not going to stop. It's like blackmail. You don't give in to a blackmailer, because they're just going to come back for, you know, the next amount, or and keep going until there's nothing left. So do you want to come back on that, Jacob? And sorry, Pekka, I kind of interrupted there. Did you want to comment at all?
Oh yeah, and just like one last thing, another like common thing I always hear is like, oh, Ukrainians don't want to fight. They're being like taken off the stream, being forcibly conscripted into the army, and so like, you know, that they're like somehow doing a favor for Ukrainians by turning off the aid, which is a flagrant lie. And every time I've heard someone say that to me when I engage with these type of people, I'm like, well, where are you getting that from? Where are the mass mutinies of Ukrainian soldiers if there's such low morale of Ukrainian soldiers and they don't want to be there? So that was the last thing I want to say.
I tell them to talk to Ukrainians, because that.
Excuse me, can we use the hands policy, please? Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. One example that I use in those cases is when they've had recent voluntary recruitment in various different special forces, in the National Guard, in the police, in all sorts of different aspects. And to the person that interrupted, you are quite correct. Speak to Ukrainians. So I do appreciate your comment. Thank you. But we did have some hands. So Pekka, did you have something you would like to comment here? I very rudely interrupted there.
Yeah, so I can take one more question after this. Then unfortunately I have to go. But so yes, the anti-war sentiment or movement, it's quite a lot of it was created by Russia after they annexed or kind of joined these 4 Ukrainian oblasts to Russia. So they said that Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk, and Kherson are now part of Russia. And that's when they started building this kind of anti-war sentiment, and there's even proof of that. So there's a Washington Post article which kind of states that, for example, they talked with politicians. The Kremlin, some people in the Kremlin talked with German politicians from the far left and from the far right, and they organized these big protests in Germany around like throughout Germany. Around 40,000 people came up to these protests, and the organization, they were organized in the Kremlin initially. And around the same time, in February, last February, there was also this Rage Against the War Machine rally in Washington, D.C. So it seems like it's very organized thing. And another thing, I actually wrote a Vatnik soup on this peace negotiation stuff. If you're interested, go and read it, vatniksoup.com. But also, Russia doesn't want peace. They've declined all negotiations for a long time, since basically after the talk about the offensive started, probably around March. They've been talking that they are not ready for negotiations. So it's only the only reason why they're doing this is they try to stop the military aid to Ukraine. So yeah, it's another Kremlin plan that has nothing to do with peace. And yeah, we get peace when Russia gets out of Ukraine, and we have the 1991 borders. That's peace, I would say.
Thank you,
for your
Pekka.
thoughts.
Sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
Oh, I was just saying thank you. I was just saying thank you for his thoughts on that.
Thank you, Pekka. Yes, that's a very important point. And CC, thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
The thing that really galls me here is that your Vatnik soups, both the YouTube, which everyone should check out, and Twitter, are so evidence-based and heavily researched. They're so great. So the thing that really galls me about this, I just can't get over it, is that the amount of eyeballs that are hearing the opposite about, Ukrainians dying, Ukrainians deserve to die, et cetera, all the Vatnik talking points. And the fact, and so there's a tweet in the nest. I'm officially starting a campaign to get Pekka more subscribers and more followers than Ian Miles Dong or any of the other Vatniks, because it really is about hearts and minds and eyeballs, right? And so if you have all of this thoroughly researched points, empirical points, and yet you don't have the eyeballs on them, you don't have the YouTube hits on them, so that all this information goes out into the world, it doesn't matter how beautifully your argument is put forward if you don't have enough people. It's Vatniks have the numbers, right? So if anyone here knows accounts who are really big, if you don't mind DMing them to also get the word out about Pekka's arguments. I don't know Pekka, so this is not about him personally. This is about Pekka's word, which I do know, because you've done so many great soups and they're so well researched. So I think if we all pull together and email or in real life, if we know people with big accounts, and just let them know, because we need this information to actually get to people. And I am going to follow my own advice and follow you on YouTube, which I'm an idiot, because even though I love your videos, I just forgot to subscribe and smash the button or whatever you're supposed to do on YouTube. So yeah, please just get the word out on all the social medias for people to go there, so that all of this beautiful info can get into people's craniums and the tweets in the nest.
Thank you, CC. Well, I'm sorry, Pekka, go ahead.
Yeah, go on, Tracy. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I apologize. I just didn't. I wasn't sure you wanted to say something, so I was just thanking CC very much for that, and just to say that we are having a co-host change shortly, so I'll do that silently. And welcome to the new co-host, and thank you so much, Pekka, for being with us today. It's been wonderful again, and please go ahead with your final words. Thank you.
Well, yeah, just want to thank you for everybody for another great segment. It's been really fun. I always enjoy talking about X and Elon Musk. For some reason, go read the thread on Elon Musk and maybe like it if it's good, and then check if your like disappears after a few days. Hopefully one day we can kind of reveal the mystery behind the disappearing likes. Yeah, I'll be here again on Friday. So from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. Kyiv time. So if you want to have a chat, come and have a chat, or listen to me ramble about disinformation, social media, the Kremlin, whatever. Yeah, please join me. It's been great. So thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much, Pekka. So, and again, thank you again to everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and do a swap now. So welcome, James and Axel. Good evening to you both. And I shall move my bottom. Goodbye.
Thank you, Tracy, for a wonderful segment. Welcome, James. Welcome, Axel. How are we doing tonight? And thank you, Pekka, of course.
Very well. Thank you very much, Em and Tracy, and thanks for the great show. And Pekka, Kitos, yet again, like ships sailing past each other in the night.
Hello, Em. Good to see you. I saw you in another space, so I listened in. Very interesting. Very different from this space. So I was good to see you. And yeah, ships passing in the night. See ya, and take care.
Thou shalt not have other spaces than MriyaReport.
MriyaReport is the civilized world of Twitter spaces. We go to the other Twitter spaces to just have fun or carry out Reiki missions, etc., etc.
I know, I get it. Very good. So M is our scout sniper going out on Reiki and making sure that the barbaric outside world doesn't, get completely out of hand.
It's out of hand already. We're fucked.
We're fucked?
Yeah, given everything that's going on right now,
yeah,
it's going a little bit cuckoo.
Yeah, I'm not pessimistic at all. On the contrary, as you know, I tend to think in solutions. I tend to think in, and if necessary, carpet bombing the enemy. But typically, we can just simply fight the enemy and do well.
And with that said, I will wish everyone a good night, and I'll leave you in the good hands of Axel and James. Good night.
The old sclerotic, rheumatic, dithering hands of James and Axel.
Yes, indeed. It's us. It's us. But I see no co-hosts at the moment. Axel, are you taking care of that?
I have no idea why you don't see these things. Maybe it's not just the old sclerotic hands, it's also that you have a temporary old school blindness, accelerated age.
But I don't see what I don't want to see, so it's easy.
Never look at the screen, mate.
No, I'm in. I feel like I'm in now. Oh, you're in too. Host shift complete. All's good. And by the way, Axel, I hate to correct your Bible, but it's thou shalt have no space before me.
Yeah, this before me, that's the problem with the King James Bible. It just mars the real sense of the world. Other than me is if I'm not quite mistaken, is what it says in Latin.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But I'm sorry to dip into false religions like that. But yes, I was.
You can always, what is it? I mean, you can always go and to the Marriott where our friend Yehuda never stays and check whether on the right-hand side of the bed the Gideons have done their job,
Yeah, well, that's not the first thing I check in the hotel room. But
come on,
No,
please
really,
tell people that you go for the Gideons, say package rather than the minibar.
I like the Gideon's Bible line in that song by the Beatles. And otherwise, it's a fine Bible. I'm sure it's a good Bible. It's usually hardcover. That's a good thing. It doesn't fall apart easily. It's usually clean and unused as well. So if I ever did want to use it, I feel pretty safe about using it. Physically safe. Yeah, but Gideon's Bible is usually I'm looking to see if everything's clean first. Otherwise, That's hotel room concerns. You know, you go to a good place, you expect a good room, but it's nice to check, verify.
All right, we're not going to make this a religious litmus test here on the space. You can come from all walks of life. You can be part of the Mesopotamian book club or not, and you will still be able to reason here, because this is a space guided by the Enlightenment. Rationality, reason, and humanity matter to us a great deal.
They do. They do. You know, a good question to ask when somebody comes in here is like, do you believe that people should be killed for their religious beliefs? I think that would be a good test. You know, just saying.
So, what was the motto of Hamas?
Well, I don't know the motto. I understand the charter. I saw a copy of it in English, and it did refer to something pretty vile about clearing out the whole place of Israelis, Jews.
Should we take them and Putin literally? And of course, you know, the Shia-infested Persian government.
Well, I don't take Putin at his word. I think this is just another crack
don't?
to get starts. No,
You don't?
He
says
not
he
in
wants
this,
Ukraine.
not on this
He says he
regard.
wants
Not in this
Estonia.
regard.
You don't?
No, not in this regard. I think that he's manipulating the religious beliefs of others. I believe in belief. In other words, if somebody says they believe something, then I believe them about that, you know, and I believe that they will act out that way. What Putin believes and why he's in this game, and you know, having little fake stuff at his airport in where was that, Dagestan or wherever. You know, that's something else. That's the manipulative part. Every conspiracy has two groups: the ones running it who know, and the ones who are taken in by it. And I think there's more of that taken in by in Hamas and Palestine than in Moscow.
Well, of course, one group is a little bit more proficient in infiltration, disinformation, and suppression, being the Russians, and the other is a little bit more, you know, ham-fisted in their approach and atrocious. But both of them have one thing in common, and that is that they are essentially pre-medieval, they are pre-Enlightenment, they are actually pre-Roman law. And that's the whole point. Everything the free societies, maritime democracies, as our friend Dr. Parry, Rear Admiral Parry, has highlighted here, as well as have others. Everything we stand for, they want to deny. Think about that. Everything we stand for, they want to deny and destroy. That should give us pause, should give us strength, and that should incite and induce significant resolve in the West to aid and guide our children to learn how to defend freedom, because freedom, when lost, is very, very hard to attain again.
Yes, it is. I am concerned about that here at home, and I'm concerned about it in Ukraine and in Israel. So I'm all for the big deterrence. I was happy to see, and this is a missile comment just to get us in the mood, that the U.S. ordered 1,000 new top-tier missiles, let's call them nukes. They're cruise missiles, it looks like, and 1,000 of them, and that's not coming until 2030. But that's your deterrence there. That's the big umbrella over all the other umbrellas that we've got. And
yeah, but it's a missile program they failed to actually upgrade since Obama came into office, and that's the whole point, and that's a problem. And I'm sorry that this has been, repeated administrations have failed in that regard. That's the whole point. It's bipartisan failure, starting with Obama, and you really need to look hard at your politicians on the hard right and the hard left, meaning Obama as hard left and the hard right now, and think that they really failed on foreign policy and deterrence.
Well, you know, Obama did order and he didn't order. He worked with Congress to upgrade the nuclear weapons because you know they need that kind of thing. And then in this sense, are you saying
Belatedly,
that
about
this
3.5 years, 2 years, heavy duty resistance, horse trading, and the like. So no, he didn't. That's just bullshit. So let's not overly praise someone who definitely was anti-military, anti-deterrence, and who failed on foreign policy. That's just
Agreed.
bad.
Okay, so are you saying about this current missile that it's not up to the task? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's too late. It's something which should have. It's good that it's done. It's like in any kind of game. Something comes good and you do it. Bang, put it there. Put it in stock. Great. Better done than none. But it's too late. It should have been done earlier. The proposals were there for many years. Since 2012, significant effort has been put into this to get administrations, all of them, Democrat and Republican, different sets of Congress, different sets of Senate setups, to get to the point that significantly more investment has to be put into a different force posture. We've had the discussion about the US Navy needing significantly more ships, then different horse tradings and different kind of, vying efforts by different groups, left, right, center, simply over, how should we say, overlaid the issue. And it could have been solved differently, but that's the thing. We are not working on the premise that we have to win. That's what we need to change. We need to see the world as it is. The world the world itself is not stable. The world itself is not safe. The free world needs defense and it needs deterrence. And from time to time, it needs to be victorious and defeat its enemies. Russia, the axis of evil induced by it, is the enemy. Defeat Russia, take it off the board as a power to induce, infiltrate, impair, and by means of its efforts in terms of disinformation, stir up trouble, seed chaos, and help regimes such as Iran and China spread their own versions of authoritarianism, religious or communist otherwise. Hey, if you don't defeat the enemy, you're worth nothing for freedom. So let's make sure that we get people into the next administration who defend freedom. I couldn't care less which party they're of. I really couldn't care less. But please, let's have people in the administration, in the Senate, and the US Congress all over who can do that. Please. Because if you don't do it over there, my friends, Europe won't do it by itself.
Well, I would say that the move by Trump to call on Europe to increase, funding.
He's not gonna be a candidate anyway.
Well, no, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that he really started the ball rolling with that plea from this side of the ocean to that side of the ocean.
But it's not him.
And it was
his military advisors. It was many people in the DOD who had advised before prior governments to do so. It's a legacy of Condoleezza Rice, by the way, if I may say so, and people hate her for many reasons, and I don't care, but it's a legacy of Condoleezza Rice highlighting that France, Germany, and NATO, all in total, failed in their approach of deterring Russia. That they compromised, that they were lukewarm, that they were incapable of driving for a solution. You're absolutely right. This is something that has transcended time, and it's whereas the administration led by then President Trump did make these statements, and he actually picked up on this because the guy is smart. He's smart enough to piggyback on issues which make sense. That's why he wins votes, don't forget. He's smart enough. That does not mean that the issue is wrong. Just because someone who you wouldn't invite for dinner, who you wouldn't introduce to your mother,
or my daughter,
or your daughter, you know what I mean, right? Just because he is not necessarily the best person in the world to have around with, doesn't mean that the issue itself is wrong. Pushing NATO, pushing Western European nations at a point in time was overdue. The previous administration under Obama failed to do so. The last Bush administration didn't have the power anymore to do so. It's good that it has happened, but it is an unintended consequence. That's the worst part of it.
Well, I feel like that ship is turning. A big old ocean liner like the U.S. takes a while, but I think it is, and I'd say early better than late, and late better than never. But I do appreciate that sentiment, and I'm glad that we have many other layers of defense that are not yet obsolete, and so I'm hoping that everybody realizes that deterrence is in fact cheaper than war. And if you're unclear, ask Zelensky. But other than, go ahead. Other than that,
James, we have hands up. We have Ukraine. We have Cici. I don't know who was first. Cici, do you want to? Please, Cici, don't do me a favor. Do not defend Obama's failed foreign policy when it comes to Russia.
No, I'm going to do quite the opposite, because whenever we talk about domestic politics and the past is not relevant to Ukraine, we invariably alienate half of our audience. So I'm definitely not going to speak to that. So what I'm going to do is to ask, right now, Ukraine is in a very difficult position. There's a lot of people dying. I had a Ukrainian just last night who was wanting to commit suicide because she felt the lack of support in the papers. And so I want to know who is responsible right now, today, that we can approach and actually be active to get this woman and all of her national compatriots the help they need before they're all violently and slowly murdered. That's where we should focus. That's my question, is who is it that brings this to a vote? And who is it that can pressure this person to unlock the $60 billion that all the other countries are now writing the US government? Like, what are you doing? Why hasn't this been brought to a vote? Why is this now controversial? Why is this pendant upon offsets? That's where we should be. Who is that?
It's very straightforward and simple, Cici, and you know the answer. This is all vested in one regard, in one person. The president can make the deal. The president knows what deal to make.
No, the person who can bring it to a vote. Who is that?
The person who can bring what to a vote? The deal in itself?
$60 billion.
I think what you will see is that this is not the relevant answer, and it's not the relevant topic. You know exactly what this is driving. This will go through conference committee, right? We're in agreement, right?
I'm giving you a softball. Who is the Speaker of the House that can bring this to the floor for a vote for Ukrainians?
The Speaker, I don't care about the Speaker of the House at all, because he's not relevant for the decision. The decision will be in the conference committee where he sits. The decision will be advised for national security purposes by the Gang of Eight, of which he is now one.
Correct, so not the president. So who should we reach out to? That is my question.
I think the whole Gang of Eight and everybody who we believe will be part of the conference committee from both the Senate and the House. That's the whole load of people. That's going to be about, conference committee will, last time, what, about a double dozen of people? Those people you have to focus on. In the Senate, it's not a problem, because you already have the vote, right? You have the people, bipartisan, who want to vote for this. And in the House,
Correct.
you just have to find them. You have to find the right kind of people. You probably should. We should probably talk to Cornyn, because he knows his guys in Texas and the likes.
I talk to Cornyn's chief of staff regularly. I'm saying in addition.
That's what I'm saying. I know that you do all these things. So if you talk to his chief of staff, he can advise you exactly who he believes will be on the side of the House of Representatives now when they go into conference committee. If there's anyone who knows this shit, it's him.
Right. But so that's doable, and the emails are already out about that and swirling around. But I'm saying, like, as far as public knowledge and what we know right now, who can we reach out to right now who have power on the Republican side to do indeed what they said they were going to do, which is that they had control over the Speaker of the House and there was nothing to worry about. Who are these influential people in the Republican Party that can indeed rein in the Speaker to give Ukraine what they are due?
Kevin Hearn.
The House Foreign Relations Committee.
Kevin Hearn, the chair
McCall
of the
McCall
RSC.
is the. Sorry.
Kevin Hearn, the chair of the RSC.
There you go. And McCall, who's the head of the Foreign Conference, or pardon me, Foreign Relations Committee. That's a good one. Of course, Mike Johnson himself, since he's the speaker and does let bills on the floor. So them all. But I want to say, I see John Spencer here in the speaker position, and so I'd say welcome to you, sir.
I cycled him
you're
up
well.
when he was putting his head up.
Hello. Hi, Axel. I just
Hi
missed
there.
him. Sorry, I missed him. I didn't want to interrupt
He will be
CC.
sitting. He will be sitting somewhere in a pyramid and sulking now.
Right.
So how was meeting with Budanov and our chaps?
Very interesting, that's for sure. Can you hear me? Hold up, I just switched to headphones.
No, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. But that was a good setup, you know. A reasonably decent and well in the know American with you there and Mr. Budanov. So
Yes.
that was a good committee, was it not?
It was a great, opportunity as a researcher to get primary source of both the Battle of Kyiv and the Battle of Mariupol. I mean, you can't, as a researcher, hope for anything other than straight from the source of the decision, people who made big decisions at key moments of the war that's still going on while the war. The guy's kind of busy, so I really appreciated one to even get to see where he does the things that he does and the uniqueness to that place and his office and the building, but also to be able to ask them just straight out questions of myth, fact, the complexity of war. It was, I mean, just you couldn't ask for anything better. And I've been severely lucky to get that meeting as a researcher. It's not as good as walking the ground in Mariupol, but that's still to come. But he played a giant role in the helicopter reinforcements, the 6 different chocks of 16 helicopters that flew in. Right after I met last night with one of the volunteers, just said send me, and volunteered for one of those helicopter flights. And tomorrow I'll talk to one of the pilots. I'm really piecing together many moments of the overall battle that then become the briefing, as you've seen in my Battle of Kyiv. The moments become the overall briefing, so I can tell the story. And I actually met with Katerina, Denise's wife again, and with the struggle of how many, really there's been no release of Azovstal or Mariupol defenders from Russian captivity since almost a year ago. Right? There hasn't been a single release, so no exchanges, no nothing. So that's a underlying, when you're researching something that's so visceral, so real in the moment, it's really hard.
That's a very, very important part of the picture. I obviously by now, well, we know each other. So I sit here and I get goosebumps in the moment when you talk about the helicopter supply missions going into Mariupol. Let's go back to this. Mariupol is encircled. The troops at that point in time when the first missions come, if I'm not quite mistaken, are still spread out. There's still the police in one part of the city. The others are already in Azovstal. And the supply missions come in. These are essentially one-way tickets. These are missions which we haven't seen since Vietnam, or maybe since the flights into Chosin Reservoir. This is an insane task. You know that if you're flying in there with this helicopter, if you land and you get back out, that's already highly unlikely. But if you go with that helicopter to actually resupply and even stay there, you will be at risk of being captured, being destroyed during the siege. These people are taking a completely different, I mean, they are out of a completely different metal than what others typically in the West believe military men and women should be, right? Can you talk?
No, yeah, 100%. I mean, and that was why sometimes I don't know who I'm going to interview, but to get a chance to get into basically the psychology of a guy, and look, that's not the experience that I had, to where you're not with a unit that's responding to war. There's a call out actually through a very select Telegram channel saying, look, this is the situation. We're looking for volunteers who are willing to fly in to besieged Mariupol on a one-way ticket. And one of the guys I talked to wasn't a special forces guy. He was just an infantry guy who had done some military service, and he made that call. He answered the call, went to a random location, was flown to different parts of the country, was kitted out, and then went in on one of these sorties. So the psychology and the makeup of the men and women who would answer this call of like, look, I mean, it's really, and why I really want to write that story. Like it's, like we have our own stories of this, right? We have the Alamo and Chamberlain at Little Round Top, and where great people make great sacrifices in the moment, right? But this is a guy in a group of men and women who, not only is Mariupol surrounded at this point, right? There's no chance of resupply. But Budanov creates, and then tests the theory of, is it possible? So he finds these helicopter pilots who have to be a little bit crazy, who fly, at a crazy speed, at a crazy nap of the earth distance. And tomorrow I'll interview one of the pilots, but to where they're actually touching the water of the Azov Sea on their final approach, trying to stay below radar of air defense. It's just insane. But for me, as an old infantryman, right, and Axel knows this, to talk to a guy who, like, look, I got this message saying looking for volunteers. I'm like, did you know it was a one-way ticket? And he's like, of course I did. Like, and you're not special forces, nothing like that. No, I'm just an infantryman. Like, and you voluntarily flew in, and literally flew in. Of course, it was in the hours of darkness. Got off the helicopter. Basically told to rest for 2 hours, and then before day broke, they're in full giant firefight with the Russians, basically in the wire. And then from then on, for the next basically month, he's fighting every day outside of, not in the bunker. He's outside the bunker forward, fighting off the Russians to buy time, and then gets his leg completely, I mean, wounded. Like, he gets a complete leg blown off by an anti-tank round that was aimed at personnel because he said they had so much ammunition. And he had some graphic photos too. Like, look, and I could deal with that, but look, he didn't know where his foot was. So when day broke, they went out and took a photo. Like, oh, there's my foot in my boot still. And there's a picture of him basically with in the Avestal, and he put air quotes, hospital, right? So the hospital at this point, most of the defenders of Mariupol are wounded, especially the ones that like Axel said, this combination of Azov Regiment, some of the 36 separate Marines, the Corps police, local territorial defenses, that basically men and women who said, not today, Russia, and fought and held, and then had to be ordered, and none of them wanted to stop fighting. They wanted to fight to the death, and they were ordered by the president. And it took the commander Redis that really took control of everybody's order. But this guy that I was interviewing, Ruslan, of course, it's great to talk to Budanov. Of course, I mean, just in the myth of this youngest general in like recent history, but to talk to Ruslan about, and then he got this leg, and when he told me the date of when his leg got blown off, and I'm like, what? Isn't that hours? Isn't that the day of the order to surrender? It was like May 15th. He's like May 15th. Is when I got injured. Like, didn't the final surrender? Yeah, and he's like, yeah, it was hours later. So there's a photo of him sitting in this in the bunker with all these other severely wounded personnel, and his leg is gone, and the dude has a smile. Maybe he's in shock, but his leg is gone, and and it's like completely like just a stub, and all the meat's hanging off and everything. Like, dude, what's wrong with you? I mean, I think he was in shock, but yeah, it was hours before their call. And then he gets put in Russian captivity, but then he gets taken to Donetsk hospital, but they didn't have any medicines or anything. So he said, I was in a lot of pain. I'm like, yeah, I imagine. About 2 weeks later, the Russians give him back to the Ukrainians because his leg had already turned gangrene and he was going to die. So they had to chop more of it away. But now he spends his time again, like who I'm actually I get to. I'm going to link up with Gennady tomorrow. Gina, as I call him, but his name is Gena. I'm going to meet him tomorrow. Ask him some of the questions that, like in the MriyaReport, people ask me, like, what happened to his girlfriend? What happened to the girl who brought him the phone? I'm going to ask him some of these questions that I've gotten after my interview with him. And of course, imagine this: Ruslan, this guy that I met, and Gena are close friends, and they spend their time after
You gotta be
recovery.
kidding.
No, they're best friends. And Katerina actually pulled out a phone today, like, oh yeah, look, and it literally is Ruslan. Okay, he's yelling at some people. He's training Azov and other soldiers. And he's like, he has a prosthetic, and then right beside him is a smiling bearded Gena. So yeah, this is the crazy world. So they are very close friends, and they spend their time out of recovery and out of hospital. Like, actually, when I interviewed Ruslan yesterday, it was right after another hospital appointment that he had. They spend their time training other Ukrainians, not just Azov, but anybody who's going to the front. Basically, they have this course that they run. How crazy is that?
Yeah, but these are the vagaries of war, and this is how brothers in arms are being forged in extreme situations. Can we go back to what Budanov said? If he said anything
Sure.
which you can
Oh,
report
yeah.
on in
Sure.
regard to the helicopter supply missions, because these were absolutely necessary to keep Azovstal, to keep the troops supplied with ammunition, with also, by the way, bandages and the likes. But without those raids or without those inbound transports, they could not have held out as long. And holding out was strategically relevant. Can you talk
That's
to
right.
this?
Yeah. So, so the strategic relevance, about 20,000 Russian forces were trying to, and you actually go back to the video where Putin's having his meeting of, just, don't do the final assault, just surround them. Yeah. Like that was some real fake media, but 20,000 about Russian forces besiege these amazing fighters who are willing to give everything. And they fight as long as they can, but then they start to run out of ammunition. Well, Budanov puts together a plan. He's actually pretty humble. Won't say, like, I would try to attribute things to him, like, what did you do here, and he's like, lots of people, and it's not important. But for the helicopter thing, I really think it was his ideal, and that he, got the staff working, figured out if it was possible. I actually asked him about communication, right? Because there's this real strong link with the Azov Brigade and Budanov. Clearly because he did this, but also even before that, there's some communication there. But if anybody doesn't remember, there were these helicopters that were. We only learned about it afterwards. Now there's a really amazing video by the Ministry of Intelligence that came out, and you get to see some of the interviews and some of the details. But 7 sorties, so seven trips, it's total of 16 helicopters that not only brought in stingers, javelins, medical supplies, like vital antibiotics to keep those wounded just alive, some vital medicines, and ammo, it was a total of 30 tons of cargo that was delivered, and these helicopters would fly in under, as basically scraping the skids on the water and the earth, fly in, and then he even said, Ruslan, okay, 12 minutes, that's all they have. So they would leave, of course, the engines running, that's what you kind of do, and then they evacuated the severely, like, about to die wounded. So not only did Budanov stretch out, so the first one, I think it was March 21st, and they were about to basically surrender. So from March 21st to May 15th, this Azovstal force, because it wasn't just Azov Brigade, of course, holds out for almost another entire month, but they also hold down those 20,000 Russian forces from moving to other parts. And that's the strategic impact, right? So sometimes defending is not about winning, it's about just holding time, and allowed places like Sumy and other places that held, Kharkiv and others that held, to not have another 10,000 Russians attacking them. It was so significant. And then the first flight made it in, then they did more. They did a total of 7 trips. They actually lost a bunch of helicopters. Actually, 3 helicopters were lost. Of the 16, the 3 that were lost are on the way out. So all 16 delivered their payloads, to include Starlink. So that's when we started getting we got a lot more messages out. I did confirm that they had commo before Starlink. He's like, you think Starlink's the only? So there's a little bit of like respect, sir. Yes, I understand. Like, you think that Starlink's the only communication we have here? So it was interesting. Yeah, of course not. And there was some, but there was a little bit of I wanted details on some things, and it's hard to get. It was one of the most unique interviews I've done because of who General Budanov is. I pretty much pieced together how the helicopter thing, where exactly it was launched from, where the volunteers went to join these fights, to join the flights, because they had like a 3-man crew, a GRU kind of security person, and then the volunteers and all the cargo that was vital to this, for survival an entire more month, right? And it wasn't food, water, anything. It was like literally like ammo and medicine.
Now that's the interesting part, because and when you talk about John, when you talk about the connection which seemingly Budanov and his staff have forged over time with both Azov as well as those who've been put into harm's way, he seems to, he personally, but also his staff, seem to have this significant affinity to those who are at the line of contact, who are in harm's way, who are infiltrating. This seems to be associated with his understanding of warfare and the background of his own SOF training, right?
Exactly, right. So I tried to get him to talk about this really because there was a difference between some of the forces in this area, right? I asked him if he was surprised that the Russians made it to Mariupol so fast, which is
you got a word
part
of the story.
Yeah, no, he said no. Hey, there was no surprises, of course, to Budanov. About because there is some controversy on how the Russians came out of Crimea so fast, even though it was covered by units. How they got to Mariupol within a day and a half, basically. But yeah, so even now, the strong connection with those, everybody's with those forces. Like you said, it's hard to word it, that rise to an extraordinary capability to do the impossible. So of course, those people are leaned on more, right? That's the kind of the circle of leadership. The ones that perform well, the ones you put more to work, and the ones that don't get less work. So there is a and now some of the Azov regiment people who did not wait 1 second, none of them that I found after being either released from captivity, whatever, they're the leaders of the 3rd Assault Brigade that we hear about a lot in like Advika and Bakhmut. They're the heads of things like the Da Vinci Wolves and the things like the Kraken, and it's just fascinating once you start to study the there's lots of fighting going on, lots of amazing units, but when you start to make some of the connections to key moments, and I can do the same for our military, right? Some of our 4-star generals were, and in the eras of 4 stars, were all at the same battle, performing extraordinary acts in the same battle. And then these people rise to the occasion and just keep rising. It's not like they're rewarded for doing that; they just keep performing extraordinary things, like which I have a lot of respect for, and I was really hoping to. Well, we'll see. The commander of the Azov regiment, who literally got off the plane from Turkey and reported to his brigade or his regiment and went right back into fighting and won't stop until victory. It's these are the human stories that are almost sometimes you think that they're being made up when they're not.
So how do you interpret Budanov after having met him personally? I mean, he's just a human being. He's a soldier.
Yeah,
He's an
he's
intelligence officer. He's general. He's an important figure.
he's a
How do you
flesh and
interpret
blood. Yeah, let's say unique. Some people you'll like kind of have a persona, and then you meet him and they're like, oh man, he puts his pants on the same way I do. I think Budanov puts his pants on differently than I do. He was different, and I met even a lot of 2-star, 3-star Ukrainian generals. Budanov is different. His office was different. Uh, he answered questions like an intelligence officer, but as a person, and it was Axel. It was hard to explain. It was very unique.
Is it because he's so sincere about winning and winning at all costs?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, of course. But the fact that I go as a researcher, I'm not trying to research what's going on now. So sometimes that puts people at ease, like, oh, you're talking about this. Although both the battles I'm talking about, there are a lot of very controversial things going on. So there's a little bit of that veil and that kind of I don't know, method of answering that's careful, but also, of course, the intelligence community thing. But it was like I said. I mean, I've done hundreds and hundreds of interviews, and this one was very unique. And you don't know if I don't think he's acting, right? Like, yes, I have the picture, right, and the camera person said smile, and I actually made the comment like, Budanov doesn't smile, and he's like, I am smiling, and he does, he's not smiling, right? So I don't think he's actually acting with that. I don't think that's like a tough guy personality. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying he's on the spectrum or anything. He was just very, very, very unique, and that's probably why he's risen in very unique ways and done amazing things that nobody thought was possible. Clearly, him and his staff, like you said. But I literally, there's no shame in my game. I'm like, oh, the cameraman said smile, like Budanov doesn't smile, and he's like, I am smiling, and he's like, not right. Look at the photo.
A distant former friend who unfortunately passed away always ended his colloquia, his discussions and meetings with, "It's been real." It seems that Budanov has exactly that. He is extremely real, very authentic, but he is utterly different from anybody else.
He's definitely different than any Ukrainian general I've interviewed, and different than any really general I've interviewed. There's all kinds of different personality types in senior leaders, but again, that's the only thing I can say is he was unique in every moment. It's not like you kind of like initially sometimes you interview somebody that can't get a read of you can't get a read of them. There's kind of a kind of a settling in period. Like no, not with Budanov. It was what you started with is what you ended with. It doesn't matter what was happened in between. Where other people, it's kind of normal in the beginning of the interview, and then you have these tactics of interviewing. I actually was telling a Ukrainian friend, it almost sounded like I was being interrogated. Like no, I'm asking the questions, and like it was just unique.
You're facing Ukraine's main intelligence officers. Of course, you feel interrogated. No
I
matter
know.
what
I'm dead serious. Dead
Yeah.
serious. Dead serious. And then I'm with Colonel Liam Collins, right? My partner in crime, who's his amazing career, like, and both of us, like, dang, like when we walk out of that, like, that was rough, that was unique, it was an experience. I'm glad I had it, and I got some critical finality, and especially some things that happened in Kyiv in the early days. I got reassurance to things about Mariupol, but I also got that very unique experience.
Do you think that Budanov will help us release numbers which convince the West finally that Mariupol is essentially Russia's version of a concentration camp?
No, I think he's focused on winning within the role that he has, right? I don't think he's gonna. I don't think that's gonna help. I don't think the only thing that's gonna have to help with that is liberation, and we discover the true horrors. I actually was trying to look this up. How many civilians do we believe are dead in Mariupol? Well, there's only one quote from the former Mariupol mayor, who said it was 21,000, like within the first couple weeks. But I don't think we'll ever know until we get in there and reconcile with the population numbers and names and all that to see the true horrors that are just that one. I know there's other real travesties that we're going to discover, but we've seen the aerial photos of the mass graves. I think it's well over 21,000, but nobody knows, and we didn't discuss that at all. I tried to stay in the things that I thought he would be able to answer. He wasn't, definitely, as a true intelligence officer, he wasn't offering anything that I wasn't asking. That's for sure.
Of course. And 437,000 men and women lived in Mariupol at year-end 2021.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's going to be
the deputy mayor. The deputy mayor of Mariupol stated that he believed, this is in June last year, that he believed that more than 100,000 had been lost. He believed that because he couldn't identify people in the period during which the city was under siege. Obviously, he believed that. He may have had indications of this, but the number of 100,000 and more is substantially higher than anything else which we've seen acknowledged, justified, and the likes. We've spoken to a number of Ukrainian armed forces members who think that the numbers are substantially higher than that.
Right. No, and I see my friend Brian down there. Actually, I don't know if you know Brian, but a law of war expert. And I put out a piece today and seen an opinion. I'd love to hear his opinion of it, and the fact that Mariupol is where I point to people. Like, if you want to see what a war crime looks like, look towards the bombing of Mariupol's theater with children written in giant letters on the outside of it. Look at the bombing of the maternity ward with no military capability in it, under it, near it. Look at the carpet bombing of Mariupol. Like, if people want to know what war crimes really look like, and again, nobody can say it until the investigation is done, I can point you to some very, very much clearer black and white war crimes in Mariupol.
Anybody mind if I jump in real quick?
No, Brian, I was just about to hand it to you, but please carry on.
Well, thank you so much for keeping the space up. It's my first time speaking, so I hope I don't violate any rules, but I had to respond to my friend.
That is a violation of rules that you have waited so long to come on to talk to us.
All right, lesson learned. But with my friend John here, I want to say a couple things. The obvious, which you guys were just touching on, is the absurdity of the Kremlin talking about excuse my language, any conditions in Gaza. And John, I take your point, and I admire your position about we won't really know till we're on the ground. But you just got to look at the videos of the missiles targeting civilian buildings, and before everybody starts ticking their thumbs down, Russia has, as far as I know, never even bothered to claim, let alone open source evidence, that there were any military targets in those buildings. They just struck them because they're terrorists. So I wasn't going to get into that, but since John teed it up,
You mean the Russian Brian, what you mean is not terrorists. They are the Russian army. That's what they do. The Russian army in the First World War and the Second World War and thereafter has always done the very same thing. But carry on, please.
No, you're completely right. I was trying to be gentler than I should have probably. But so one, I highly recommend John's piece in CNN this morning. I tagged it, I pushed it everywhere I could push it. John and I think, see eye to eye on almost all things laws of armed conflict. I actually am a lawyer that practices in that area.
Yeah, you're the expert. I'm the rookie. I'm the, like, I didn't pick that title, just so everybody knows. Like, I didn't see the title before it was published. I don't even call myself an urban warfare expert. I'm an urban warfare student, and I'm definitely not a law of war expert. Brian's the law of war expert.
Well, yeah, thank you, John. Just for context, I did this for a living under Condoleezza Rice when she was the National Security Advisor. But I didn't interrupt earlier because I didn't feel like interrupting this riveting, new story, new scholarship that John's bringing out. But if people don't mind, maybe, John, can we just pivot a little bit and talk about what you're learning? You touched on Starlink, but talk about what you're learning about the role of Western and especially American technology in Ukraine, and also how they learn from us and we learn from them. And, what do you think the balance is? I'm sure, at least I certainly feel, American tech has been very, very, very important, but, there are downsides too. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, of course, war is about will, and it's the will of the Ukrainian fighter that has been the keys to their success. There has been equipment that has had a extraordinary impact. Sometimes it does come down to mass, but my boss, actually, friend, boss, whatever, was a part of the 2014 to 2016 defense reforms, and him and General Abizaid were a huge part of getting the Javelin to Ukraine, which was a key in the opening part of the war, right? Some of these modern Western ATGMs that are far superior just by top attack and fire and forget and all this capability. And even though I couldn't find it in the Battle of Kiev, it was more in-laws. I know that the Javelins were a huge part of the initial defense. And then, of course, when Western rocket systems, specifically, and in this space is really where I learned all this from all the great individual experts that get brought into the MriyaReport. The MLRS had an immediate, just visceral, immediate impact to the war. What's sad is that it took so long to get there, right? So initially 4, and then 4 more, and then that is unfortunate. That, and most of the people, especially that listen to this space, know that it is that political calculation, and Brian knows as much as I did, that has caused the Ukrainians to have to sacrifice so much, because they have all the fighters and never ask anybody to fight for them, just give them the equipment. And like Brian's saying, this top of the line Western system that you can overmatch. You don't need mass if you can overmatch in range and accuracy and precision strikes. And this has been the story of Ukraine. So every system that they've only been given one of, like the Patriot, one Patriot battery, they have been able to do things like shoot down near hypersonic missiles with one system. And so there's a couple here that I can say, like, look, these Western systems were critical. And now here, these Western systems, and Axel has probably led the global charge for Free the Leopards, of getting Leopard tanks with the MriyaReport army, have had an impact, but at the numbers, not really. We hope to see the hundreds more to have the impact. And I join others, to include General Zaluzny, on, there is no stalemate, of course, but if you are disappointed in the counteroffensive's land campaign, it isn't the Ukrainians that are at fault with that. How about the Western delivery, promise and delivery of key systems that would make the biggest impact for sure.
Yeah, and we keep making the same policy choices mistake over and over and over. We get a request, we know they need it, we screw around, I guess in the early days because maybe of fear of escalating before we realized Putin's threats were hollow. And then we say, oh, yay, you got the, F-16 training. And then we do the same thing on ATACMS, and we're just not learning. It's unfathomable to me.
Yeah, I mean,
did you say that you served with Condoleezza Rice?
Yeah, I was the deputy legal advisor to the National Security Council in the White House during Bush's first term.
So let's put it this way. So you know someone who typically has said that there's only one time to learn, when you make your first mistake.
Yep, I've heard that a few times.
So why on earth is the West, and I'm not only scolding President Biden and his NSC and everybody else, but why is the collective West, because it includes Mr. Macron, Mr. Sunak, and Olaf Scholz, why is the West so incapable currently of learning exactly that lesson, despite the fact that their complacency should have been shook?
Yeah, I think that there's two separate phenomenons, and unfortunately, the most recent one has eclipsed the earlier one. I do think at the beginning, and I never agreed with this. If you guys go listen to my podcast, you'll see from like March of 22, I was pushing these systems to go in there. But I think at the beginning, the senior leadership in the West had what they felt was a legitimate concern that if they made the Ukrainians too capable, too fast to strike inside Russia, that would escalate the war. Now, again, I didn't even believe that at the beginning. But for sure, after 6 months, 9 months, 10 months, a year and a half, you should have understood, one, that Putin wasn't going to do anything when we cross the so-called red lines. But two, I hate to say I'm going to get a bunch of thumbs down, but sometimes you have to be willing to convince the other guy you're going to risk an escalation in order to get them not to do it. Okay, that's the first phenomenon, which I hope we're going to have learned from. Now, we did seem to get the ATACMS in there secretly fairly quickly after we said we were going to send them. But now there's a worse phenomenon, which is you have these, 8 to 10 Congress people, U.S. Congress people on the left and 8 to 10 Congress people on the right who don't actually give a shit about the security of the United States or the Ukraine or Israel or the world. They want to get clicks. They want to get likes. They want to get on television. They want to raise money. And they have decided that a great thing to do is to put all kinds of conditionality on aid to Ukraine and to a somewhat lesser extent, aid to Israel, just what you guys were talking about before. And by the way, I did work in the Congress many decades ago, but I track it pretty well. And I think, Mike McCall in the House obviously doesn't need to be persuaded. But if his office could tell us who does need to be persuaded, he's the guy that would know. So now what you have is the complete...
Brian, when you say this, Mike McCall, can you tell us whether Kevin Hearn is the man he should be at the helm of the RSC?
Well, I don't know, honestly. I mean, I can think of many worse people. And I think the problem is that all of these, sorry to say, nut jobs on both sides now have their own fundraising machines and their own social media. So in the old days, like a Nancy Pelosi or even a Newt Gingrich had ways to reward and punish people that they actually cared about. And now these like 20, 30 rebels who unfortunately hold the balance of power, they don't give a shit. But generally, I think, Hearn is right in the right place on this stuff. I just think McCall is so much smoother and so much more like plugged in to everyone else that he would be a good person to get names to. I'm not saying don't talk to Kevin Hearn, you should, but get names to talk to. So this is my last point. At least we have a functioning House of Representatives now.
That's true. I agree with you. By the way, Brian, stay with us. Can I just hand this to CC? Because I think you both agree on one thing. A, functionality. B, Hearn can, shall we say, strong arm people, but Mr. McCall has the gift of the gab. CC, what do you say?
I would say, hi, Brian. We were speaking the other day with
Hi, CC.
Hi, I love this idea. I would also just correct before, so it doesn't go to committee first. Like first it has to be brought to the floor, just to correct it something we were talking about before. But yeah, I would love to strategize with you who has the most leverage and influence besides the obvious candidates, like Graham and people like that, because we have a whole campaign of a whole lot of people that are calling and writing and tweeting here on this platform and outside advocacy stuff that I run. So I'd love to brainstorm this with you, because right now we don't. And I would just correct and tweak your statement just a teeny bit. Is we don't really have a functioning House because a bill to Ukraine has not been brought to the floor still, day after day after day.
Yeah, I was comparing it to the dismal facts of 2 weeks ago. I do think where this is going to end, I think I agree with earlier. I think you all said it probably will ultimately pass. I think the key thing is going to be if the White House can strong arm the Republicans in the Senate, the Democrats in the Senate, to suck it up and allow the IRS funding to be cut. I don't actually have a strong view on that issue, although I hate the IRS, but I think that's just the price of admission, and they better figure out they're going to have to suck it up and accept it, and don't delay this for another 3 months posturing.
Well, the problem with that is we would hemorrhage $90 billion. So they were doing it as far as I see it, they're doing it as theater, red meat for their base. But you can't carve out $90 billion. That's not an offset. That's the opposite. That's digging our grave. And you're going to lose votes on either side, and that's why offsets are not acceptable in this bundle. Because any way you go.
Cece, do you know how much money we printed out of thin air during COVID? $6 trillion.
Right.
It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. But I would not sacrifice Ukraine over it.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why there should be no offsets on Ukraine. We should not sacrifice Ukraine.
Well, we're getting tactical now. All I'm saying is if that's the price of admission, I would pay it.
Can I say
it's
this?
math, right? So, we were speaking. Can I just speak back? So it's math.
Yeah, of course.
You're going to lose people with any issue. That I was making a joke the other day about saddling giraffes. So the next hot issue you may not have heard is about saddles for giraffes, right? So let's take the onus and the sting out of any issue whatsoever. Half of the people are going to advocate.
It's easy. You're losing half the audience whilst we're all joining you and laughing about it.
That's not true. It's funny. So it actually is engaging. So regardless of what the issue is, you're going to lose people on the other side. And so that is the very reason that there should be no offsets to saving lives here.
All right. Before we go into this tactical topic, thank you, by the way, Brian, in that regard. I agree with that. I think it will be resolved, and it will be resolved quickly. And the good thing is that, as Mr. Churchill and others are rumored to have said, we have never had a full quote of this proper, but it seems that our Yankee Doodle Dandy friends, John, good evening, tend to find the right thing to do at the very end of their scouting mission of all the options available to them.
Yeah, so that's what started. That's one of my favorite quotes of all time. It actually goes, Americans can always be counted on to do the right thing after they've exhausted all other options.
When it's too late.
See, I was trying to make it sound nicer than that. But there you go. But thank you. No, seriously. We're part of the Atlantic Bridge here. We love you guys. We're completely happy that you're over there. It's nice when you're here and spend your money. It's nice when you're here and visit us. And we're happy to be there. And we're happy to be over there too, from time to time. But we also like our own tea. And at the same time, we are co-joined. Since the Second World War, America has led the world in defending freedom. And its partners have co-joined that effort, or have joined that effort. We need to renew that. We need to renew it every single day. There is no way around this. If we fail to project that and project that power and that capability, then we lose. And when John is in Ukraine and talks to people on the ground, That is exactly the same thing. Ukraine will join the EU. It may take some time. It may be difficult. It may be challenging and hard. So what? Ukraine is already part of Europe. It is so clearly European that it belongs in the EU more than many others. But it also requires us to defend Ukraine. And if we fail to defend Ukraine now, there won't be any freedom after.
As I may add to it, there is also news that Ukraine is already granted acceptance to the EU, but they only have to go to the official channels. But as it seems, the EU.
That is the rumor from this evening from what is essentially Den Haag, right?
From Brussels. This comes from Brussels direct. Yeah. It isn't in the news yet. They also said that it will be news tomorrow. But in Brussels, there is already agreement on it. Sorry for my voice.
That's okay. That's all right. I've had laryngitis and suffered from it, and have unfortunately castigated our audience with my terrible croak voice in the past couple of weeks. John, if I may ask, tell us, please, if you look back at the two battles, the ones you're researching at the moment, Battle of Kiev, you've gone through this in detail. We have various segments here in that regard. And then you look at Mariupol from the outside looking in without even walking the grounds at this point in time. Is it fair to say that the Ukrainians, no matter, even if they were to lose the support of the West, would not cave, would not fail, and would fight?
100%. Yeah. I mean, these are the intangibles, let alone the physical, right? The actual dollar amounts now that the European collection has committed, over delivered to U.S. support. But that's the tangibles, right? The intangibles of an entire civilization, an entire society saying that we will not rule under tyranny, we will not be subjugated. We are Ukrainian. We saw that, and while people didn't know, and I don't criticize for the assessments of what would happen in 2022, but the call was answered. Ukrainians answered and answered and said, "No, we will fight." And that I have no doubt in my mind. Just like Israel will unilaterally, without anybody's support or perceptions, will can and have responded. Ukrainians will continue to fight until they achieve victory. Their sovereign borders, as recognized by the international community, which actually matters a lot. It should matter. Of course, it matters to Europe. It should matter to the globe. It doesn't matter what support continues, and of course, we're going to keep fighting so that the support continues. There's lots of people that get it, and there's still people that are stuck in politics that don't get it. From my assessment, and I'm just one guy, but I've done a lot of time here now in since the full-scale invasion, from grandmothers to soldiers. They're going to keep fighting no matter who supports them. It isn't a matter of running out of time before, whether it's the U.S. or somebody else. It's just the price that they'll pay, right? They're willing to pay any price for their freedom, and all people of the world that are free should respect that and get behind it and support it, not just for Ukraine, but for what it means to all of our prosperity and all of our lives and our families at home and everything. Absolutely, Axel.
So that brings me then to the question for Brian. Brian, you and I
right,
evidently like the same person. Hello. So there was some kind of an audio inflection. Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got
Brian?
you.
Sorry.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, that's all right. Given the fact that we both seem to have a certain inkling of liking the reasoning of a very, very good scholar of Eastern Europe, Russia, and Ukraine, and the likes, and being that in this case Condoleezza Rice, and some people will just turn off, and that's fine, and I don't care. But if you think about it, isn't this spirit of Ukraine today exactly what we once would have hoped would be induced if Ukraine were to find its own? And therefore, isn't this exactly what is as American as it should be, as desiring of freedom and dedicated to fighting for freedom as it should be? And therefore, that this is significantly more important than the constant barrage of disinformation in regard to elections and religious freedoms and all that kind of just isn't this exactly, isn't Ukraine's struggle exactly what Americans should normally sign up for?
Yeah, well, yes, full stop. But it depends on which Americans. And I actually think I'm sure it's been said in this space before, I actually think it's even more important than the words you just said, because I think what we're looking at here is the future of at least the 21st century. If Putin's thugs get away with this, or for that matter, if Hamas and Iran get away with that, China's next, and then we're back into the state of nature. I don't think it's any less good versus evil than that. However, I saw a poll this morning of Americans under 39, I think it was 18 to 39. 63% of them did not know that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. 11% of them think the Jews were responsible for the Holocaust. And when kids my daughter's age hear the word communism or socialism, what they think of as kind old grandpa Bernie Sanders forgiving their student loans. So I think there will be political will, at least as long as Biden's president and the Congress is constituted the way it is. We will keep funding, but I don't know how durable it is, because I'm telling you, there's that old adage, conservative under 30 has no heart, and a liberal over 30 has no brain. No understanding of history here, none.
That is not boding well for education as perceived, but at the same
Amen.
time. All right. Cece, please, do you want to chime in on this one? Because I have another topic to consider after.
Sure. Not considering the element of time as the only thing right now to talk about in reference to Ukraine, is an ultimate downfall. So one of our own representatives, this is his words, not mine, quote, "Without prompt additional U.S. funding, Ukraine will likely run out of 2 types of vital ammunition before Christmas. And without sustained American support, Zelensky has said the war cannot be won. You can help if you have friends or family or anyone else who reside in any of these districts of pressure for naysayers across the U.S." So that plus a letter, and this is breaking news that I'll be happy to break right here on the report, is Yellen and Austin and a couple others have written a letter demanding, because it's so important, the time for Ukraine, it's all about time, demanding money for Ukraine. So you don't have to listen to my random opinion on Twitter. You have the Secretary of Defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, who've all signed this letter saying, hey, you need to stop blanking around and get
Schultzing around.
Thank you, James, and stop schultzing around, or we're going to lose this thing. This is all about time. So it really does Ukraine a disservice to just say, sit back, it'll eventually happen. Because if it does happen, it'll be when it's too late, and it won't be the 60 billion price point, which was determined for a specific, precise reason, that 60 billion. They did not pick that number out of nowhere. So in fact, the numbers, there's echelons, right? So one echelon is Ukraine treads water. One price point is they lose. One price point is they're actually victorious. So if this vote can ever get to the damn floor, The attempt will then be to whittle it down, which will take even more time. So this is all about time. That's what it's about. And we should, I mean, it's so crucial right now. I don't think anyone should be talking about much more because Ukraine will lose.
No, Ukraine will not lose. Sorry, I
If they
disagree
don't
with
get
this.
enough money.
No, Ukraine will not lose. Even if they were not
don't
to
get
get
enough money.
No. See, this is where I differ completely. Ukraine will be impaired. Ukraine will lose people. Ukraine will lose assets, but Ukraine will not lose, even if America leaves it be. This is what I'm trying to get at. Americans need to understand that Ukraine will fight on, even if they were left alone. Ukraine is much stronger.
I don't doubt that at all.
Wait, hold on. You cannot say Ukraine will lose. Ukraine will lose opportunity. Ukraine will lose momentum. It will lose the capacity to defeat Russia faster and as necessary. It will lose probably hundreds of thousands, maybe 1 million people if America were to decide, which I doubt that it will ever do. If America were to decide to leave Ukraine alone, it would definitely result in mayhem. But Ukraine itself will win. And I'll tell you why. At the end of World War II, contrary to what people would have expected, around 6 million men and a few women, at that point in time it was different, but it doesn't matter. 6 million men and women were fighting for Great Britain, for the United Kingdom, as people say today, out of a population slightly over 42 million. Ukraine today has about 1 million and something of men and women fighting for it, out of a population of a little over 41 million. There is a lot of leeway. Ukraine has more capacity. Ukraine can suffer more, and it may have to, unfortunately, but nevertheless, it will win. Great Britain supplied the evil empire of Stalin to open a second front, because you Americans, you're always very proud of your Lend-Lease, and you should be, because it was great. But Great Britain supplied 3,000 airframes as part of this, and a lot of ammunition. Great Britain supplied tons of stuff you wouldn't even believe that they would have done. They did, at a point in time when they couldn't even feed their own population. And Great Britain fought the war, by the way, contrary to you, my dear friends over there, from the very beginning to the very end. Without you, they would not have succeeded. But you needed them to win. Ukraine needs to win. We are just there to help them to win. Not a single American soldier had to sacrifice and to bring the ultimate treasure yet. But if you fail to supply Ukraine, trust me, 100%, ask John, in a few years from now, sooner rather than later, you'll be fighting a war you don't want to.
Yeah, let me add to that.
Yes,
Let me add to that something that's tossed around a lot in the U.S. and you guys have probably talked about it. John will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is order of magnitude right. It's something like 5% or less of the U.S. defense budget has gone to aid Ukraine, and this is where I defer to John. Something like 50% of Russia's combat capability that they've dedicated to the war has been destroyed, and that is a pretty good ROI as far as I'm concerned. And I'm sure Churchill was thinking the same thing.
No, exactly.
Can I come back on that just to clarify? This is not CC Soup-centric's assessment. This is internal government strategic assessment. So that's who you a beautiful historical platitude aside, that's countering current governmental strategic assessment?
Yeah, thank you very much for me having platitudes, but I can definitely tell you that a government which existed in the United States just a few years ago had a different view on these matters, and we need to get back to this.
I'm not willing to risk Ukrainian lives for that risk cost benefit scenario.
Can I make one suggestion? I know that a few people here know this, but I really like H.R. McMaster's approach to this matter. There's a good reason for it, because he's independent of politics in that regard. There's many people in the United States who completely understand what's at stake and how this should be done. And it has nothing to do with a change in government. This is only, if you are the Secretary of Defense, you don't write a letter. You don't just subscribe to a letter. I really respect this warrior who once led the 82nd Airborne and who was with the 10th Mountain. I respect him greatly. I have friends who assure me that and vouch for him, who say that this is a real warrior. I hope that this Secretary of Defense stands up to the rest of the NSC and tells them what is needed rather than just writing a letter. You don't write a letter. You stand up and you talk, and you speak.
Oh, here's some breaking news.
Hey,
U.S. Senate Democrats block the bill to aid Israel without Ukraine support. So this is just hot off the press.
Yep, that was, I think, to be expected, and I hope actually turns out to be a good thing. But just to your point about the Secretary of Defense, I don't know him personally. I don't know if John does, but my sense of him from everybody I've talked to who has worked with him is whatever he's putting his signature to in a public letter, he's saying times 1,000 in the White House Situation Room.
I have heard the same thing. He has seemingly been very vocal, but I don't know what to do. I could only hope that he actually becomes vocal politically as well. At the moment, it seems that he is vocal internally only, and that doesn't really do it, does it? Or Brian?
Well, I think it's more important in the short term, but if you mean, I'd be surprised if he hasn't given speeches and, spoke to military academies and stuff where he said the same thing, but I haven't tracked it. I don't know. You might be right. I'd be surprised.
John, why on earth is it possible that there's such a sincere cadre of people in specifically the United States Armed Forces, but also in the British Armed Forces and in many other NATO forces? We all understand what our Ukrainians are going through. We can't feel it. It's not as raw for us. We haven't been injured, but still, on the one hand, we all understand it. And how have we failed as a community to sensitize our politicians to understand what's necessary? Because evidently we're not doing enough.
I mean, it's so hard, right? When you know it's not enough, but it has been a lot. I mean, there has been support, and then it gets twisted by our own domestic divisions. As really, there is no actual opposition. It's just divisiveness. So anybody who has any smarts, who has visited, all of the people that have visited, know that it's the right thing. It is as American as an American Revolution and apple pie. I mean, it is as human gets. It is as right is, but it gets into the political divisions that is politics. War is politics. So I don't have an answer, Axel. Go ahead, Brian.
John, I'm sorry. I couldn't agree more with what you just said, but I want to reiterate a point I made earlier because I think it's really important. And I think sometimes, especially media outside the United States, don't understand this. There are literally less than 25 people in the U.S. House of Representatives who are in the way. That is not the overwhelming view of the American people. It's not the view of the administration. It's not the view of the majority of Congress. Now, I know it's fair to say, in a sense, it doesn't matter because if they succeed in blocking it, then we've done the wrong thing as a country. But I don't think people should believe that America writ large doesn't support the effort, because I think we still do.
I think everybody here agrees. This is what we're arguing the case. If you don't mind me doing this, I handed a drive-by, a man from the river.
Yeah, can I jump in on that? The first thing, I agree with what he said, but the primaries are what really kills it. And I live in an area where it's just absolutely classic. So I got neighbors down the street who are extremely pro-MAGA, extremely anti-Ukraine. And the reason behind it was because their belief is that Zelensky didn't help Trump win. Pure, plain and simple. That's it. That's it. Now you could say they're only about 1 out of 10 on the block. They are only 1 out of 10 on the block, but they mobilize their entire conservative church. They knock doors. They give money, and the local representative, who is far more moderate than they are, knows them on a first name basis and is terrified of them because they will help primary him. So until that's fixed, the primary system is fixed. You're going to have guys like Getz have inordinate power. And I would argue.
Go ahead.
I would argue that on the other side of the coin, the Democrats are probably 1 cycle away from that. We don't have that now because Biden is such a moderating force. But I'm telling you, the next cycle is going to get ugly because they've learned their lesson. They saw the same thing. So until we fix some of that, and there are ways to fix it, but until it gets fixed, these guys are going to become a factor whether we like it or not.
Sorry, let me say that was such an important point, and I want to add something, and I'd love to get your thoughts on a dry fly and just drop this elephant in the punch bowl to mix metaphors. You know who else doesn't like Zelensky because he didn't help Trump? Trump. And unfortunately, there's a lot of foreign policy that was made in the last administration because of the people that he held vendettas against and the people he didn't. So this really worries me.
Well, it worries me too, but the people I see on the street, and I've had this talk with Randy, I've had it with others. He's in Europe. We had a guy named Fish who was on here a lot, and he's in Europe, and they're not on the street in middle America. I live in a blue-collar, rural, Midwest state that generally votes purple. So we produce, we're in Minnesota. We produce people like Amy Klobuchar, but we also produce people like Emmert. Okay. So, I mean, we got them on both sides and they're on the street. I'm telling you, I remember seeing them organizing for the big truck caravans leading up to the 2020. I mean, these people are not what you'd call democratic, and they are not representative of your average Republican, but they have a very, very outsized voice because of their ability to sway primaries. Now, having said that, I'm not willing to eat cyanide over it because I kind of agree with Axel in one respect. If Ukraine doesn't get everything they need in this cycle, I mean, it's going to get ugly for Ukraine. But I'll tell you, there's a couple of things that are probably going to happen. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. One is that the prohibition against taking the war to Russia, I think that goes out the window if U.S. aid goes out the window. And I would love to hear Axel's thought on that. But all the holdback that Ukraine is...
I can add to this. It's simple. It's very straightforward and simple. At that point in time, Ukraine, in the moment when US aid goes out the window or, gets stalled, if that ever were to happen, which I doubt it will, but if that were to happen, Ukraine will use every single storm shadow it has to hit every single target in Russia. At the moment, they are allowed to do so. Don't forget, the Brits have made it extremely clear. Every single weapon system they gave to Ukraine can be used by Ukraine against military targets of Russian origin. So that's it. The Brits
I think they'll also
understand how to take the war, and trust me, in that moment they will do that.
I think you're right. And the other one,
showcase the Americans how on earth a war is won, because there were a few Americans in the past who know how to win fucking wars.
The other one will be insurgencies. I think you're going to see Bryansk and Kursk and even up into Belarus. I think the whole goddamn place, Rostov-on-Don, I think it's all going to get lit up. I think that they have been working night and day with all these people, Ukrainian sympathizers they have in Russia. They're all sitting quiet. I mean, they're not doing stuff now, but man, I'll tell you, they'll set that place on fire. I don't think the Russians have any idea what's coming their way if they don't settle soon. I mean, I just don't think they have any idea.
Drive-by. There's one thing which is coming, and everybody knows this. We're going to have anywhere between 9 and 12 F-16s in December. If we are not completely mistaken. Our American friends, and Brian, you can either nod, wave, or say nothing. Our American friends will contribute the remaining 3 F-16s, which are needed to make this a squadron. And that happens before Christmas. And a second squadron will be set up completely in January, based on both what the Ukrainians had been committed to by the Europeans, plus whatever our American friends are doing. The OP4 training has happened in Romania for a number of months. So all of this is happening. As soon as the Ukrainians have air power, which is exactly what General Zaluzhny, both in his treatise, the 9-page document, as well as his op-4 and his op-ed in The Economist, as well as interview, alluded to. As soon as that's the case, one domino falls.
I totally agree
Now,
with that. I totally agree. We
yeah,
will
please.
finish the squadron. But John, just a quick question. John, is 2 squadrons of F-16s decisive? I just don't know.
No, it's not decisive. John is our guy. That would be my domain. But I can definitely tell you it's not enough. Absolutely not decisive. But it will make an inroad. And now that becomes a question which we will be discussing, by the way, on Thursday, yet again with Chuck Farrer and Nuno Felix, both SOF guys. What happens if there's air cover for an approach to Crimea from Kherson? What happens if the Ukrainians have air cover by means of actually changing the layering of their air force capabilities and their, say, the way they can run their airstrikes by means of having F-16 sorties 24 hours a day in one region? They only need to hit the south-southeast around what is currently, for example, Avdiivka, and appease, quite literally appease the area. They only have to use those planes in order to provide air cover and take out and push back Russian air capabilities and helicopter capabilities in the south towards Crimea, and therefore make Jankoy Saki completely untenable alongside the attack auxiliaries in order to push back the Russians and allow the Ukrainians to cross over the Dnipro in force. And if they do so, crossing over in force and touching Armyansk and Henichesk close to Crimea before the winter is over, that changes the ball game. But Brian, please.
No, I wasn't disagreeing with you at all. I'm glad to hear that it's a game changer. I don't know much of anything about air power, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but I also know they're probably getting the best training in the world, and the F-16 is more capable than a lot of what apparently Russia's flying. So that's good to hear. I definitely think we'll give them the rest.
Well, the Ukrainians need all in total 6 squadrons in order to be able to achieve a regional air superiority for a certain period of time. And if they have 2 squadrons, they can make inroads and they can change the calculus. And that's the whole damn ball game. But
well, yeah, change
right.
the psychology of the allies to know that it can be won. Exactly.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. That's the other thing. At the moment, it seems to be. I don't think that it's actually. This is what is so disturbing. How is it possible that a nation which has such a capability? I mean, the 4 biggest air forces on this planet are all American. It's the Navy, it's the US Army, the US Air Force, and one little compound somewhere in the desert. That's insane.
Yeah, and I not to get off topic, but I hope Tehran realizes that too.
Yeah, well, they just need to. How should I put this? They need a song from the late 1960s.
I'm stumped. Tell us.
Barbara Ann? There was
Well,
a
I got it. I'm a
US
musician
senator,
too, but I
there
don't
was a
get it.
US senator abusing it. No, there was a US senator once
Bomb,
abusing
bomb,
it.
bomb, 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 bomb,
I got you. I'm slow today.
That's all right. Sorry, I didn't mean to go that far. So, but having said this, right, we do have questions up. We have a couple of them. James, do you know what was the order? Because I was talking whilst making hand signals to the wife.
Well, I think maybe a comeback from Dryfly, then Marcus, then CC, and then we've got a bunch of hands. And
I'll be really quick. I'll be
okay.
really quick. I just want to tell people to calm down about the polling about the kids and what they know. I went to school in the extremes in the 1960s and 70s in the US. I went to some of the best schools in suburban Northeast United States where it was like almost going to college. And then my father took over factories in the deep South, which were absolutely like like the 19th century. It was terrible. And the kids were coming from tar paper shacks and they knew nothing. And so you have both extremes in this country completely. So when you hear polling about what kids know today and don't know, just forget it. It's no worse than it was in the 1960s. It's probably better. They probably know more now than they did then. It's just that we didn't poll them. So I just wanted to say that just don't, when you see that kind of polling, kind of big grain of salt, like a truckload of it, and I'll listen.
Well, I hope you're right. I hope you're right about that. But even if you're right, I would say, those ignorant kids stopped the Vietnam War, which in that outcome might have been the right outcome. But if they have that much power on the street now, that's a problem.
They did not. They did not stop the Vietnam War. There was a handful of people in college campuses who stopped the Vietnam War. My sister was one of them. She was a protester. And I remember her telling me at the time, this is like 1972, 73, that for every one of them on campus, there were 4 young Republicans. It was a minority of advocates, many of them organized by people who weren't even students. So, I mean, there's so much that wasn't accurately portrayed about the 70s and 60s. I just think we need to just take a deep breath, do our homework. Call our congressman, organize, do all the things, but take a deep breath when you see that stuff. A lot of that stuff is clickbait. And I'll listen. I'll step down so others can speak.
Thanks, Dryfly. Marcus, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. So CC comes in a lot and asks for things, or asks for us to help with things. Okay. And when she does this, it's not because she's being pessimistic or wrong-headed. It's because she's taking a risk management point of view on this. And the reality is, for let's say you leave 3 M113s off the list of items that you give Ukraine, that's 3 Toyota Hiluxes that are become ambulances, and potentially at least 1 dead man. So the reality is, what we say or do, our optimism or our pessimism matters in terms of the end result, and the end result of being sure that Ukraine will win. I'm sure they will win, but I'm also sure they will fight until they are making weapons out of sticks, and then they'll fight past that until they're clawing with their fingernails, and that's why they will win. However, if they're forced to do that, they're going to lose a lot of people. So we can't be flippant about the fact that they're asking us for help, and every single cartridge they're given can be the difference between life and death for one person there. So I just, to kind of moderate the desire for optimism here, with CC being correct, because she's hearing this out of the mouths of representatives, and the reality is they get a lot of calls from folks that feel a certain way, and those calls have a higher impact in a world where there's a lot less interaction with your representatives. That's one thing. The second thing is, we have to somehow force a way to not have the Ukrainians relying on an army that's 90% Soviet surplus and 10% the good stuff, right? So in World War II, when the Americans realized, oh man, the Sherman's main gun doesn't penetrate German armor, right? Like, they didn't get 31 new guns And then the rest of the Shermans are the old ones. And then Eisenhower was like, wow, we did it. Beautiful. We've got 31 new guns. The reality is Ukraine is still basically fighting peer-to-peer. So if they need 200 F-16s, then us giving them 12 is kind of like giving them nothing. I know it's not up to the people in the space, but I feel like we're bleeding them out. Honest to God, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people there that are missing their children. A lot of kids without parents. And I know we can do better. 100% we can do better. And it starts with reaching out to our representatives and telling them that. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. Yes, better equipment is good in war. So, Cece.
Yeah, I'd like everyone in this space right now to put on your most Machiavellian hat right now, right? So all poetry, all empathetic speeches out the window. Let's just be like super brass tacks right now. So our definition of winning, let's look at that, right? I just don't understand why the loss of lives with these delays is considered winning. So when you have mass amounts of surgeons, tech engineers, software leaders, intellectuals, ballet dancers, art galleries, museums, I could go on and on and on, but I don't need to because we've all been here together. When we're losing all of these people in these institutions, and I'm not saying this I do believe in a very poetic way, right? But right now I'm not using purple prose, just pulling at heartstrings. I'm saying in a very practical manner, what is winning? How can we have a win if just such a severe carve out of the culture, it doesn't even exist? That's not winning. That is not winning.
Thank you, Cece. I think winning is destroying the enemy and kicking them off your land in this case. And so the better, the faster that we can do it, great. So we have another hand. Andrew, welcome. And what do you have to say?
Hey guys, Cece just sort of picked up on something I wanted to emphasize, is that I too have no doubt in the ultimate victory of Ukrainians. It's just the cost. I mean, we've been, almost happy that, say, casualties where Russians have tried offensives have been like 5-1, and that's good news, and it is good news. But how many people who we've had as guests on this space have been killed already? I mean, I think of like Roman and Doria, and that
Juice.
alone is. I'm sorry. Say again.
Juice was killed as well.
Right.
Yeah,
oh God. Yeah. And that's for me. That is too high a price. That is not where I'm not the one who should be getting war fatigue. Americans aren't the ones who should be getting war fatigue. And I think that I'd rather have
Nobody should get war fatigue.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
If you want to win a war,
I want
you
a
have
casualty.
to sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, it's Ukraine is giving up its best, and I want a casualty ratio of like 1 to 100 or 0 to 1,000. And I don't know, I need to put this in writing and publish something, but it's just I don't want to leave any of this. If I don't want us to leave unspent intellectual ammo in the US or other countries with resources. The world's attention has shifted almost entirely to the Middle East for a lot of good reasons, but it is all the same war. And if the US withdraws support for Ukraine and Europe steps up, that's great. If the US withdraws from NATO or tries to, that's going to bring a whole new level of chaos. If without the U.S. and Europe, maybe China will feel more free to send supplies to Russia. So the negative cascade could go in a lot of unpredictable directions. So all that's to say is not a counsel of despair, but a call to action. And it's nothing anybody in this space knows or doesn't know, but I just hope that we can, I've been feeling pretty bereft with the Ukrainian offensive evidently culminating, and all the crowing I'm hearing from.
What do you mean culminating? There's no such thing as culmination. That's not true. There's no such thing as the Ukrainian counteroffensive culminating. That's just not right.
Okay, well, I would.
It's
love to.
It's not true. It is not true. Go back to the 9 pages general resolution he posted, read through them, and come through it. The term culmination has nothing to do with this.
Okay, all right. Well, then I need to do that. I just went through the Economist interview, but our politics are so stupid. Just that one word stalemate. Runs around the world 100 times.
Don't worry about it. Strike out our. Politics generally are stupid. That's what politics is about. Trying to win over somebody else, no matter what the argument is. That's the problem. It's politics. Otherwise, it would be facts and physics.
Yeah, well, and I know that all too well from my 25 years in politics and public policy. And just now, though, I think there's still persuadable people. There's still arguments to be made, and I think that every wavering congressman needs that just a little bit more on the correct side of the balance of the scale. I apologize that America has gone and had a little bit of a nervous breakdown the last several years. But I'm just hoping, for our own sake and for others, that
don't apologize.
we get our act together.
You don't need to apologize. America is undergoing another phase, but at the same time, America has been supporting Ukraine.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I guess I've been astonished by new depths over the last several years, and I don't want to find any more. I want us to, the Ukrainian resistance has been the beacon for liberal democracy in the last couple of years, and it cannot be allowed to be extinguished or even dimmed. So I know, sorry, this is more of a rant, and I'm coaching myself as much as anybody else. But as always, thank you all for the space and all of your good thoughts. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroism Slava. Andrew, thank you for that. As rants go, and not the longest one I've heard, as the quality of the rant goes, pretty high. I contacted 22 people in Congress today. Some of them, a lot of them, the upside down Republicans that are in the Biden won districts have throw you out, unless you lie and say you're from a certain place. So I tweeted about them. The other ones I called, and I kept my my speeches short, but I found that I was able to dump a lot of the vitriol I had felt on them, especially J.D. Vance. I went to him first. And my cry for them is there's a fucking genocide on. And it is the duty of both Ukraine and Israel to stop the current genocide and prevent future genocide. That's what's it about. And don't stand in the way of that. Don't abet genocide by blocking unbundled, just straight up package for aid for these two nations. There are allies. They're great allies.
We need them to win, and it will come home to haunt us if we don't. So it is, to me, it's all about what I hear you saying, Andrew. It's all about the people who have died, and we can stop that. And we should, by God, we should, because we also signed up for that Convention on Genocide. You know, we've got jurisdiction. We promised we'd help Ukraine, for God's sake. You know, it's just, yes. Well, there you go. Now there, I'm getting all heated up again. But thank you. Let's see. I see a couple hands, and Cece, I'm going to skip over you, and I'm going to skip over you, Marcus, because we've heard from you, and I'm going to go right over to For Every Child. What do you have to say about the current topic?
It's a question, and I need to ask Cece, so she'll need to be able to speak to answer it eventually. Cece, I'm really going day by day and focusing on what's the work I have to do right where I sit, right where I stand. What's important for today, Cece?
It's important to reach out to Fitzpatrick, Buchanan. I mean, I'll make another little cheat sheet here. Molinaro, Lalota, Brandon Williams of New York, Lawler. This all has brass tacks solutions to it, what we should be doing right now, right? We're not just existing in the intellectual back and forth here. John James of Michigan, Miller Meeks of Iowa, John Rutherford, he's Florida, Mike Boast of Illinois, Esposito, New York, Schweikert. These are real world solutions here that we need to be doing while we're talking. And I'm following my own advice here. All the New York Democrat or Republicans who won in districts where Democrats like Biden won. That's what James, I think it was James, whoever was talking about the upside down Republicans, that's what that means. They won in Biden districts. Yeah, that's what we should be laser focused on right now.
Can I do a follow?
Thank you.
Can I follow up?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Cece, making phone calls and writing letters are very, very important. They're also very, very private. And in the United States, a public presence also carries enormous weight. I need content to include with public tweets because when I repeatedly tweet to these people, I also add really important content that they might not be seeing, and so
don't waste your time with tweets. That was told to me by Paul Massaro at Helsinki. That was told to me from every staff member that I work with. Don't waste your time on tweets. If you have time after you do all of these calls and all of these letters and you're just kind of falling asleep and want to tweet something, but it doesn't get the attention at all.
We're not on the same page, so we'll just leave it at that.
Thanks For Every Child. Appreciate that. And Cece, same to you. Thank you. Marcus?
Yes. So there's one thing I wanted to bring up as an example of kind of a task we thought we finished, but we didn't. And that would be, and it's a cautionary tale in terms of what we're going to deliver to Ukraine the next year, would be mine clearance. Like, we saw videos of Mikliks being used. We saw a lot of cool media. We heard of lists of things being given, but ultimately, on the ground, Robotane was taken back with probes and people on their elbows and knees doing World War II level clearance, because they didn't have a critical mass of mine clearing equipment. So as satisfied as we were, like, yeah, we gave mine clearing equipment, ultimately, we only gave them a few drips, right? Because not everything was delivered as well. So we can't see it as enough to see a list posted of this has been promised, because they went ahead with this offensive against minefields, brutal minefields, and lost a lot of people, and they didn't need to, because I'm in a NATO country. I know for a fact Canada has a ton of mine clearing stuff, but we've held it back for our own purposes. Well, what are we going to say in 5 years? Now Israel's been attacked, and we know that Iran was emboldened, and Iran-backed militias are attacking U.S. bases in the Middle East. People are popping off because they're not afraid anymore that the world order matters, because it's just going to be drips and drabs of responses, right? And super realpolitik stuff. So please, please, please don't let up until we get a critical mass of planes to Ukraine.
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. Why don't we go right over to Ukraine? Hello, welcome.
Thank you, James. Hi, Axel. Thanks for hosting this space. Awesome discussions. I just wanted to add to this conversation, and I do have a follow-up, slightly different topic, but related to Ukraine. A lot of the stuff that we do when we're calling our representatives in the United States and probably other countries too, right? We're fighting for margins essentially, and that's what we really have to keep in mind. Just because they're not responding properly, it doesn't mean we give up. We just press harder. If anybody is interested in getting access to a master list of all the representatives, I have on a G Drive Excel document that has them all listed with phone numbers to those Republicans that are in the Biden district. Each name also has a link that takes them to their official website as well, and a .gov site. It's Excel list that also has tendencies of how each individual voted based on the last 3 Ukraine specifically related bills that the House voted on. There's a little bit of statistics as well, so if anybody wants it, send me a DM. It's kind of like one-stop shop, but there's a lot of plenty other resources to use as well. The other question is, I don't know if you want to move up to something else besides politics, but I did see a post by Ukrainian armed forces saying that they struck a center in the city of Donetsk that Russians were using to train drone pilots. So I don't know if this is something that we can talk about it, or you understand this topic. Thanks.
Yeah, it's vitally important. Russians are training their drone pilots substantially close to the line of contact, and they're trying to harness and get support. Those young Russians they bring there, predominantly these are Russians they recruited for their motor skills and brought them into theater close enough to the line of contact so they can test out equipment close by. And taking out these bastards is vitally important. Eradicating the ground on which they sleep and where they soil themselves is vitally important. We should try to actually make sure that the places where they are being recruited are being targeted. We should definitely target every single military place of recruitment in Russia, for that matter. But then again, you're Americans, so you're fearful you can't do it. Let the Ukrainians do it.
Can I come back on it?
Sure, of course. Are the Americans not fearful? Fearful of escalation, fearful of fighting Mordor, fearful of touching the ring, fearful of everything, which, oh my God, my grandparents did successfully.
Yeah, you're right, Axel. But right, so I found it very interesting to know that the center, the training center was in Donetsk, right? Like you said, very close to the front lines. Is that an indicator that Russia?
Donetsk is close enough.
Right. Is that an indicator that Russia simply doesn't have the type of training centers inside of it, right? So they kind of forced to push them forward.
No, it's not.
It's not.
They're
Okay.
both. But no, it's not. But they use, of course, training centers close by to the front line in order to improve the deployment of people who have already graduated to a certain stage. And you would want to have them close enough to the front line in order to do that, of course.
So those are not noobs. Those are already people. They already had some kind of investment into them, which makes it even better.
This is a high-value target.
Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a high-value target. Very nicely done. They should all be killed. Absolutely, every single one of them.
I prefer return without limbs as an example. for others, but yeah, killed is fine too.
No, but see, I don't. I'm German. I'm Frisian. It's worse, worse than just being German is Frisian, because I don't really care. Killing all the enemies is good.
I think it's not bad. It's not a bad way to go in this case, especially. You hope they all just surrender, but they're not. So what are the alternatives then? Not
No,
many.
if they surrender, they can grow up to teach other people to kill you another day. You don't want the enemy to survive. You want the enemy to die, James. That's the whole point. That's what our friendly doves need to learn. You want to eradicate the enemy and salt the soil on which they and their families live. Jesus bloody Christ. Learn from the Roman Empire.
Well, okay, I'll try to. I'm going to have to look into that. But I understand the concept. Yes. Yeah, I get it. So yeah, let's see. I don't. You made me lose my place, and I think it might be CC or was it Ukraine coming back again? I don't know.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Even after CC, you are next.
Yeah, I appreciate when people ask me questions. It keeps me on target for what you need at the time, because I'm trying to do my work too. So in the nest are the Republican emails, and then underneath that, in that same thread, are names on that list who you can look up. Their emails, so that you don't have to go through a very labyrinthal. You basically put in your zip code on each representatives. You have to find their website. It's a whole process. So I just streamlined it for you. Here's all the emails. The names to target are underneath the email list.
Thank you, Cece. That's great. I like these lists. I found one online myself with the 18 upside down Republicans, and that one also had their Twitter tag in it for every child. If you're interested, that's in my timeline. Not too deep, although I've been a busy boy today online. So you might want to look at that too. But,
James, do you mind putting it in there, tagging it on that thread, so everyone can have it all in one place?
Yeah, why not? Sure. I will do that. Thank you. Oyvind, hello, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Sorry to using you as a news agency, but you are the only reliable. And here is a short one. What happened in Taganrog air base about 11 hours plus, and how did it happen, and what is the consequences? Thank you.
Okay, so the Ukrainian armed forces, after having seen that anywhere between 23 and 26 helicopters had retreated. Long discussion about the numbers. We can talk about it for ages, doesn't matter. Had retreated after the Berdyansk successful strike, actually managed to get back to Taganrog. Taganrog Air Base is the one which had been struck 48 hours in of the full-scale invasion. The Ukrainians have good HUMINT, they have good SIGINT, and they had significant capacity to do so. They hit the airfield, the Aerodrome Centrale, and managed to make sure that not all of these helicopters survived. That's it. That's the current state of play. And they used for that evidently something which had sufficient amount of reach, which if only we could assign that to someone, but it's highly likely that it's British.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I will step down. Slava Ukraine.
Herom Slava. Thank you, Oyvind. Appreciate that. Axel, look, not many hands. I saw a hand move down in the lower left-hand corner, but I'm not going to take that one yet because you're not up yet. Sorry. I do see that it looks like Boris Badenov has joined us. I'm not sure, AKA Carrie, and Oh, you haven't joined yet. My apologies. I thought you got through the process. Sorry, I'll try again. And let's see, let me do that again. Sorry about Axel, hang on a second. Let me deal with this. Can you
You do
say
that?
something
Yeah,
like
sure.
enlightening?
I could say something enlightening in the fact that my voice is already breaking, which is why, by the way, our friend Nick is there, because I knew that it would happen by now. Nick, are you ready?
Yep.
That's excellent. If you give me 2 minutes, I will walk back to the host phone and give you a treat.
What a great offer. I hope it's something with chocolate, caramel, maybe some ice cream, some nuts on top. I don't know, something like that kind of treat, maybe. Hopefully, that sounds good. Excellent. All right. Well, we brought some people up. Maybe it'll be a picture of that, because that's possible, right? The inner tubes don't really actually do things made of matter, so I'm not sure I would trust an ice cream sundae kind of thing that came through the internet. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So Nick, I am going to call on people who are here on the panel but haven't said anything yet. Now this will be fun.
Well, I came up because Axel had me on standby. I should say, actually, I guess it's 50 minutes until the next co-host change, and my own voice is not doing so good at the moment. I've had a cold these last 2-3 days, and I've had to put off my COVID vaccination. But we'll try and keep things going. So let's see what happens if I press this button on my screen.
Well, he is pushing the button. I will push other people's button, and I'm going to go to I see Ken Thomas. Ken, you're up. I don't see your hand up, and I just wanted to see if you had something to say.
Hey, might as well say hello. I've been listening to the forum for since a few days before the war started. I'm not sure that I have anything meaningful to add, but since I somehow got up as speaker, might as well say hello.
Well, I suspect it was the weight of your thumb pressing on the button accidentally, and then you got accepted by virtue of that. So thank you. Can you answer me a question? And that is, how did you come to hear? You know, I thought it started the day before the war, but you know what? I'm not sure about that. I think it was the day before, but this phase of the war, pardon me, who you don't have to contact me and correct me now. How did you come to the war? How did you find out about the Ukraine war? And how did you find MriyaReport?
Oh boy. Okay, where do I start there? I thought it was a few days, but I'm also not sure. I do a number of things, but I have been a Eastern European scholar on and off, and my housemate and business partner was applying to the U.S. Embassy in the lead up to the conflict, so we had planned to be there in January, et cetera, et cetera. So I found this forum while looking at Twitter and other spaces online to get better information and perspective. And as a number of people have already said, I have great thanks, because this forum has continually been a source of generally, probably I would say, the most accurate, available, up-to-date information, as well as a comfort in the shower early mornings and late nights in cities across Ukraine, at least for me. If that answers your question, or if you have any other questions, let me know.
No, that's great. I'm glad that we can do that for you. We do try to bring accurate, timely news, verified news. Occasionally we slip and say things we heard as a rumor, but we do try hard to do that. So I'm glad you're here.
And we have the best shower information that is possible.
Oh, this is evil Axel voice. Yeah, he's keeping an eye on us with his.
As I told you, this is not going to get better.
No, it adds. it adds. I'm sure when you say Mordor, it sounds twice as good as usual. Ken, do I understand from that you've spent time in Ukraine recently?
I've been back about 2 months right now, and been back to the United States, and I'm trying to get back to Ukraine again as soon as possible. I have a number of students and associates in various programs doing everything from just rebuilding farms and minesweeping to making food, putting things in packages. Not all that exciting. Though, of course, any night in Odessa or Lviv or further east can be very exciting. I won't go into. I was there the night that the student residence was hit in Lviv, very close to us. So that's now been a number of months. But there's nothing really I think I can meaningfully say to try and convey the experience and people's various experiences, the difficulties. I still have my air alarms on and in contact with the people. That's kind of constant, I don't know if I call it anxiety or fear, but it's a different experience than it's people who are involved in the United States.
Did you have that kind of experience before, or previously in your life, or is this a kind of new direction for you?
Well, as I've explained it to others, is I've been in or around war zones, but it's not the same as being, I'll call it, part of a civilian population which is experiencing a sort of a solidarity. I don't know if anyone there has been in the underground mall in Kyiv with the power out, for instance, and still using those underground passageways. For instance, one of my experiences is that most vendors just leave their stores open with the power out and leave, and no one takes anything. And that's part of a general social solidarity. But that solidarity is also part. The other side of that is the experience of death, loss, and even if it is certainly different if you're in Lviv. And that bombing in Lviv really changed people were very kind of comfortable the day before and not very comfortable the day after. Media often said that people in Lviv had redeveloped a sense of security, which that particular incident, just the next day, people did not feel secure. And I think that's a very different experience from from being in or near a combat zone in different roles, which aren't part of being part of, I'll call it, a targeted population.
Winter is coming. How would you say people are anticipating the winter compared to last year's? Are they fearing a repeat? Do they think Ukraine is kind of better situated? Because parts of last winter were pretty tough.
Yes, they were for some people, certainly. I don't know that I'm an expert. I can only just try to convey that I think there's more warning. People are ready. They know it may happen again. But again, I'm remembering both in Lviv and Kyiv, the speed at which public workers come out and fix things or pull up the street or electric conduits or water and sewer conduits is truly amazing. That there's no one who is worrying about what they're going to get paid and negotiating salary. It just needs to get done. And people come out and do things. I think that most people are just simply, they know what the possibility is. They've had more time to prepare. I don't know many people who are not determined to win and survive this conflict. I've talked to a lot of people. There's a lot of humor, especially during the air raids. When there's no, sitting in a courtyard, I remember someone making jokes about, you could just lie on the ground because you can't make it to the shelter in time. And if you could, it really wouldn't matter. And there'd be no Wi-Fi down there anyway.
And you're in the US right now?
I am currently sitting in Milwaukee trying to look at things about the Israeli conflict and catch up on work and etc. Nothing greatly meaningful to this group. And trying to make enough money so that I can head back for a while. Hopefully kind of the typical Simsil, Lviv, Kyiv, Zaporozhye, and maybe down to Odessa again, and smaller places in between.
Milwaukee, by the way, Nick, that is Green Bay territory.
Yes, I am. I am familiar with where Milwaukee is.
It is
Ken, what is it like, kind of walking around in a sort of normal Midwest, normal Midwest neighborhood, and looking around you? What do you think, in terms of these people? I don't know. Do you see Ukrainian flags? Do you think people don't even begin to understand what's going on? You've got kind of two worlds in your head, I guess.
They certainly are. I do see some, but it seems to be less. I mean, certainly just after the start of the conflict, there were flags out. There were more things going on. There are different engaged communities here. I also have a house in Chicago, so there's a larger community there, and of course, Ukrainian Village, and larger protests there. Here in Milwaukee, there are Ukrainian churches that are doing relief efforts, but there haven't been as many public things. As well, the Jewish community in Milwaukee had been kind of supportive. I'm not going to make a judgment, but I'm guessing that they are more focused on current events at this point. Which to some extent, all these themes have been talked about here. I do talk to a lot of people in the university.
Quite possibly we've lost the speaker. Why don't we just go to Yashel for a moment, and then Ken can come back. Then Yashel, you could go ahead.
Well, hi, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Can you speak up a lot?
Yeah, sure. So basically, I'm from Asia, and I heard people that talking about.
You're coming in so weakly. You're a mile away.
Yeah. So you're talking about Ukraine. So you guys know about the genocide. The situation is very critical. So I just want to hear the point of views about Palestine. The same thing is happening there. So I just want to hear the point of views.
Okay, I think I heard something there, but you have to do something about amplifying your voice to be heard. But I heard you say something about the genocide in Ukraine, and what about that? Am I getting that right? Kind of yell at me.
Yeah, I'm talking about that, and I said that the same thing is happening in Palestine. So I just want to hear your point of views about that.
Well, thank you for asking. It's a very good question. I think this is the central issue. The central issue.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the central issue that is before us is about this genocide. There was a UN group that came through as a interim report and said, well, not sure about the signs yet, but then another UN group came and said, yes, these talking heads in Russia really do concern us because they're talking about genocide. And so what we know is that there have been thousands of war crimes regardless, and Bucha is a monument to this. Somebody's got their mic open. Please shut your mics. I think I know who it might be. Anyways, it is absolutely a genocide that's going on. I think that it's worth investigating whether or not, or how we could use the data that could be used from the missiles that have hit these buildings and the circular probability of error to determine whether or not, or how likely, these strikes are to be accidental, and that virtually zero is what I'd say about that. So there's just a huge emerging amount of information about this. There's 88,000 crimes that have been, leveled against, or charges that have been leveled against Russia. There is a case before one of the world courts about the illegal nature of the war itself, and that is not specifically about genocide, but I think it could become an umbrella for the way that the genocide issue is examined. The case for genocide hinges in part, first of all, we do not convict nations of genocide, we convict people of genocide. And so they have to have committed one of the 5 basic acts, the first one being, killing members of the group. And then there's 4 others. And then there's the conspiring to commit and the inciting to commit. And we heard from our Friday night Understanding Genocide group. And if you're interested in this topic, from 10 to 1, we talk extensively about genocide and how to understand it. And our experts bring quite a bit of knowledge and, have been showing us how these things work in the law and how they are getting applied. And so it's working in Ukraine. The legal system is slowly working, and I think that we're going to see clear-cut cases of genocide. Will Putin go to jail, etc.? I don't know, but will it stir up the international community? I don't know about that either, but I do know that in the Middle East, in Israel, that this was a case where the intent to commit genocide was quite clear. They were yelling about killing Israelis, and the group that attacked Hamas has got genocide written into its charter. And so I would say it's very clear. And then the question is what do you do about it? And there's the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide at the UN. Very interesting name for something that has absolutely zero about preventing it. What we know is that these things don't happen as often in a good community of people. So on the kind of civilian feel-good side, that is one of the remedies, is having a good community, and people aren't likely to genocide each other. But once people get going on genocide, you have to stop them, and it is there's no line that's drawn. There's nothing that's said about where to stop except the rules of war itself. And so I think pretty strongly that was the intent of the people who created that convention. It is to stop the genocide at all cost, up to the legal limits of war. And so I think Israel is doing exactly that. And since it's been going on for such a short time compared to Ukraine, it's a lot easier to examine. We already see intent in the spoken word as people crossed the border and killed people. So very clear cases. And I hope they don't just kill them all. Sorry, Axel, because I want to see some of them go to jail. I want to hear guilty of genocide from a judge. That's what I want to hear. I want them to hear that, and I want people to understand that the stopping and the preventing future genocide is both a right and a duty. And the United States is in a special position because we agreed to some security conditions that, well, not a good promise to make unless you mean to keep it, right? And but the whole world has jurisdiction before the law in terms of where or when somebody can step in and stop a genocide. Should we fight every genocide? Let me tell you what is really unique about Israel and Ukraine in terms of the genocides that are going on there. Both of them, both the genocides, are being conducted by a neighboring country who invaded the defender or the victim country. There was no intermediary nations that they had to go through. They just did it. And so it's a clear-cut case where we can use Article 51 of Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter to be the first recall, right? To say, hey, look, they invaded illegally. No, the bogus reasons don't count. So we're going to supply Ukraine and Israel with the things that they need to stop the genocide and to repel it. And that's without invoking the Genocide Convention at all. So that's a good thing, because in the initial phase, we may not have intent, as we didn't in Ukraine, but as we did in Israel. And so we start there, and then we go on and we do what's necessary. And what is genocide? I think that Samuel Lemkin, who came up with the word, was wrestling with it, what he saw in Armenia, well before World War II. And he was looking for something that described the kind of horrific acts that were being carried out to erase a culture. And that is very much the case with Ukraine. Russia is trying to put the gang back together, the band, if you will, Little Russia, White Russia, and Russia proper. And, those are the states that Putin and all his little philosophers think is the thing to do. And it is absolutely against international law. So I think I've gone on maybe long enough to answer the question in general. So I'll stop right there. Get a drink of water and then keep talking and say, this is MriyaReport. We're here 24/7 until the Russians go home, and probably after that as well. We're here to bring you news. We're here to bring you expert analysis, guided discussions or moderated discussions. And we're here to take your questions. So please, if you've got any, and if not, I'll call on somebody else. So thank you. And let's see who we've got here. Tefaya. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. What did you come here for? And why are you up on the speaker panel? And what would you like to know?
If you press the red microphone, it will go purple and you can speak. Purple, blue, violet. What do you reckon? Bluish.
It goes to kind of purpley blue kind of color for me. It goes from like a red X'd out microphone to the purpley color. So there you go, sir. Looks like you didn't have anything to say. So okay. Just me, you're in the same boat. You came up, you got the speaker request granted to you. And what would you have to say, Just me?
Hi, everybody. I'm actually driving down the interstate right now. Didn't realize that you guys had called me up to the panel.
We didn't call you up. We invited you up after you requested, but that's okay. If you didn't mean to, then just tell us something good.
Tell you something good. Let's see. I'm in West Tennessee. We've got some great weather today. Got rain moving in tomorrow, but hey, today, just blessed to have another day on Earth.
There you go. Can you tell us how you came to learn about the war in Ukraine and how you came to hear about MriyaReport?
I am, because of the previous administration, I stayed on Twitter trying to keep up with all the chaos. Anyway, I was seeing things on the news where, hey, I saw an interview where people were talking to the locals in Kyiv, and no one believed that Russia was really going to invade. I couldn't believe it. So anyway, I started looking for things, and so eventually, shortly after the invasion happened, something about MriyaReport showed up in my feed. And I was like, huh. So I just clicked on it, went to the space, and I have been listening since then.
Excellent. Thank you very much for telling us that. It's always interesting. So you probably heard the previous person that we asked about why he came up, and accidentally as well. And so this happens. Accidental requests happen. So anyways, very glad to hear you talk about that. So how do you think the war is going?
Well, Huh.
I hear
I'm
some
still
kind of
scared.
question marks there. Yeah.
Well, I can listen. I get in the space, and at least the space gives me hope. Because there again, here in very red West Tennessee, I don't even watch any type of mainstream media anymore. So like the previous gentleman, I come here and I know I'm going to hear updated news, and I have been on here where, I mean, within 5 minutes of something happening, it's being brought to the space. And I have seen there may be articles or something, some little blurb in the news 2 or 3 weeks later. And it's like, well, that's old news. So yes, that is absolutely, one, the camaraderie. And I will tell you, I do wish that Gunny and Axel would do another tasting. Sometimes when you really get down and you're discouraged, yes, levity can definitely help. So yeah, Axel, Gunny, for me, I definitely appreciate that. Thomas Tyner, guys, I just saw a video where it was a podcast, I believe, with Vizgard. Saw him actually, you can find it over on YouTube. Excellent interview. Love Thomas. I mean, gosh, you got Chuck, Malcolm. I can't even think of all Colonel John Spencer. There are so many, there's too many to name. And I will tell you, I have learned more about European history, world history, the politics of each of these nations, the type of government. I mean, it is just unbelievable, the history that I have learned simply by listening in this space. So yes, you guys are very, very important to me. And just listening to y'all has got me through some really tough times. So I just appreciate coming into the space.
Thank you so much for speaking up about all those things. You know, and we've got so many good programs now that are regular features. You know, I just mentioned about the Friday night understanding genocide group that looks at that. Saturday night we've got the SBU team who are following kind of the crimes that are committed or prosecuted, I should say, inside of Ukraine by their SBU. And on Sunday nights, we've got, as Axel might put it, the Mesopotamian Book Club, where we're still reading Floki's books. So, and there's a lot more as you mentioned. So, thank you for that. I appreciate you playing the game here with us. You know, to tell us how you feel and think. Appreciate it.
And hey, let me just say this. Okay, I am a media consultant with a local NBC television station. And it is just amazing to see, because I know all the things that goes on behind the scenes and everything that is involved in making everything on the scene work. And to think that everything is completely volunteer 24/7. That's just unbelievable. I mean, I seriously, I'll sit back and I'm just like, kudos. I mean, you guys are knocking it out of the park. Absolutely.
It's a good thing that we've gotten more volunteers, and anybody that is interested in joining a truly great team with what I would say are truly great growth opportunities. This is a good team. And what I mean by growth opportunities, several. One, you'll grow cancer from sitting so close to your phone. No, that's a joke. That's sort of almost bad as a dad joke. But anyways, the other ones seriously are that I'm a better speaker. I'm still not a good speaker, but I'm a much better speaker. I'm a much better listener. I'm a lot, and like you pointed out, a lot more knowledgeable about the events. I still got a ways to go in the Middle East, but I do appreciate your comments. So thank you so much for joining us and playing that. And watch where the thumb goes, because you landed on that button, and I expect you to do it on purpose next time when you get a chance. And I really appreciate that the discussion about the media consultancy and the idea that we're 24/7. It is pretty amazing. I tell people that we're 24/7, and they're like, "Well, what time is it?" And I'm like, 24 hours a day. Get it? And they're like, "What?" And it really is surprising. So I'm truly pleased to be here. I probably tick all my coworkers off, but it's a wonderful group of people, excellent, and they have all better jokes than me. So it's very entertaining at times. We have some real wit here. And so anyways, so thank you. I'm going to go to the next one. Just me,
I just wanted to add my thanks too, and also on behalf of all the people in the back room. There are plenty of volunteers who you never or almost never hear on the air, who are keeping the show on the road, keeping the technical side going, which is a lot more than just the Twitter space, because the Twitter space is a new space every time it starts. Every 4 or 5 days it restarts, it crashes, or we restart it. And then a whole bunch of stuff has to happen in very, very short order to bring up the space, to bring up the YouTube channel, to organize the archiving of the recordings, and there's always 4 or 5 people on hand in the back office at MriyaReport Towers, keeping the show on the road, and we're just out here kind of taking the applause and receiving the bouquets of flowers, but the hard work goes on behind the scenes. And so you were quite right. Yeah, in the same way, when you watch your local news show and the guy with the good hair is on, there's plenty of people in the back room with less good hair. Obviously, we have Alan, who has the best hair in the world, but hair is not a requirement. We welcome volunteers of all degrees of hirsuteness. We are very equal opportunity in that regard.
But I've never really reviewed the status of the hair. It's just not a thing. I don't know. I mean, I see these things. See, like Beefeater, for example, he's got a hair on. You really can't tell. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So, well, anyway.
David and Axel used to be visible from space when they were visible from the balcony. They could reflect. They could attract the attention of a harm missile, I think. I have some hair, but it's extraordinarily white. It is terribly camouflaged, except in the winter, etc. But yeah, Alan is clearly the champion of the hair.
And I'm very jealous. I have a head of hair of my own, but nothing like that. So anyways, I'm going to keep playing this game if you don't mind. Nick, do you mind if I keep calling on people?
Absolutely. It's what I sometimes say to people, if you have a question, no matter how silly, come up and ask it, or DM it to me, and I will ask it on the air for you anonymously. And we get some amazing topics sometimes out of what people think are very, very, very simple and basic elementary questions.
Okay, well, I just got a DM, Nick, so I now have something to do, but I think that we should call on Pete. Pete, how are you? You ended up on the speaker panel, and here you are. What's up?
Doing pretty good. Thanks for everybody in front of the scenes and behind the scenes for running the show. It's pretty amazing it's lasted so long. So a lot of people doing some hard work. So I've got a question about the future. It is sort of trite to say that you got to prepare for the worst, hope for the best, but there is a very real possibility that Putin's first man in in America might become president. And if he does, there goes basically Ukraine weapon supply from America. I know Ukraine is going to fight even if they have sticks, because the alternative is to be exterminated, and Europe is stepping up. But from a long-term perspective, if that happens, what do you think right now Joe Biden should prioritize to give to Ukraine that maybe Europe can't, that would sort of keep them going for at least another 2 or more years? Like, what's the most important thing, not in the current fight, but from the very real possibility that you could have like 4 years of no supplies, no weapons, no ammo from America? I mean, God forbid he gets in, but possibly him, possibly Putin's second guy, Vivek, or etc. What do you think the weapon systems and the supplies that are most crucial for the next 2 or more years that they can't get in Europe, or would be difficult to get in Europe?
I would say that the hardest thing to get is probably all the kit that keeps the necessary. So a package of airframes, F-16s to be specific, and everything behind the scenes that has to happen. So there has to be on the ground, there has to be the gear that you need to maintain it, the supplies that are going to replace parts, things like this. I think that is the essential thing. Nick, what do you think is most essential?
I don't even. I think, I mean, it's an interesting hypothetical, but were that to happen, I think we would all be in such horrific, terrible trouble. It would be kind of the end of the post Second World War order. I mean, I can answer it in terms of, yes, I think they should give lots and lots and lots of stuff, but I mean, those sort of questions are always rather trivial, because it's like, well, lots of everything. So, if you're going to say, well, okay, but it's got to be within a $20 billion budget, there'll be some items you prioritize more than others, and I think that's more for the military logistical people. But it is, I think, frankly, the United States should put more money into making sure that Donald Trump does not become president. I don't know quite how you do that in a liberal democracy, but it would be nice if America's independent judicial system put him in jail. But I think the thought of a Trump presidency utterly terrifies me, and I'm just sitting here in Europe. So I don't think it's kind of very meaningful to say, well, would you send more tank wheels or more ammunition? Does that trade-off even apply? With apologies to the questioner, it doesn't seem to me to be a terribly useful question to ask. I'm sure perhaps the people in the Pentagon are kind of working on what they can do with the money that's available, but I don't know how you go about making contingency plans for if in 1 year's time your country goes completely insane. And that in itself is a problem for the entire United States defense establishment, I would have thought. I would hope that contingency plans are in place. I mean, who is going to serve in a second Trump cabinet? Who is going to be Secretary of Defense? And how does that person who is prepared to serve Donald Trump as Secretary of Defense, what happens on day one when they walk into the Pentagon? What happens when they have their first meeting with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs? I mean, it just doesn't bear thinking about, either from a point of view of kind of being pretty terrible, but also from a point of view of being completely absurd. So I can't really begin to think about answering the immediate, the proximate question, because in such a situation, an awful lot of other stuff would be severely screwed. So I don't know. Yeah, I would widen the debate and say, you know, what do we have to do to make that? And it'd be interesting. I am interested to think, after Trump won, are there contingency plans in place in we could call the deep state, to resist a second Trump presidency? I like to think sometimes that there are plans in place in France, for example, in case Marine Le Pen ever gets her hands on the nuclear button, which she would presumably, wire the codes to Putin. These are dark times. So I just hope other things are in place. So yeah, with apologies to the questioner, I'm not going to worry too much about whether the United States should send extra tank wheels or extra 155mm shells if there's a trade-off that has to be made. I think we have to do just everything in our power to prevent such a scenario happening.
I mean,
well,
I agree
we're
with
working
that.
on it. Oh, go ahead, Pete. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we definitely should be doing everything to avoid that from happening. I'm in Canada, so the American conservatives radicalize our conservatives. So we have a leader that's basically known as Skinny Trump, Pierre Poilievre, who's a little bit more articulate. But I think that's a good point about the supplies. So whether it be the Abrams or the Bradleys, to sort of have that enough spare parts for the major system, HIMARS up to a point, so that even worse come, because you do have to plan for the worst. Everyone thought Donald Trump was a clown at the beginning and that he wouldn't win, but he could, right? So I think you got to plan, and I hope to God that the Ukrainians are asking and some of the Americans are providing, and maybe not publicly, but just shipping those spare parts over. So you do have the Bradleys, the Abrams, some of the major things that you can't get from Europe. You can get 155 shells elsewhere, where that worst comes to worst, Trump gets in, he's going to have General Flynn be his national security advisor or defense minister. God help us, the guy who dines with Putin. So if they can get that over there, then at least some of their major kit has the spare parts, so they're not just sort of scrap heaps. So thanks again.
Thank you, Pete. I think that we're working on the prevention plan there. I know Cece is, and others. And I think that the justice system has a chance of taking him out of the race. Your mic is open, Pete. Thank you. And so it's unclear, however, if that will stop him. There's a couple of court challenges going on in states that would block him because, sedition should take you out of the running according to one of our laws. So we'll see about that. But it's a pretty bad look if he does become president. Can you harden against what the president does? Yes, you can. We've done that. One of the things we did was we changed some of the election rules that would prevent him from using the same tactics as last time, but I don't think that's much help. I think that the bigger thing is that everybody does have a job to do in the deep state, but he's promised to completely uproot people and weaponize the Justice Department, etc. So it's not a good thing, and it is why we fight so hard, some of us, against him, because he really is Putin's boy, from what I can tell. And maybe that's too political, so I apologize if that's too political, but it's a concern of mine. So thank you, Pete. Let's see. Nick, I think we've got at least one more person that we should ask. We have got George. George, hello. I see that you have, it looks like, I can't tell, I'm looking.
Georgianne.
There's a cat there. hello to George and Kat. Welcome. And what do you have to say? George? Well, I guess that's not going to work, Nick. That's okay though, because I see that it is it's getting near the hour, and I think that one more time a PSA is important.
Zachary has his hand up. Zachary, go ahead.
Hi guys, thanks for let's see, taking my hand. I've been listening for probably a little over a year. You guys are all somewhat like celebrities to me, but more or less like I am in America, and as a lot of you guys are, and I just really feel like, you know, we've been compromised and that there are Russian assets. I have a healthy respect for my enemy. You know, I don't. It seemed like, just like the previous share said about Trump, you know, we all kind of were, you know, lulled into, because, you know, he is so extreme and kind of silly at times, very silly at times, and it just seemed like he was a buffoon. And what would he do if he did have the levers of government? Oh, he just messed this up or messed that up. But I just think it's more sinister than that. That there is, you know, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I'm certainly not like a doomsday prepper or any of that stuff. But truly, like, with all the things that are going on, I just feel like we have a very focused adversary. And I just am so inspired by a lot of the stuff that is suggested on here, the people that I see actually putting action behind their beliefs, and I try to follow suit as much as I can. I mean, obviously, I have a day job. I'm actually wiring houses right now, but yeah, I'm just really grateful for the space. It's really, you know, my partner says I'm consumed with this stuff, but I just don't know how you couldn't be with all the things that are going on. And I just, like I said, I'm just really grateful. I love listening to you guys, and just like some other sharers said, I mean, I literally fall asleep with this on in my headphones, and so at 2 in the morning when I'm getting up to use the restroom, it's like there's mockers giving the updates on the booms, and I'm just like, it's like you guys are my family. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much. I feel like I know you guys even though I don't, and yeah, we'll just keep fighting the good fight. Thanks for having me up.
Thanks, Zachary, and yeah, I know that we are, and you know, the more regular co-hosts than me, more so, a little bit like family to some people, a little bit of the background to their day, and yeah, sometimes replacing your favorite radio station, and very occasionally we even get fan mail, which is very strange. So thank you again, and that your words of thanks are greatly appreciated, and once again, I dedicate them to all the people in the back room who are keeping the space going right now. CC.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm glad Zachary Bonkswell came up. He's a great supporter. Thanks for I love when new people come up that are longtime listeners. It's my favorite thing. I was just wondering if you could speak to I've been really busy doing either advocacy or my day job. So do you mind speaking to the Zaluzhny article?
The article in The Economist.
Correct.
Okay, so General Zaluzhny was interviewed by The Economist, and he wrote a interesting kind of almost academic paper. Did you read the full paper, CC?
No. Like I said, I'm trying to get the cliff notes because I've been doing day job stuff in Ukraine advocacy and nothing else.
Okay, so there was an article in The Economist, or an interview in The Economist, but it was really kind of, I think, launching that paper. And then there was like a short version of the full version. And I've got a copy of the full version. It's a long document. I didn't do a word count, but it's let's have a look. Not there. I did keep it. It was yeah, an important document about, and he's very sanguine about the situation. Said, you know, in order to make the breakthroughs, we are going to need some kind of technological, qualitative improvement. By which I think he means probably aviation superiority. But it's a really good read. It's a really good read. He's an intelligent guy, and it's written in a semi-academic style. Do you want me to see if I can get? I don't know where I put my copy. I know where I will find it. I will find it there. Do you want me to try and get you a copy of the full thing, CC, and I can DM it to you?
I can. I was just hoping, I guess, for the top 5 talking points from it and how that relates to Zelensky and how we go forward.
I read it about 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago. And I read it in one big chunk, and I just kind of took away the overall impression of, yeah, they're being pretty realistic about what can be done and what can be achieved in the current situation. There's plenty of places where they don't, it's not gung ho, it's not pessimistic, but it's saying, what do we need to do to win? And basically, Ukraine needs to get qualitative improvement in a certain number of things. He actually listed 5 major areas where he has to improve. So I am winging it a little bit here while I go through my not very well filed documents. But I will, if you'll bear with me for just a second while I type on the hot mic. Yes, got it. All right. So it is 10, 11, 12 pages of fairly closely typed text, and ways to overcome the positional. Yeah, basically he says it's become a positional conflict. What do we need to do? We need to gain air superiority. We need to improve our counter battery capability. We need to be able to breach minefields in depth and at speed. We need to create more reserves, and he talks about recruitment. And we need to improve our electronic warfare capabilities. So those are the kind of 5. Those are the 5 sections that he put it under. And it's very much the title is Modern Positional Warfare and How to Win It. And it's written like an academic paper. So yeah, it's the kind of thing you can put in front of a Secretary of Defense, you can put in front of a Secretary of State, and you can put in front of your own president. I'm sure Zelensky has read it.
And do we think this was a comms confusion or coordinated?
How do you mean?
Robin has her hand up. Maybe she can speak to that. There's some people that have said that they think it's coordinated messaging, and some people that say it's a comms mistake.
Oh, what, to release it and to have the interview?
Between Zelensky's opinion and Zaluzhny's opinion.
I can't comment on that. If he's talking to the Economist, I imagine he cleared it with Zelensky first, but we can't be sure. They seem to be pretty aligned most of the time, and Ukraine is a democracy. I'm sure that Zaluzhny can say what he wants without fear of a knock on the door at 3 a.m. So, Robin, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Thanks. I just read through this article about an hour ago, so it's pretty clear in my mind right now. I think, Cece, what you're asking about, I think that the difference between Zelensky and Zaluzhny are more apparent than real. I think part of it was a little bit of a problem in translation, and part of it was a misunderstanding of what he was saying. He was saying that if things don't if he doesn't get the support he needs from the partners and a few other things and the 5 points that this could end up getting into a what he calls positional warfare, meaning sort of being stuck in attritional war. I don't think, people jumped on that to act as though he meant they're at a stalemate right now and they're not going to win. That is not at all what he's saying in here. One of the things that Zelensky does, which he has done consistently, is he doesn't underestimate his enemy. And I think people are misreading some of it. He's making it clear that he respects his foe, and he is he's not assuming victory without a lot of hard work. But most of this article is a wonderful discussion of the things that they need to do, very specific things, working on having electronic warfare capabilities in country, developing their own weaponry, doing something to allow for training of reserves, which is a problem, as he points out, because they can't do much training in country. One, a lot of the guys who would be running the training are at the front and can't be taken away. And also, as we saw, unfortunately, quite recently, any concentration of troops is likely to lead to Russian bombardment, and so they wouldn't want to have a bunch of guys training somewhere. He doesn't specifically talk about what to do about that. I would imagine there may be some discussions going on with some neighboring countries about that. And there's a lot of talk about electronic warfare and about the fact that, as I said, he shows respect for his foe. He says that the Russians at one time really had the advantage in electronic warfare. At this time Ukraine has achieved practical parity in electronic warfare, but that they can't rest on their laurels and have to really work on it. I would, if you have a chance, Cece, it's about 10 pages. He writes, I don't know if it's he who wrote this or whether he has an incredibly good translator, but it's very clear, dispassionate. It's a quick read and you get a lot out of it. So if there's anything I haven't covered, I can, just let me know and I can try to cover it. Or Nick, maybe I've put everyone to sleep. What do you think?
Yeah, no, CC, I will send you in the next minute or so a link that will let you download the PDF and read it in full.
I've already done.
And
I've already sent it to her, just so you know.
There you go. You're way ahead of me.
I get The Economist. I have to make choices, right? Work, advocacy, or reading a lot. And right now, it's not reading a lot.
Okay, my recollection is that the article had a link to a short version of the file, and then you had to kind of dig around in the basement behind the sign saying "Beware of the leopard" in order to get the full version of the file. But the full version is a 9-page, fairly closely typed PDF. If you haven't got that, but G-Man apparently sent it to you, so that's great.
Yeah,
so
no worries. I actually subscribed to The Economist, so I'm set. Thank you.
All right, it is my.
Is there anything else I can cover, Cece? Because if I've missed something, I'm happy to try to cover for you.
Oh, I don't know because I haven't read it, but I get the gist. I just knew people were arguing a lot about it, and I haven't really heard the arguments back and forth.
All right, I'm going to make way for Alan, who's here for his shift. I've only been here for an hour, taking over from Axel, whose voice failed, and indeed my own voice is failing because we seem to have for a worldwide distributed organization. We do seem to have an ability to pass cold viruses around the MriyaReport team that rivals that of a small family-run restaurant. So I will drop down now. Thank you for your DMs and your kind words, which I still get even on a 1-hour shift. And Alan will be up here shortly to improve the standard of hair on the co-host panel. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, the hair situation does always improve when Alan comes up. You know, one of the things that we're talking about, and then I'll go to G-Man just a sec, that one of the issues with this article is connected to, for example, the fake story about Zelensky resigning today. There's a lot of, there's a lot of disinformation going around. There's a lot of, I think we know where it's coming from. They're pouncing on every little, every little thing to make it look as bad as possible. So I would just say, it's really good to take any of this stuff with a grain of salt. How likely is it that Valery Zelensky would say, "Oh, we're not going to win"? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So whatever, just my 2 cents. Anyway, G-Man, nice to see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Nice to see you too, and everybody here, Alan and Robin and CC, Tracy, Pete, all those guys. So it's yeah, I think there's a few things to consider with this particular piece. The large piece, the large document that Zelensky wrote, and I'm saying he wrote this himself or with his staff. This reads like a staff document, obviously translated into English and all the rest of it. The Economist interview, I believe, is their attempt as a translation. The stalemate thing, I'm going to bet he didn't say that. He said positional, and somebody went in the Economist went, "What does that mean?" And they come up with stalemate, or they have an agenda. But if you think about it, there's a number of things to consider. There's the Time article from last week, probably about a week ago, maybe 10 days. There's a very good YouTube video of Ukraine Matters, maybe, demolishing that particular article. It's well worth looking for. If you just type in Time article, Time Zelensky, and you'll see this. I'll try and link to it. It's in I have tweeted about it, but I'll try and find that and retweet. The Economist interview is a bit suspect, but then we've got just after Zelensky has his large dissertation, effectively, and some of our military experts have went through this. Chuck went through it. I'm pretty sure John Spencer went through it. So there's been a few of that. And then we had Zelensky's Meet the Press interview with NBC. And I think we have to consider these as, well, certainly Zelensky's piece and Zelensky's interview on NBC, they're linked. This is not Zelensky going off on a thunder run or some sort of, I'm going to make a name for myself. It's not that. Nothing like this just happens. This is choreographed. And I think what the article is, the full article, certainly, it sets out his analysis of the situation. Also goes through the sort of history of what the introduction actually sets the Ukrainian war, the unprovoked invasion by the Russian Federation in the context of our security situation that we have now, the crisis, and he links it to the Gaza Strip and Israel, South North Korea, Taiwan, and China. So there is, and also the failure of the UN and the OSCE to do anything about it, leaving Ukraine with no choice but to do the heavy hitting to regain its territories, and he restates that it's the borders of 1991, which will have to be restored exclusively by military force. And then he goes into the things that they need to make that happen. So I commend, I know it's 9 pages, but it's not hard to read. And if anybody wants a summary, I'll try and do that.
Yeah, thanks, G-Man. Yeah, it was an easy read. It was very dispassionate but well written. And I just wanted to welcome up two people here, two for the price of one. First of all, I wanted to welcome Alan as my co-host. It's been quite a while, Alan. It's nice to see you.
It's great to be with you again, Robin. It has been quite a while. Our schedules have been disrupted. And we need to welcome Yehuda. Yehuda, I haven't seen you in ages either.
Been too long. Thanks for the intro, and I'm just here to lend some supporting fires. We were talking about anti-Semitism in another room and how I wanted to tie it back to Hamas and Russia, but I didn't get a chance. But maybe we can talk about that later tonight. Who knows? Thanks, Alan.
Well, I'm sure we will have a chance to talk about that later tonight, Yehuda. You know, just regarding Zaluzhny's paper, in the 9-page paper, I found that to be a pointed and a perfect presentation in a number of ways. It lays out to the United States and NATO allies and the 50 nations around Ukraine exactly what Ukraine needs, and I think that is a perfectly good thing for Zelensky to be doing, even though we're 620 plus days into this war. You know, I think the second thing that it does, it is a perfect oppositional view to the disinformation that's been promoted by Russia, especially around peace negotiations and Russia's portrayal of Ukraine as the unrelenting nation engaged in war. Of course, we know that's not true. It's very, very simple. It's been simple from the very first day of Russia's invasion. If Ukraine stops fighting, there's no Ukraine. If Russia stops fighting, there's no war. But this paper by Zaluzhny, I think, spells out clearly why Ukraine would never, ever negotiate for peace with, and I will quote President Zelensky. And by the way, this is a pass from the swear jar. As long as you quote President Zelensky, Ukraine's never going to negotiate with that fucking terrorist, and they shouldn't. You know, positional and attritional warfare. Zaluzhny never used the word stalemate. It was a dumbed down word that economist reporters came up with, and that caused the entire problem. Zaluzhny talks about positional warfare, but you look at the news from the battlefield, it is attritional warfare just as much. And we'll get into the positional and attritional warfare with Chuck tonight on bullet points and a whole lot else as well. So, Robin, we should go back to CC and then to For Every Child, and then you and I should have a great little chat as long as we're up here as co-hosts together after such a long time.
Works for me. Yeah, over to CC.
So my friend John, whose voice that I value a lot, is down there, and I think he was going to come up and speak on this as well. Do you see a John requesting there?
Yeah, we've got him, CC. Thanks.
Well, let's go to For Every Child, and then John, if you know how to raise your hand, and you do, and then we'll go to you. For Every Child, and then John, please.
Yes, I think that I'm spot on that this link hasn't been posted to the nest because it's behind a paywall. Is that correct? Because it won't do any good for me to have a link if it's behind a paywall.
That could well be. That's kind of in G-Man's court at the moment. G-Man, I don't think it is behind a paywall.
No, there is a link which is on an archive page, which is accessible. Some cheats, but that's if you look up, well, I'll send you for a check. I think the one that I got from the Institute for the Study of War was the archive one. Although I actually have a subscription, but it's only until this Friday because I've cancelled. But I found out how to break it. So anyway, yeah, the archive works. I'll send you it.
And Jima, could you put that up in the nest too? I think other people will want to see it.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
And now on to John. John, go ahead, please.
Hi, Alan. Thank you for the time. Long-time listener. I think first or second-time caller. Hello to the stage. Hey, Cece. The Zaluzny paper and the document, I can speak with some degree of confidence on. I think it's a little more complicated than some on the stage have suggested. I'll begin with the following summary that is not the opposition's propaganda. The president of Ukraine, that being our beloved Zelensky, and his entire staff have repudiated General Zaluzny, the use of stalemate, which he did use in native Ukrainian per The Economist, and he has not refuted that, and his summation of the war. So this was published in the Kiev Post, the Kiev Times, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post. I put it in the comments below. Even a simple Google will bring up 1,000 or so hits for you. So this is not a matter of debate. What CC was alluding to is there is real consternation about this not about the document. I think it's important to separate the white paper, which is the 9-page article that was linked to in the Economist article, and then the comms error that was the interview with the Economist and with the Times. The position of many in Washington and European capitals, as well as, again, the position of the president of Ukraine himself, is that this was disastrous. If you open up one of these articles, I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm happy to actually quote it for you, but this directly aids the enemy was one of the comments. And it really has. You can already see certain senators and congressmen within the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate using this verbiage as a reason to not fund Ukraine. Maybe we can be kind and say there was a translation error here, but The Economist is heavily on side and pro-Ukraine, as is and this is done by the editorial board, not by one journalist. So it passed through the entire Economist Review Board, and there as liberal world order facing a periodical as you can find. So what we have here is a profound disagreement between the political leadership of Ukraine and the military leadership. There have been numerous heads have rolled in the wake of the Ukrainian offensive. The head of the Ukrainian Special Operations, 4 battalion and division commanders, and the rumor mill in DC is at least, and how could he not be after 2 years and no progress, that this includes Zaluzny himself. This, to me, the interview side of this, read in many ways like an apologia, a defense. Kind of like when a football coach has a losing season, he wants to write to why he wasn't successful. And I think there wasn't, while his white paper is very cogent, and I'm happy to give you the 5 bullet points that CC requested. It was in many ways the big question I think most people who read it want to ask is, why didn't you, why wasn't this, why didn't you conform to these requests back in July and before the offensive? Quite a few of the things he suggests, a certain way of fighting rather than the absence of equipment, he could have done. So I think this is in some ways a man who is in profound out of alignment with the president's office and hoping to keep his job. The most ominous thing, one last comment on
John.
I'll land right here. One last comment. The president of Ukraine's office has said, quote, "We expect to do significant personnel changes throughout the Ministry of Defense," as their final comment on this article. I'll let you interpret that how you will.
John, don't you think that Zaluzny and Zelensky and the defense ministers of Ukraine first, Reznikov, and now Umasov. Umarov. Thank you. Don't you really think that they put this wish list on the table, both at Ramstein and in every single NATO capital that Zelensky visited, and in Washington D.C.? I would be surprised if this list had not already been discussed.
Exactly,
at
Alan. I strongly agree with you. In fact, I'm certain of it. Yes, and this is why this may be, or many are suggesting, including the president himself, this was a comms disaster. Is publishing this list in the Economist. That isn't how you put out your ask for a military campaign where your enemy can read it too. That doesn't just make no sense. That's the opposite of sense. There are methods by which we can deliver it to our partners in EU, NATO, and the USA that they have access to. Zelensky can send a flagged email straight to the Secretary of Defense.
But John, there's nothing unusual in the list. I mean, an eighth grader wouldn't know what the list is made up of. It's not telling the Russians anything they don't already know.
I don't know. I've read the article in the white paper, and one of the things that jumped out at me that I think was a big error was he said the F-16s won't work. I know one of my fellow commenters talked about that he asked for air power. In fact, that's not correct. He expressly says the air power will not work because he says, according to Ukrainian intelligence, the S-400s have had a software update, making them both capable of defeating the F-16 as far out as the Dnipro, as well as jamming their anti-radar missiles. That's OPSEC, ladies and gentlemen. That is
John, I'm sorry. I think you're quoting things in this article, but I think you're giving them a spin that's not entirely warranted. First of all, I take exception to the fact that you said that nothing has been accomplished in 2 years. I mean, a whole lot has been accomplished in 2 years, not to mention taking back a large part of what the Russians took at the beginning. But also, what he said about the F-16s is a fact that by taking longer to get in country, the Russians have had time to work on their defenses. He never said they're going to be of no use. His point was, if they had had them earlier, before the Russians had been able to produce these longer range weapons that will obviate some of the advantage of the F-16s, it would have been better. I don't see anywhere here that he said the F-16s are not worth anything. I think he's saying, which was something that is correct, if they'd had them earlier, it would have done a lot of good.
Cordially, he says both. He says both exactly what you're suggesting, and then he expressly says software update S-400s won't make it past the river at the bottom. Look, I'm as Slava Ukraine as it comes, but I'm on the side of the the office of the president here. So I'm not giving you my take so much as I'm telling you Zelensky's take. And this was, again, I think it's important to separate the interview from the white paper. I think the findings of the white paper are cogent and logical. I think in many ways they've been known or suggested and talked about in places like this for the better part of a year. But the article and the Time article, I think, were a comms mistake. And again, I am echoing the sentiment of the president's office with that view.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to wait to have something more than hints coming out of Zelensky's office, though. It's very possible what you're saying is right. But Zelensky, up until now, has been very hands off about military decisions because he understands that he's not a military expert. The only thing I understand what you're saying, John, and I think you're making some good points. I'm just concerned that too much of this can end up weakening Ukraine generally, because the Russians are ready to pounce on any kind of disunity. I think they're doing their best to foment it all over the place, not necessarily in this particular place, but I think we have to moderate our speech to not make it sound as though Ukraine is in disarray, or that there is a major problem in the military at this point.
Well, it's not that I don't look. I think it's important to improve in war or business or life to be able to criticize, and that's how you get better, right? That's how you error correct. After action reports, AARs, are a fundamental aspect of every military that's successful out there. What we're seeing here is an AAR, and we're seeing the after action report from the eyes of Zelensky defending his lack of success and stating his needs. And then we're seeing a trump card played by the president's office saying that officially repudiating his statements. I would love to just gonna, if I may, I will read a quote directly from the president's office. I posted this in the chat, so we can separate it from being me criticizing Ukraine, and just go into which I'm not doing, and just go into me explaining the president's criticism. There is real. Before I read this, I'd just like to say that, as all my fellow students of this conflict know, Ukraine is a burgeoning democracy. And in fact, this war has solidified it, and it's a beautiful thing. But it's not exactly a Western state yet, in the traditional sense of a pyramid structure all filing underneath the president's office, with unified command and control, comms discipline, and all the rest. There are silos in Ukraine, and this is what the EU has cited as one of the things they'll need to improve as they go through the accession process. And we're seeing some of the challenges in real time. So here's a quote. The emerging fissure between the general and the president comes as Ukraine is struggling in its war effort, military and diplomatically. The public censure of General Zelensky came a day after the president's office replaced one of his deputies, the head of Special Operations Forces, who after his firing said he had been blindsided by the dismissal. It was unclear, but is in the opinion of this periodical, that General Zelensky did not know in advance of the planned dismissal. At the same time, Mr. Zelensky disputed the general's characterization of the fighting. Quote, this is Zelensky's words, time has passed, people are tired, regardless of their status, and this is understandable. But at a news conference on Saturday, he said, but this is not a stalemate. I emphasize this once again. This is not a stalemate, and this is not positional warfare. And I'll land there.
Okay, thank you, John. And let's go to G-Man if that works for you. Okay, G-Man.
Sorry.
You may be talking into a muted mic at this point, G-Man.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. So the ISW wrote about this on two different occasions. The day that Zelensky brought out his essay, and then again a few days later after Zelensky's interview. So this is Russian Offensive Campaign Assessment, November 4th, 2023. I've tweeted about it. I'll maybe put that in the nest as well. I'll just put the essay in the nest along with what I'm about to sort of say here. Zelensky's long essay, Modern Positional Warfare and How to Win It, outlines his consideration of the changes that Ukraine must make to overcome the current, what he calls positional stage of the war, more clearly than the shorter op-ed and The Economist article it accompanied. Zelensky wrote that the war is gradually moving into or to a positional form, and noted that Ukraine needs to gain air superiority, breach mine barriers in depth, increase the effectiveness of counter-battery, create and train the necessary reserves, and build up electronic warfare capabilities to overcome positional warfare. And then he goes on to say positional warfare refers to military operations that do not result in rapid or dramatic changes on the front line, despite both sides' continued efforts. So think of the Western Front of the First World War. Zelensky notably did not say that the war was stalemated in his essay, or suggest that Ukraine could not succeed. His essay focused rather on explaining that the current positional character of the war was a result of technological, tactical parity on the battlefield and the widespread use of mine barriers by Russian and Ukrainian troops. Zelensky considered the opportunities presented to Ukraine by Russia's challenges, including the significant losses suffered by Russian aviation, Ukrainian use of Western missile and artillery weapons, and Russia's failure to take advantage of its human mobilization resources due to political, organizational, and motivational issues. Zelensky argued to avoid World War I style trench warfare and move to maneuver warfare, Ukraine must develop new approaches, including technological and other changes, some of which depend on Western support and others require adaptations within the Ukrainian military, state and society. Zelensky concluded that positional warfare benefits Russia as it prolongs the war and could allow Russia to achieve superiority in certain areas. Zelensky argued that Ukraine and Russia could return to rapid maneuver warfare under the right circumstances, which for Ukraine must include Western-provided military resources. Zelensky's essay was all about how to restore maneuver to a positional war, not an argument that the war has reached a stalemate. What I would say about this, the Western leaders, NATO has given Ukraine a lot of weapons, but not enough. And some of the weapons that they've given, or haven't given at all, including air power. Also, NATO doctrine probably doesn't actually work for some of the challenges that Ukraine is facing. NATO hasn't had to face a minefield situation. No NATO army has faced a minefield situation like Ukraine is fighting against. The last time the British army faced that was in the Second World War, and I'm going to suggest that's the same for everybody else. We in the British army did face some minefields in the Falklands War, but nothing on the scale that Ukraine is facing. And so that challenge and the fact that it took a year for the West to get its finger out and provide the armor and allowed Russia to build up those defenses in the southern sector especially. This essay is partly a broadside to the West. The fact that it's being used by politicians in North America is a failure of comms, but I'm going to suggest it's not a failure of comms in Zelensky or Zelensky's case. It's a failure of comms in the Western capitals. This is coming back to bite us, that nobody has said the right things. Nobody has said that Ukraine must win. Biden gave a speech the other week that he should have given, and this is according to General Ryan and others would agree. General Ben, I'm sure, would agree, but I can't speak for him. But Biden should have given that speech a year ago, or even at the very start. And he should be given a speech like that every month, if not every week.
Yeah, it should be on the stump every week. I completely agree. This is definitely a repudiation of the West, and I just want to.
This is what I asked.
Please let you finish. Then we'll call on you, John.
Yeah. So I asked last night, General McRyan, if he was in the Pentagon, if he was the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Biden said to him, right, okay, I'm going to say Ukraine, well, what do we actually do? And his answer was, get back out onto the speech circuit and declare to the American people what you're going to say to us, i.e. Ukraine must win. We're going to give the Joint Chiefs instructions to prepare a plan so that we can help Ukraine win. That's the sort of comms that we need. This essay plus Zelensky's interview is an absence of the right sort of leadership in the West. They're trying to do it for us.
Okay, thanks, Jimin. Over to you, John, and then to Marcus.
Yeah, sure. I'll be brief. I think we got into the weeds of the white paper there, and I think someone literally read someone else's synopsis of it, and I largely agree with that. The ISW's take is fine, but again, that's sort of missing the forest for the trees. It's important to separate the white paper from the interview. Zelensky and the President's Office of Ukraine did not condemn the white paper. So let's set that aside. They condemned the interview, and the things that were said in the interview with The Economist, and to a lesser extent, Simon Schuster's article on the cover of Time. Those were, in the opinion of the President of Ukraine, and also mine, those were mistakes, and not the white paper. The white paper, it was not written probably by Zelensky himself. It was a staff work. And I think its findings are cogent and accurate, and I agree they are in many ways a critique of the West arming strategy. So I'm just going to but I want to make it very clear, we're talking about two different subjects, the white paper and the interview. And though the white paper was linked in the interview, it was the things the general said that aided Russia in the eyes of President Zelensky. It was in the interview, not in the white paper. Thanks.
John, we'll go to G-Man and said, John, could you just shoot me over a citation in the DM? I'm not finding this direct criticism that you're talking about. I probably have missed it. If you could just give me a
I posted it in the if you want me to like screenshot, is that what you're asking? Because the article,
anything like that, just to show where I can find it.
The article, you can find it in the article I linked in the chat. I'm not sure how to put things in the thing up top. I'm sorry, I don't even know the name.
That has to go through the co-host anyway. Okay. I'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Shall I DM you? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Yeah, that would be great if you could. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to do that. I'll screenshot and DM.
Terrific, thanks. Okay, let's go over to G-Man again, and then Marcus.
Yes. Okay. A couple of things. Obviously, the Time article was supposedly an interview with Zelensky, right? The Schuster thing, and that was a Russian biop, effectively. He's a Russian journalist that works for Time. I'm not sure that. Anyway, never mind. The other thing is that the Zelensky piece has caused massive consternation amongst the Russian low bloggers. So rather than helping the Russians, that they're falling over themselves to say things like, "Oh, it's not positional. We're winning," and so the rest of it. So I'm not so sure, and I think we'll just have to see. Time will tell.
Yeah, thanks, G-Man. Over to you, Marcus.
Hi. So, and one thing I have to ask, I think Alan's probably the best person to ask about this because he's worked in government and as a staffer in the Senate, I believe, or Congress, whichever. Or I guess Congress includes the Senate. I'm not American. I apologize. House or Senate. Sorry. Okay. Because I find it strange that they didn't get out ahead of this in the president's office. Because usually I would assume there would be, obviously not like you don't get to review and the author's article and approve it unless you're, I guess, the Department of Defense. But even then, probably not directly. My point being is, it seems shocking that this would be a surprise, or that they would get out ahead of this 6 days later instead of before the article comes out. So that's one thing, right? I would expect more foreknowledge and planning about how this would hit, unless it reverberated in ways they didn't expect. And my second point was that it's clear that these articles are intended for us, right? And us being people interested in the war, whether politically or professionally or personally, but English-speaking audience in the West, right? Not for necessarily directly for the people of Ukraine. However, President Zelensky's statements, whether in English or Ukrainian, are all consumed and directed at his people, at least in part, at all times. I think he thinks of the reverberation in-house, right? So Zaluzhny, I would assume, might separate things more mentally about who he's speaking to than Zelensky, because he's not as much of a political animal. My point being is everything we're seeing play out right now. I don't know if it's kabuki theater, obviously, but part of it is for the people watching it, less so than, like, obviously there's more direct internal methods of communicating between the military and the president's office than out in front of everybody. And also this is intended to show something. So it feels like the president's office doesn't agree, in that they want me to feel like it doesn't agree. I don't know necessarily that behind closed doors, they would read this after action report or even the interview, if it had gone on in front of Zelensky behind closed doors, if it's more than a comms problem, right? Because the reality is, aside from the headline of that article, it's not as damning. The headline sucks. The author of the article didn't write the headline, obviously, unless they're the editor of the paper or the magazine. But yeah, the headline sucks. And that's very bad. But at the same time, tens of thousands of men and women have died. So, yeah, we should sit back and be like, God damn, who screwed up? How? Why? It's happening publicly in an interesting way, I guess. But in many ways, this war is more public than I would expect in terms of how it's managed. So I don't know. I think the white paper is excellent, from an academic point of view. But I agree with John about the comms aspects are a bit brutal. That's it.
Well, one thing, Marcus, you can't always get out in front of interviews or articles. There are plenty of articles and interviews you can't get out in front of. And, Zelensky spoke to The Economist. Zelensky and Zelensky didn't speak to The Economist. It was Zelensky on his own. And he was trusted to do that. And I don't actually see this as a comms problem upon the publication of the Economist interview. It could become a comms problem if it is kept in public view. And this appears to be what's happening with Zelensky's remarks. And he should know better, frankly. He doesn't have to respond publicly to this interview. And
I think that's very wise, Alan. I apologize for interrupting, Robin. I can't DM you, so I put it in the comments. I apologize. Thank you.
And I also think that this will look like a tempest in a teapot in a few days' time, or a couple of weeks' time, or a month's time at most. But that's just my take on it. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with being very public with criticism, even of allies as generous as the United States and the NATO nations. The fact of the matter is, as it's been discussed here through 620 plus days of war, as it's been discussed by every single military expert who pays us a visit, the West, or the democracies of the world, or the allies of Ukraine, have been damned slow in supplying what Ukraine needs to win. And the democracies at the same time have been unable to clearly state a mission. Ben Hodges says this all the time. And the real point we have gotten to in this war is not that it is positional warfare. I mean, that's military professionalism speaking, and Zelensky is a professional military man. It's still positional and attritional, and it's turning out quite well for Ukraine that it remains attritional. I asked Mick Ryan the other day a direct question about what Russia would be seeking to do before winter closes in terms of securing and protecting its logistical supply routes into Zaporizhia and Kherson. He immediately said, Russia's priority is political now. He didn't even address the logistical concern. He didn't address the logistical question at all. He said Russia's primary concern today is political. Putin wants a frozen conflict that he can find a way to bring to a negotiation. And you can see that this is what Putin is working for day in and day out. Frankly, even on the battlefield, by having Russian forces launch attacks all along the line of contact. It is the only way on the battlefield that Russia can possibly try to support its information campaign. I wouldn't call it disinformation in this case. I think that Putin truly does want peace negotiations because he's losing the goddamn war. And I think Zelensky and Zelensky know he's losing the war, but the West doesn't know how to help Ukraine win the war faster. That's all Zelensky is writing about. What needs to be done to help Ukraine win faster. It's pretty simple. And it's not, to my way of thinking, a comms problem unless some kind of misunderstanding or misinterpretation or argument is carried into the public sphere where it does not belong. Robin, what if we go to G-Man and then back to Marcus and then to Peter?
Sounds good. Over to you, G-Man.
Thanks. Yeah, no, there's a couple of things. Just looking at Telegram. So how do we look to see? So first of all, went to Solutions. Telegram channel, not much there about the article. His last post is about the death of his aide, Major General Gennady Shashyov, and whose son's seriously ill. Right, so there's that. And then I went to, after that, I had a look at the, trying to think of the name of it, Spravdi. And it's talking about, oh, actually, Hannah Mallier had a post about the deception. So there was a deep fake of Zelensky put about. That was one. So Russia is trying to do what Russia does, lie. But Spravdi put out a post here. Information is spreading on the network that the head commissioner Zelensky is being dismissed. It's not true. A lie. The Minister of Defense of Ukraine made a submission to the Stravka regarding the dismissal. The truth. One should not become pawns and even more helpers in the information war, which is a component of Russian aggression against Ukraine, urged the Defense Minister Umerov. Today, some unscrupulous politicians are trying to split Ukrainian society. This is no better than what Russian propagandists are doing. Everyone today should focus on defense issues and do everything to strengthen our state. So that was their post of, I think it was today. So I posted that on Twitter, and it's in the nest, but it can be taken down. It's just for information, really. Storm in a teacup, I would call this. The most important thing going on in North America needs to be getting that $106 billion appropriations bill passed, and I think that's the Times of Ukraine have just posted about that, quoting a Reuters article that the Democrats have blocked the bill, the Israeli separate aid, because our allies in Ukraine cannot afford a delay, and neither can our allies in Israel, said Senator Patty Murray, who chairs the Senate Budget Committee. Again, quoting a Reuters article. Thanks.
Thanks, G-Man. To Marcus, to Peter, to Tracy. Marcus, please.
Hi. So I agree with you, Alan, that there's a problem that extends past comms in the West, and that's a will problem, because we do know what we need to do. Like, they did tell us that they needed planes when Boris Johnson was still in charge of the UK. In fact, they sent their president on a world tour to tell us this. And now here we are a year later, like, oh, we're getting some planes together. We'll get maybe 15. And I'm sure the Air Force in Ukraine is like, oh, Christ, multiply that by 10 and then double it. So, yeah, problems, right? But those are will problems, because the reality is America has F-16s in the desert. And a lot of people forget that. I think it's fair to say the Americans could put 20 Abrams tanks on the moon if they felt like it. There's the logistics of the American military is ridiculous. They could move an entire beach across the planet and replace the sand in order. So it's a will issue. It's a will. There's not the will right now. I mean, there is among some people, but not at the level that you say, nah, if I don't get elected next year, at least I did the right thing. That's not there. It's not there for a lot of politicians, unfortunately, because the purpose of getting elected isn't to get elected next time. But anyways.
Yeah, and again, Mick Ryan actually spoke to that very topic, Marcus, and he spoke primarily about Western democracies currently experiencing a split between civil and military professionalism. I mean, as Mick Ryan said, the incentive in politics is to gain and hold power. It is not to govern. This is a big problem. If politicians were serious about governing, then the divide between the civil and military aspects of Western democracies would not exist, or would be much less wide than it is today. So I think we have Peter, Tracy, and For Every Child. Peter, please.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Yeah, I mean, just think about it. The wars that America have been involved in, they had thousands of sorties with aircraft to prepare the ground before sending the troops in. Israel, and remember, Israel is 8,000 square miles, that's all. 8,000 square miles is tiny when you think that Ukraine is 228,000 square miles, if I've got my figures right. So that's a small area, but Israel sent in 100 fighter aircraft to prepare the ground before risking the troops. Ukraine hasn't had any of that. And it was actually Zelensky who, I think it was about a month ago, said every meter we take is costing Ukraine lives. Every offensive we make is stopped by Russian air power. And what he means by that is that they're bombed to hell. You know, and we have to not forget that every one of these Ukrainian soldiers who are defending their country are fathers, brothers, relatives of somebody who is going to be going through a lot of pain, wives who will face living their lives without their husbands, etc., because we haven't given them the aircraft they need. We haven't. Australia has all these blasted F-18s sitting around. They're quite happy to give them to museums. Why aren't they giving them to Ukraine? And we can go on and on and on. It's not Ukraine's fault, it's our fault. And we have this, I mean, I love America. I've been there so many times. I've been and done type rating renewals at CAE in Dallas. I've been to Florida for other renewals. And I always got really excited going to America because there was something about America which was, it was big, it's powerful. I love the people there. And I was saying earlier on, I had the great highlight of my life was actually meeting Neil Armstrong at Farnborough in the UK when I was a young pilot, which I'm not now. But I met him and I had a chat with him. And he was like a king to me in aviation. And he was also what I admired and loved about America, that they were pioneers. They were people of great standards. And Neil Armstrong was the most humble of people I've ever met. I mean, you know, he was like a king in front of me, but he talked to you as if you were on a level, you know, as if he was an equal pilot to me, which he was a million miles above. But that was the, you know, the character of Americans. And I don't blame the American people, but I think modern politicians are rubbish, absolute rubbish. They shouldn't be running a tea shop, never mind the country. And, you know, they're gutless. They've got no vision. They've got no vision of what their actions are going to cause in the future.
You're right, Peter. Actually, a lot of politicians might be successful in turning any number of nations into tea shops.
Yeah, and you know, it is this, and I don't personally, I don't like sugarcoating, you know, or I don't like kind of everything in the garden is rosy sort of talk, because they need to have a big shake and get woken up to what they're actually doing. It's not a game, it's people's lives. And, you know, if they bugger this up, I hope China does attack. And then they can look and say, we caused this because we're acting like weak little God knows what.
But it's the complaint jar, right? Every time we make a complaint, we have to take action. I do it with myself too. If you're going to complain, you got to pay the tax. You got to call or write.
Yeah, you've got to do that, but you need the media behind it because, you know, it needs to be the storyline that is told in America, and you need the media there. You need the news outlets to be saying, you know, what the hell are we doing? You know, wake up. And in the UK, we had this, what they called, when they were trying to get Brexit through, and it was, and I was against it, but there was a huge energy to push it through. And they would take people who they saw as against Brexit and name and shame. And I think that's what needs to be done in America. I would like to see every picture of every politician who is working for themselves plastered across the front of papers. Their pictures, these are traitors to America. They're traitors to the name of America. They are going to create destabilization in the world, and they're going to create a war with China. Because why shouldn't China? They can say, oh, look, you know, all we've got to do is kind of wave a nuclear weapon and they'll all roll onto their backs with their legs up in the air. It's not a game, and there's a lot of people who are suffering very badly in Ukraine, and I really feel for them. I really do, and I'm not even there. Anyway, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Let's go on to Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. I wrote a couple of things down because a lot's been said that I wanted to respond to. First, the articles. Disillusioned did put positional. He didn't say a stalemate. Now, whether there's a translation issue or possibly something I considered was maybe somebody took that to mean one position rather than, understanding that it's a military term and means something completely different. I think that's a big possibility, especially if the person that wrote it doesn't understand military things. I could see that that's maybe something I would do if I hadn't have learned what I've learned here about military positions, etc. And whether it's done on purpose and these things are twisted on purpose or by accident or not, I think is kind of irrelevant. But I do think Alan is absolutely right. Russia capitalizes on that. They twist that. They try to use that as a divide. They want to divide us all and also demoralize Ukrainians because they know that this is where all the power is, and they know that they're losing, and they know that we're stronger together. So it's typical Russia tactics. And so that's what I wanted to say about that. And the comment that was it John said that President Zelensky had said. So I've been looking for that and I can't find it anywhere. The only reference I can find to it is a New York Times article. But it doesn't actually say President Zelensky. It says the office of the president. Now, that could well mean any of the staff in the office of the president, because they also do put out statements that are usually categorized in that way. Usually, if it's President Zelensky, they're very specific and say it's President Zelensky that said this. So that's something I thought was important to consider. Also, the same article references the rift in the chief commanders in the military because of this, and I'm going to put in air quotes, sacking of the special operations commander. Well, I've been following that and looking into that a little, and actually he wasn't fired at all. He was given a different position in, I'm not sure exactly which position, but the Defence Intelligence said it was going to be in the GUR somewhere, so in the military in Defence Intelligence. So I'm wondering if, again, that's been twisted either by accident or on purpose, because we do know, we have seen that when somebody moves position, they have to be fired from one position and then given the next position. So I'm thinking possibly maybe there's a leak somewhere in the government and they've said, oh, he's getting fired, but then haven't added the extra bit that actually is moving position to a different job. Again, something to consider. Of course, this is all my opinion. I'm telling you what I'm finding is fact, and I'm telling you what's my opinion. So to be clear, all those things that I've said to you there are fact. And my opinion is that Russia is using this either by accident or on purpose. I guess that's irrelevant, but either way, to basically do everything to keep us all talking about this and to keep us not focused on the things that we should be focusing on, which is taking action to try and support Ukraine and get them more support in any way we can. So thank you for listening to my opinion and the facts that I discovered. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Tracy. And that last thing is, thank you for everything, everything that you said there. It was all quite useful. I think the last thing that you said too is very, very important. We always have to keep in mind that it's so easy to play into Russia's hands. There are different narratives that are being pushed out, and I always say, if it sounds like something that's going to divide us, you better think twice before you pass it on, because Russia is losing on the battlefield, and they're trying everything else to try to undermine Ukraine at this point. So yeah, I think it's a very important point. Let's go to For Every Child now, and then Marcus.
Yes, Robin, that's exactly right. In that case, it's almost like anything you say can and will be used against you. but I digress. I have changed my hashtag that I'm using for Ukraine, and instead of using Ukraine must win, I'm using Alan's idea of help Ukraine win faster. So I wanted to thank Alan specifically, but is he still online, or did I miss him completely?
No, he'll be back in a minute. Yeah, he's probably listening.
I definitely am deeply grateful for a hashtag that I think conveys a better message, or at least a different message, more current.
Yeah, thank you for every child. Yeah, that's exactly the case. It's we want Ukraine to win and to win quickly. Thank you, Marcus, and then James.
Yes. So I did want to step back and give highlight an example of the way the same administration did this right, and that was when Israel got attacked, and the president immediately had a speech, and then they sent 2 carrier battle groups. Because America puts a bunch of people to sea like that, and everyone goes, okay, our hands are up. We're not fiddling with any buttons here. It's chill. That swift, strong response, I think, put everybody on notice. Don't get involved in Israel. Don't do it. Just stop. So if the president had said that about Ukraine, it would have had the same effect as if he said that and sent a battle group, So you have to deploy assets to back yourself up. And with Israel, America did the exact right thing, I think. So I wish they had done that for Ukraine, but the opportunity is still open.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I find it extremely frustrating that the number of Ukrainian lives that have been lost. We're on the Sunday night. We're doing the book club going through Serhiy Plokhy's Russo-Ukrainian War, and it's so often we come to the point where there is a crisis. Zelensky is asking for certain weaponry and is asking for fighter planes and that kind of thing, and it doesn't happen. And a lot of Ukrainians die, and somehow they manage to drag out a victory in the particular thing anyway. But then we go on to the next crisis, and it's the same thing. Zelensky is begging for weaponry to make it possible for them to resist without losing so many people. And yeah, we'll send it to you in a couple of years, maybe. And it's very frustrating. So thank you for that, James. Over to you now.
Well, I was going to jump right to my topic, but I'm going to address that one first and just say that you'll recall from recent news, I think the Russians have upgraded the S-400 system, and it's more acute than it was, and that's a bad thing for Ukraine. And so I just want to say again that the speed with which you get things to the battlefield is not what counts. What counts is the BAM power, the power to project destruction somewhere is the key here. And if our systems are compromised because of the multiple in-depth exposures of our national security infrastructure to our enemies, if you don't give pause and think, maybe that would change the arithmetic, I mean, think about it. It makes sense. So that was just a point about this conversation and speed. And the other point is maximize the destruction, because there's a lot of stuff to destroy. Make it as economical as possible. Let Russia outspend you. Let them get ground up in a long war. Well, our economies are prospering pretty damn well. Yeah, there's some inflation, but there's a number of inflation offsetters that are happening. So fuck Russia and I didn't say it right, did I? What do I have to say? We're not going to give you any land. We'll never work that fucking terrorists or something like that. Anyway, that was one thing. The other thing was about the book club. I was listening to John Spencer earlier, and he was he was telling us about Mariupol. and the battle there and what happened. And he talked about the helicopter runs, right? 16 helicopters, 7 missions, carried a ton of supplies. And it was so good because, well, I flipped back to chapter 9, the Eastern Front, right? And read through that section again. I'm like, wow. And I was meant to ask John, did you read this book? But if you leave him sit too long, John might disappear. So anyways, that's my advice about co-hosting while you're with John Spetzer. But so anyways, that is the main thing I wanted to say. And the other thing was that the idea that for every child had is good. If there was any advantage, and I think there might have been some advantage to get the fish on the hook first. The fish is on the hook. You need not delay. Now's the time to let it blast. But the same principles apply if in a long war you get everything there fast and it isn't used as carefully as possible. That is not a winning strategy either. So we just need to be a little bit more careful, because none of us, and I know for every child, you could back this up with some of the comments you made about, and I think I heard it most clearly from you, in fact, that, nobody knows, even all the generals and colonels that we have that come on this show, even them, they can project their mind and think pretty coherently about what's expected. But these are extreme times, extremely strange, intelligence problems here and in every nation in Europe. And so careful, I think, is the path forward. Speed, it isn't going to be a speedy one. It's going to be one that leaves Russia down and out for decades.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying there, James. And I also, just as a way to maybe wrap up this conversation, what was the very first thing we heard President Zelensky say? I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. Okay? He needed ammunition on day 1 of the war. What are we hearing 627 days later? They still need ammunition. They need 155 millimeter artillery shells. They need more tanks. They need F-16s. They need mine clearing equipment. They need Taurus missiles. They need more ATACMS. They need more Storm Shadows and Scalps. And they still need more ammunition. It's from the first day to this day in the war. It is only a question of supplying Ukraine with what it needs to finish the job. And Zelensky has always said that. But the problem is we're 627 days into a war in which insufficient military materiel has been delivered to Ukraine. Now, I'll also just add one more thing, James, then back to you. Remember that by the end of the year, some 20,000 additional Ukrainian troops will have been trained in the United Kingdom and will be returning to Ukraine to fight in the winter campaign. There are tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops being trained elsewhere in NATO countries and also in the United States and Canada. They are all going to be in Ukraine to fight the winter campaign. And just ask Chuck if he thinks there's going to be a winter campaign. He sure does. So, James, back to you, then to Cece.
So yes, and so he did say the fight is here. And that's how he started that phrase. The fight is here. I need ammo. I don't need a ride. Or maybe I don't need a ride. I need ammo. Whatever. Anyways, but he did start with the fight is here. I love that other line of his was to the Zurich group, I think it was. I had breakfast in Kyiv. I'm going to have dinner in Kyiv. I love that one too. I just thought, wow, he's like talking to all these bigwigs from around his support circle, and yeah, that's what he had to say to that. Was like, no, I'm not going to stay. I'm going to go fight. So absolutely, we got the fish on the hook. Now's the time to reel it in as fast as possible.
I agree. Thanks, James. And on to Cece, please.
James, if we all just only keep talking about it in here, will it happen faster? Or it's now 6:15 in DC. That means it's introvert hour. It's cocktail hour, y'all, for the introverts. Woohoo! Let's all pour a drink, get comfortable, have MriyaReport going on in the background, use our home phones, and voicemail away to make this happen faster. If we're just talking in here, it's not going to happen. So this goes out to you, to all you introverts tonight on Smooth 89.9 FM, Introvert Hour.
Yeah, so if you're shy and for some reason someone's working late in your senator's or member's office in the House of Representatives, someone answers the phone, just say, please, don't answer my next call. I want to talk to the answering machine, and you'll get the answering machine. I think the introvert hour is a great way to invite people to call answering machines. I was shy. James, go ahead.
And the number that you want is 202-224-3121. That'll get you that line. And I like to talk to the receptionist, or not receptionist, pardon me. What do they call them? Yes, the people routing the calls, routers, I guess. That's what I'll call them, the routers. I'm really nice to them. I always thank you and please. And it's good to do that if you talk to them. If it is introvert hour, then absolutely. And don't forget to leave your contact information. Rattle that off as fast as you can at the end is what I recommend there. But if you can talk to them live, you can really inject your voice. And I did today, buddy. I was heated up today. I was still had steam from yesterday. So I let JD Vance have it. I really did. My words were smooth. I didn't say anything wrong, but my tone was, I hope, impressive. And I'll be bothering him more about his choices. So I encourage everybody to do the same, to, put this in your favorites list. 202-224-3121. That is the congressional switchboard that will get you to anybody in the Senate or the House. And just like that, you'll have new friends who work as aides, and they'll be sympathetic towards you once you tell your story twice. They'll get to know you, and they haven't replied out of my Greg Landsman's, my representative. His office hasn't replied beyond, oh, thank you very much, we got your letter. And it's like, I have words for that, but I won't say them here because swear jar, I want to hear the right things. But he's fighting in one of these districts where I think they're strategizing about, how can I keep my seat? Because the only way I can do good is to be in my seat. And I'm like, this is a genocide. So anyways, back to you guys.
Can I just clarify that the introvert comment was not a diss? I myself, my name's CC Subcentric. I'm an introvert. The Ukraine war actually forced me into extrovert status, so that was in no way a diss. I ingratiate and love my fellow introverts and will always be one inside. And to add to James, the numbers of the people that we're trying to leverage, besides your own rep, you can find at the number he gave you, are in the nest. They're under my tweet there in the nest. Those are who we're trying to leverage to make the speaker bring this to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Cece. And I certainly didn't take that as the diss for introverts. Not that I'm one, but I hope people understood that. Anyway, on to another Alex Ferguson and then Marcus.
Hey there. I'm not going to jump over Cece because Cece's the queen of lobbying. But in terms of giving you like a maybe for the introverts, maybe a gateway drug or a gateway pathway to being a bit more extroverted, and maybe some British fellas are doing. I know it seemed like a dumb idea after a few beers, but if there is a Russian embassy near you, there's a way that you can make a statement which is very small, hopefully powerful, but quite simple. So someone made a suggestion about buying bin bags, because obviously we saw the pleas for help. Oh, cry me a river, because they didn't have enough body bags for Russians. So someone had the idea of amongst British fellas is like, well, on Armistice Day, when we celebrate our veterans, for various reasons, a bunch of NATO fellas are going to go to the Russian embassy, and someone had the bright idea of going, well, why don't we show sympathy to other veterans of World War II? And the Russians just sort of body bags, so why don't we go and all buy a bunch of bin bags? I was like, that seems like a good idea. But they seem to have a real problem removing their helicopters and their submarines from Ukraine because they've all been disassembled. Now, I don't know about in America, but over here in the UK, I managed to go online and get a model KA-52 crocodile helicopter, like airfix kit. I don't know if anyone does model airfix kits. There's this little plastic plane or helicopter kits, so you can like build your own little model one. So I managed to get a KA-52 crocodile helicopter. I've also got a Kilo class submarine model. So maybe if we just be like, well, you keep leaving your trash in Ukraine, maybe if you just knew how to clean up your trash, you could take it out. So you said you were short of bin bags. Here are some bin bags. You clearly seem to have trouble with your disassembled helicopters and Kilo class submarines. So I have a Kilo class submarine model kit and a K-52 model kit. So I think some of us are like, yeah, we can get this online in time. So hopefully you might see outside the Russian embassy just a lot of model helicopter kits, a lot of model submarine kits. I have not been able to find out a model Corvette or whatever the model thing we bought up, but maybe Amazon's better in America. But maybe that's a way for the more introverted to just leave a subtle statement, just like, yeah, your trash seems to keep getting disassembled in Ukraine, so maybe you can practice on that here. We'd like to help you out so you can just get the fuck out of Ukraine. So just an idea.
Thank you. Those are all very good thoughts. And thank you for you've made my day, nothing. Thank you. On to Marcus.
Is DC a two-party consent state for recording phone calls? You guys know?
No, I don't know about DC. Does anyone?
I have no idea.
So, and I'm not American, so it probably doesn't apply to me. Although that's not true for a lot of things in American law for some reason. Anyways, the the point is, it sure would be cool if you guys had entertaining or NAFO adjacent calls without ruining the purpose of making the call, but we got to hear it on your timeline. So go check if DC is a two-party consent state, because if it isn't, y'all can consent to putting it up online.
Oh, there's something I can do. So have you ever heard of, any of you guys heard of Speaker's Corner?
Yeah, there's one in Toronto.
Okay, so we have one here, and something I got dragged into by a Ukrainian guy who's actually he just goes and debates. That's his thing. So yeah, I've been dragged into Speaker's Corner to go and advocate for Ukraine. Oh my god, the wackadoodles that I get there. So there's actually an account called Anna's Wick Sniper Chick, and she often videos this guy called Pablo, and occasionally now me, advocating for Ukraine on Speaker's Corner. I'm not sure if we're allowed to live stream it, but she definitely videos it and puts it online. But oh my god, the wackadoodles that we have to talk down. It's quite spectacular.
Well, I would love to watch a live stream of CC calling representatives.
But as you say, let's first make sure she's not getting herself in trouble if it's a two-party consent jurisdiction. But yeah, I would enjoy that too if it's not. Over to fellow who bonks and knows things.
But being polite is of utmost importance.
Yeah, I figured I would just throw in some, I guess, subject matter expert advice on recording calls, because every single call I make for work is recorded by me. DC is a one-party state, by the way. But the way it works is if, let's say, for example, you're in the Commonwealth of Virginia and you're calling to, I think Maryland is a two-party state. The person in Virginia can still record the call without informing the other party. So yeah, CC, if you're in the Commonwealth of Virginia, you can go ahead and record that call without informing them. But DC is a one-party state, 100% certainty. Well, it's a one-party non-state. It's not a state. It's the district. But you know what I mean.
Thank you, fella. I'm looking forward, CC. I'm looking forward to hearing some recordings. Okay,
I try to make them laugh because you want them to be on your side, right? So many of these offices I call, their Congress people are not on the side of Ukraine, right? So the best way to do that is through humor, right? So after you get all your super important salient points written down, so they're not distracted, then I'm cracking jokes and trying to ingratiate them in really real genuine ways because I want them to be on board with the truth.
Yeah, 100%. As me sainted Irish grandmother used to say, you win more flies with honey than with vinegar. Yeah, Chuck is wonderful at that. Chuck, I've never heard him lose it. He treats everyone with respect and good humor, and I think it does win people over. Anyway, Alan, we have James, and then Ukraine war update.
I would just say don't abuse your representatives and senators. Don't surprise them. Don't sandbag them. It's a relationship that you have with them. And you also are, entering your information into a system. And so should you get flagged in a system for any reason, such as one of the Congress people says, I got this call that got recorded and this happened, and then everybody knows that it was you, that'd be the kind of thing you wouldn't want to have happen. So I would say, a representative Landsman, representative here speaking to me, I've got a room full of people. Do you mind if I talk in front of them? That's what I do. Just saying, don't sandbag these guys. They're usually you're not going to get the senator or representative. You're going to get an aide of some type, and don't sandbag them.
Good advice there, James. On to Ukraine war update, please.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Hi, Robin. Thanks for hosting the space. I love this idea. I was just listening in, to make those calls, maybe a recording, and then have people look into it. And like Cece was saying, humor would be the best thing to reach out to the person you're targeting with the message, right? And to the people provide entertainment to tune in for more, right? I think that's a great idea. But I also agree with what James said about being careful, not to put some of these people, public figures in the space or on the spot, right? Because it is a little bit tricky. So I would like also propose a different maybe target for those types of calls. That would be a lot easier probably to to record, and that's companies that continue to do business in Russia. In the United States, there's still about 20-something companies, according to Yale School of Business, that posts reports and keeps the stuff updated. They continue to do business with Russia as usual. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but they have a pretty comprehensive list with different levels or tiers of companies across the whole world. Some of them continue to do business. It's broken down by countries, but it's also broken down in different sections. Those that continue to do business as usual. Then there's some who kind of stay in Russia, but maybe they're not continuing the investments into the country, into Russia. So there's a pretty good target list right there. If anybody wants to do it, I'm actually considering, because I really love the idea, and maybe posting this in the YouTube channel or something. But unfortunately, I don't have a keen sense of humor like a lot of other people do. So if I would do something like this, it would be like super boring. Plus, I can also tolerate my accent only small doses at a time. But just something to think about.
Absolutely. The Yale School of Organization and Management keeps this index of global corporations that continue to do business inside Russia. Beefeater also has written extensively about companies that continue to do business inside Russia. You know, I think it was yesterday or possibly the day before, I read in the Financial Times of 100 companies in the United Kingdom that had broken sanctions and supplied Russia with microchips and superconductors. But in order to, you know, I guess, get a better deal with the government. And these investigations are ongoing, and companies that break sanctions are frequently found out, and they are going to be fined and punished, unless in the United Kingdom. Oop, I think I muted everyone there, including myself. In the United
No, actually, I
Kingdom,
did. My apologies.
oh, that's okay. Uh, in the United Kingdom, if you turn yourself in, you'll get a better deal from the government. And so there were 100 companies that admitted to breaking sanctions. 100. I was absolutely astounded by that. And you know, I don't respect them for turning themselves in to get a better deal in these ongoing investigations. They've already done the damage. And again, some of the supplies that they delivered to Russia, microchips and superconductors. Well, why does Russia need microchips and superconductors? To build missiles. That's what they use them for, to build missiles and drones. So they are companies that are participating in killing Ukrainians. And frankly, they're if they have stockholders, if they're publicly traded, the entire board of directors should be fired by their stockholders. But the stockholders can take stockholder action. But it is absolutely reprehensible. It's one thing if you're Unilever to sell Dove soap in Russia, shouldn't be doing it. But it's completely another thing if you're a company that ships uh, superconductors and microchips to Russia. That is reprehensible. Fella, who bonks and knows things. Go ahead, please.
Hey, and I just wanted to, I guess, wrap up the conversation about calling your reps. And I think there's a joke that, CC was going to record it. But if anybody is wanting to do that, we were talking about the difference in one party and two party states. Two party states, both people have to verbally consent to being recorded. It is a fairly short list, but if you physically reside in the states of California, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Montana, Nevada, New Hampshire, PA, Vermont, or Washington State, do not do this, boys and girls. If you reside in one of the states outside of that, bombs away. You're cleared hot.
I love the
This
things
does not
I
constitute
learn.
legal advice.
I love the things I learn in this space. So great. We do not take it as legal advice.
Yeah, I just got a CYA. Anyway, use Google, folks, and use your brains. Always keep the thinking hat on.
No, this is good to bring up too, because people who haven't gone to law school may not know about this distinction of one and two party states, and you don't want to get yourself in trouble trying to do the right thing. So thank you, fella.
Yeah. And a little clarity to that. If you are physically in a one party state calling into a two party state, the one party state trumps. It's the initiator of the call, is where the law is taken from. Anyway, sorry.
So if you're calling from a two-party state, fella, I assume that the first thing you do on the call is ask the person on the other end of the line if they are willing to have the call recorded, right? Then that becomes part of the recording.
Well, no, legally you inform them that it's being recorded and they give consent by continuing the call. It's not terribly nice, but that's the industry standard process. At least in the insurance world, we don't ask you, we do it. And if you don't wish to be recorded, you may discontinue the phone calls and find a provider more aligned to your personal desires, I guess.
Well, that is a rapid class in 1- and 2-party calling and recording calls. And yes, like Cece, this is one of the reasons I love MriyaReport. You just never know what you're going to learn on any given day or night. And just to let folks know, now would be a great time to retweet this space. In roughly 20 minutes' time, Chuck Farah will be with us for Tuesday night bullet points. Lots to cover. There is indeed a lot happening on the battlefront. And I'm sure Chuck and I and Fella, are you co-hosting with us tonight?
I am not. Let me actually double check that schedule real quick because I'm not normally on Tuesday nights because I'm not predictably home.
No, I don't see him on tonight, Alan.
Okay.
Nancy's coming on with you. Is that you wondering about 7 o'clock? It's Nancy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, Nancy and I and Chuck will, I am certain, cover this this topic of what a stalemate actually looks like. And the line of contact doesn't look like a stalemate. Ukraine's success against Russia looks nothing like a stalemate. And you know, if you get very granular, as you can do when you're looking at maps on the line of contact, and you focus only on the line of contact and whether or not the line has moved, if it's moved a kilometer this way or that way, etc., you can leave a session of bullet points thinking this is a stalemated conflict. And that's why Chuck and I also always try to get up to a bird's eye view from time to time, just to reassure folks that Ukraine is winning. And there's just no two ways about that. And right now, Ukraine can win faster if they are supplied in quantity with what they need. Will Teal, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good morning, Alan. Yeah, we had a extensive discussion about this yesterday too. You know, this word and what Tracy and James said earlier is true. That, you know, what Zaluzhny had said was a technological stalemate, meaning the things that make combined arms and everything difficult to use. But if you want to back up, and people want to say, no, he's talking about the broader issue. If you want to assume a stalemate, you've got to assume that none of the objectives of the parties who are on the offensive, who have the initiative, are no longer able to achieve objectives. That's what a stalemate is. Neither side can form a group that or can form any force that is able to push on and meet any of their objectives. They've lost all their initiative, and both sides would culminate at the same time in military terms. But in order to be a stalemate, one of the objectives after, or as the summer went on, one of the main objectives of Ukraine was the attrition of a vast amount of the fighting force of Russia. Now, anybody can see that has been done in large part just by examining the losses and examining the satellite photos of Russia's storage area for armor. One of their main storage areas for armor in Russia has been emptied by 40%. So, you know, when we talk about Ukraine having eliminated approximately 50% of the fighting capability of Russia. That's what we mean. They've eliminated half of the armor, half of the artillery, half of the armored fighting vehicles, half of the special equipment. So on the attrition side, they've met a goal. So it's clearly not a stalemate until we stop seeing numbers every day, and we're still seeing big numbers because Russia is still attempting to attack where in Avdiivka in particular and getting smashed, actually not getting any significant gains at all. So that's item one. But the other big thing that is massively overlooked if you're talking about a stalemate is in relation to meeting its objectives, a country without a navy has pushed the Russian Black Sea Fleet out of the Western Black Sea. They have no activity over there. It's not a permissive environment from them. They die regularly when they work in the Western Black Sea Fleet. So they've eliminated a significant amount of military force, and they've reopened their shipping channels so that goods are moving in, grain and materials are moving out. Does that sound like a stalemate to you? That a country that has eliminated a sea threat and reopened itself to trade, that sounds like a country moving toward normalcy to me, not a country that's in a stalemate with a superior force that's a genocider. That sounds to me like the little country that could, frankly.
I completely agree. And it's not only in the Black Sea where you can have a better idea of Ukrainian success. Frankly, I see Ukraine as currently winning the drone war. They're winning it on the battlefield. They're winning it in development and innovation and manufacture. And it is going to tell in this battle come winter, maybe sooner. Well, it actually is already making a tremendous difference. The army of drones in the month of October was responsible for taking out 35% of the Russian tanks that were destroyed. And Chuck pointed out just last week that, a lot of these Russian tanks and Russian vehicles, armored infantry vehicles, etc., on the battlefield are juicy targets because Ukraine has been successful in cutting Russian logistics. They are stranded on the battlefield because they've run out of fuel. Makes them a very juicy target for a drone operator.
I love that, Will. The little country that could. Somebody has to write a book with that title. It's as everyone knows, it refers to that wonderful children's book, The Little Engine That Could, which has been, I think, a favorite of kids for probably 75 years now. I read it to my kids constantly when they were little. Anyway, thank you. I love the title. James.
I'd say the medium-sized country that could.
It doesn't work. That doesn't sound as good. Sorry.
How about the second largest country in Europe that could?
It doesn't have the ring, but it's accurate.
The first army in Ukraine that could.
Well,
the second army in Ukraine that couldn't. That I'd like even better.
Yeah, I do too. And I'm not even sure that they're the second army now. I'm not sure if there's a third one out there, but I don't know. Maybe it's the Russian Freedom Brigade. Who knows? In any event, as I just said, now I'm going to repeat myself. Great opportunity for folks to retweet this space and let people know that Chuck Farrar will be here in just about 10 minutes time or so, and we'll begin Tuesday night's bullet points. Not necessarily right on the battlefield with a map, but with a bird's eye view of what's happening. Will, go ahead.
But I mean, all joking aside, if you're talking to a representative or you're talking to somebody who doesn't know anything about what's going on in Russia because they don't pay attention, that talk to them about commerce and see. I mean, I don't think virtually anybody I've ever met that asked me about what's going on in Ukraine has recognized for themselves that Ukraine, without a navy, has driven the Russian Black Sea Fleet that was their own for 200 years. Nobody's challenged Russia in the Black Sea. They treat it as their own little area. And so 200 years of history is now done. Russia cannot operate in the Black Sea freely. And Ukraine's opened up its trade corridors. I haven't met anybody who understands that they've done that. And if they, if you want to read Ioanna's timeline, it's up to about 2 million tons of grain moved out. That wouldn't be happening had Russia not threatened them, with closing everything. But Russia makes bold, brave, blustery comments that it can't back up. Ukraine said, well, if it's good for you, it's good for us. But they followed it up with enough strikes on shipping that Russia and ports and dry docks that Russia had to move out. So, talk is cheap, baby. That's another thing Americans and other people like when they talk about stuff. If you want to know who to support in this thing, how about supporting the guys, providing the guys the effort, the equipment they need to finish this, because they've already shown they can do it on their own. All we want to do is minimize the time it takes for them to do it and the loss of life, because they have opened up the sea to themselves. And I just haven't met anybody yet who they're incredulous when I tell them that. They can't at first believe it, but it's 100% true. And if you look at the freely available information on shipping on the internet, you can see it for yourself every day.
And what will they think? What will they think, Will, when you tell them that Ukraine is hard at work opening the eastern Black Sea as well as the western Black Sea? There's no place in the Black Sea where Russia is going to feel safe. James, go ahead.
Randy Mott did a good job of explaining some of the economic factors for America in this. And I believe he said that this is our largest trading partner is in fact the EU. And, Ukraine and what happens in the outcome of that will affect that trading partner. If Russia wins, there'll be more pressure on them, and we could lose other nations to Russia. So there's that to consider. There's also the fact that Russia, if it won in Ukraine, it would be that much stronger, which would be very strong. Although you got to admit, they'd start from scratch because they're destroying so much stuff. But it's huge. He did a better job than I'm doing, by the way. So I'd give him a listen to. If you have to ask somebody about how to explain this, then he's your man. And I'd say you still have to give people the other motive, which is stopping this genocide and democracy and all the other reasons. But for some reason, the one that works best with some people is the economic one. So yeah, it's good to have all of those.
Yeah, thank you, James. I mean, and Will, thank you for reminding us yet again that Ukraine has made has had some pretty serious victories. I always get frustrated when we get speakers up who, like that fellow was on before, 2 years of a stalemate, there hasn't been any progress. And unfortunately, if you, depending on what comes across, what takes the place of news in this country, if you don't look any farther, you can have that impression. The number of people I've spoken to have said, one, oh, is that thing in Ukraine still going on? Which just, it's jaw-dropping to me. And the other thing is, oh, well, they're losing. The Russians are winning every, and this is just so far from reality. But unfortunately, our news media, and I'm not sure why, but seems, I guess, I don't know why. It frustrates the heck out of me anyway. Let's go over to Ukraine war update.
Hey, thanks, Robin. So no, that's very, very good points about the Black Sea, and I just wanted to emphasize it. Like before the full-scale invasion, right? the way Russians really conducted themselves in Black Sea in order to minimize presence of NATO ships or whatever, right? They would start these exercises, right? And would say, okay, well, this area is off limits for any transport ships and things like that, right? Or military ships, whatever. Nobody should be traveling in this area, right? And they would designate half of the Black Sea essentially. And that was bullying. It was straight up bullying. And the problem that I have with that is our response, right? We continuously try to be civilized with them instead of calling them out like Ukrainians did. They're like, oh, okay, well, you know, you don't want to play, you don't want to sign any agreements or treaties, fine. That's, you know, that means there's more stuff that we can do. But Ukrainians follow up. You know, they talk is cheap, right? Like I think somebody said that it's the actions that count, and Ukrainians, you know, demonstrated that. And this is something that we should have done a long time ago. If you give Russians an inch, they will take a mile, and a lot of it's going to be a bunch of hot gas, just you know, a lot of rhetoric, just trying to scare people, trying to, you know, make people in the West reason and do concessions to the Russians and all that stuff instead of calling them out. Yeah, Russia's is failed terrorist state. It's a bunch of bullies. They just, you know, need to be treated as such. I just wanted to say those two things. Thanks.
Thanks, Ukraine War Update. And just to backtrack a little, Robin, to the brief conversation we had about companies doing business inside Russia. The first tweet up in the nest right now is from Bellingcat. And Bellingcat has a new financial team. I suggest, and it was Beefeater who brought this to my attention just now. I encourage everyone to take a look at this tweet. And if you're interested in in the global companies that are supporting Russia's war effort, because that essentially is what any company doing business inside Russia is doing. They are fueling the Russian war machine. Take a look at that post. Follow Bellingcat. Follow Beefeater as well, who has written extensively about this, and inform yourself. Inform yourself the next time you go to the supermarket. If, for example, Peet's Coffee, I've actually never drunk Peet's Coffee, but Peet's Coffee continues to do business in Russia. And on the back of my favorite breakfast cereal, they were running a promotion with Peet's. And so I took it a step further. I have a new favorite cold cereal at breakfast, not the one in cahoots with Peet's, who still does business inside Russia. So you have to take this information to the to the supermarket with you. You have to take it to Walmart with you. You have to take it to Amazon with you, and be a responsible consumer. Don't buy from any company that continues to do business inside Russia. Ukraine war update. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan, for sharing that post. I will definitely take note of it because I am kind of interested in keeping track of that. But the only thing I wanted to add to everything that you just said, let them know that you're doing this, right? Because yeah, they will feel it, you know, somewhere in their pockets. But if you call them and say, listen, I just learned about this and I am not buying your stuff, right? And I'm telling everybody that I know to do the same. And then, you know, that will definitely open up their ears. I actually ended up doing that with quite a few companies and ended up canceling a credit card that I had. I think, I can't remember which bank it was initially that was continued doing business in Russia despite sanctions. Eventually they pulled out. In fact, after I canceled it, you know, it turns out that like, you know, a couple of weeks later, they ended up curtailing their ops in Russia. So that was good. But definitely, absolutely, please call them. It's the same thing as politicians, basically. But I think those companies would be a little bit more prone to listen, especially if there's more people calling. Thanks.
Yep, absolutely right. That is always the way to close the circle on individual action. Call the company you're not going to do business with anymore. Call your member of Congress. you want to do business with if they support Ukraine. Robin, go ahead.
Yes, I'm just going to say goodbye for now. Nancy is here to come up to the co-host seat, and I'm going to leave a little early because nobody go anywhere. Chuck Farrer is going to be up in just a couple of minutes with the update on what's going on the battlefield. So be here, call your friends, get everybody over here. It's going to be important and interesting. So, and I will get out of the way so Nancy can come up and get settled in. And thank you, Alan. It's been a real pleasure. It's good to see you again. And Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom
And
Slava.
thank you, Robin. It has been a long time since we've had a chance to co-host together. A couple of more weeks are going to go by, and then you and I will be back on schedule, co-hosting a lot more often. And welcome, Nancy. Glad to have you up. Welcome, Chuck. Here we are, 2 minutes ahead of time, standing on the train platform, waiting for the 7 p.m. express called Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer.
The Bullet Point Express. And hello, Nancy and Robin. I just missed you.
Hello,
Good to
hello.
hear you. Hi, how are you? Alan, good to see you on the radio. As always, we had a busy day, and as I normally do, I sit down and get the maps ready for the show. And usually about 5 minutes before we go on air, there's some development that I wish I'd put on the maps, but we'll have to fix it in post, Alan, as they say in the movies.
Anything can be fixed in post edit. Anything whatsoever. Now more than ever. You don't even have to be a living actor to appear in a movie.
That's right. I should know. I'm still cashing those big SAG residual checks myself here for a couple of stunt falls I did 40 years ago. So they're big checks too, folks. Actually, like $3.22. I mean, that's a lot of money somewhere.
Chuck.
Well, fortunately, that won't buy you a Pete's coffee, now will it?
That's exactly right. It won't buy a Pete's coffee. Chuck, I'm going to do a little different thing here tonight, and I haven't even warned you about it, but don't worry. I'm going to let you tell me what map we want to address first. But before we put any maps up, I wanted to bounce a couple of questions off you. One was a question I had a chance to ask General Mick Ryan when he was here on MriyaReport a couple of days ago. And I was surprised by his answer. I asked him a tactical question about what Russia's priorities were right now at this time of year on the battlefield. And his answer surprised me in this way. He said, Russia's priority today is political, to convince the world that this is a frozen conflict and to convince the world to get peace negotiations going. And I thought about that. Then the more I looked at what Russia is actually doing on the line of contact, I thought, wow, Mick Ryan has quite an insight here. Russia is on the attack unsuccessfully everywhere you look, but they are constantly attacking. And to what purpose? It could only be a political purpose. What do you think of that assessment, Chuck?
I would never disagree with General Ryan, but it's really telling. And when he said that to you, it was 48 hours before Minister of Defense Shoigu was in China here in the last 24 hours, where he was spontaneously asked a question. And if you think there are any spontaneous press questions in the Chinese media, you should be cashing my residual checks for me. But he was asked if negotiations were possible. And Minister Shoigu said yes, that peace talks were possible. So what is interesting, though, Russia is trying to convince the world that essentially that Ukraine's military efforts are useless, right? There should be peace talks because Ukraine can never win this. And what's so fascinating is we see every day that it's Russia that can't win this. We'll be going through the maps this afternoon or this evening, just to take Avdiivka as an example, and that right now is one of the Russia's key focus points. It's something that they really desire to take, and then hopefully let the bad weather, because rain is starting in Ukraine. It's going to rain most of next week. That they can use that mud time to consolidate their gains and lick their wounds. But they are losing everywhere they're attacking. These attacks are so horrendously costly for the Russians. And it's one of those up is down, black is white, night is day, classic Russian information ploys. They're losing the fight. It's hopeless for Russia. But it's amazing, Alan, just how far they can push the counter narrative. But we'll see empirically, it's just not true.
In fact, Avdiivka is now the first map up in the nest, Chuck. And from what I gather, Avdiivka is going to result in more Russian casualties and materiel loss than Bakhmut cost them. This is the pace they're on.
Yeah, and just conservatively, and the most conservative estimates are 40,000 Russian dead in Bakhmut. John Spencer, Colonel Spencer, he thinks the casualty rate is higher. It's interesting though. We've got the same sort of red mitten that we had reaching around Bakhmut, and that is fingers to the north, thumb sticking up from the south, and reminding everybody again, Avdiivka is a bit of a grubby little industrial suburb satellite city of the much larger city of Donetsk. Russia has been pushing quite hard to the south, attacking from Vododayan up toward Toniki. If you're looking at the today's Avdiivka map, you can see the burning infantry fighting vehicles and tank icons. This resulted, and the film is on the net as well. This resulted from daylight and nighttime attacks. Just your basic Russian hey diddle diddle up the middle, approaching the zero line perpendicularly along one limited line of approach, engaged by Ukrainian artillery. They blow up the first two vehicles, they blow up the vehicles in the rear. The Russians now, however, are actually dismounting their infantry, but they're doing it when it's too late. They dismount infantry after the armored column has already been engaged. They get the guys out of the vehicles and they get hit by cluster munitions. So this is exactly what goes on everywhere that Russia attacks. These attacks are not going to work. They are always insufficient to achieve their objectives, and they're just not progressing. North of Avdiivka, you can see the rail line that it splits in two, and the major section of the line heads down into Avdiivka. At the little town of Septove, at great cost, Russia has managed to push across the rail line there. That fight's not going very well either. But that is sort of the northern pivot point of the Ukrainian defense. But the wide gap between the fingers of the mitten and the thumb of the mitten, in that area, Ukraine has got dozens of ground lines of communication and supply. And no matter how close the thumb and the fingers get, there will still be a three-dimensional urban fight in Avdiivka. The Russians will enter into that grinder willingly because their leadership is not constrained by casualties. They give them literally no mind. But I don't see that happening. I don't know. Even if Russia keeps up the rate of attack it's on now, I don't see this happening for 3 or 4 weeks. And by then, Alan, I think we're looking at thousands of more dead Russians and hundreds of more armored vehicles lost. So they're again in a costly fight, and they're not fighting smart.
And in 3 or 4 weeks' time, Chuck, the weather will have changed significantly. It will be growing cold. There'll probably be snow in the air, and those Russians are going to be cold and not going anywhere.
Yeah, we will definitely have that, and things are going to get harder and harder to move. And I think next week, in the rains next week, that's going to be, you can throw the switch and illuminate the mud light, because from next week on until the week before Christmas, we're going to be in that really wretched time of the year where you can get snow and sleet and then rain, and it will turn all of these open areas that Russia is trying to cross. It's going to turn them into mud, and once they've been crossed once, they're going to be turned into soup. That's going to only retard the Russian efforts to cross those open spaces. And the longer it takes them to cross, the more they're going to get picked apart by artillery. So, funny. Russia's trying to sell you that it is futile. Whatever Ukraine is doing is futile. And we see around Avdiivka that actually the opposite is true. What Russia is trying to do is futile. And I say that in terms of them achieving their objectives, because as astounding as it is, those Russian generals, they don't care if they lose 1,000 guys a day. And they're pretty much at that limit. 880, 900 guys a day, maybe 30, 40, 50 vehicles a day. They don't care. They don't care. They will just keep pouring resources into this, and it's not going to work.
Now, these rail lines that go through Avdiivka and through the big rail yard there, they're not essential to Russia in any way. They're not going to be become part of Russia's logistical supply route over the winter, because Russia could never secure those rail lines. What are they fighting for in Avdiivka?
Boy, that's a good question. I could look at this map of Avdiivka and I could put the red line closing the gap between the fingers and the thumb. And that would not in any material way aid Russia. Taking Avdiivka is it's largely a symbolic and psychological target. What we have going for us here that is actually good is that, like Bakhmut, the symbol of the place has triumphed in Russian military minds over the utility of the place. There is an important place on the map that we're looking at here. It's in the lower corner, and that's the M30 highway. That's a legitimate avenue of advance into Ukraine. That's the way to go. That's where you could stab Ukraine in the guts. What's interesting to me is that the Russians don't seem interested in doing that. And I'd go one step farther. I don't think they're capable of breaking out of Donetsk and projecting power west on the M30 highway. I don't think that they're going to close off Avdiivka. It's certainly, in my mind, it's not going to happen before Christmas. And I don't think it's going to happen then either. But they are burning resources up here. They are destroying vehicles. They are chewing up entire units. And we're again, we'll get to this a little later. We're seeing the diminishment of Russian morale. We just had a video posted by the 80 survivors of an entire regiment, again, videotaping themselves in mutinous assembly, telling their superiors in Moscow they've only got one vehicle left. And those sorts of losses are endemic in Russian forces. They're burning units from the inside out.
And at this point in the fall, with the winter coming in a few weeks, continuing attritional warfare, eroding Russian forces in every way, killing and wounding soldiers, taking out artillery, taking out tanks, taking out vehicles, including fuel trucks, which is, I think, a pretty important thing to destroy. This is all to Ukraine's advantage in advance of winter.
The other thing is, you normally want to lure your opponent on the battlefield, at the very least, almost like a doctor, so they do the least amount of harm. And you do that by, rebutting their advances. You do that in cutting their logistics so they can't perform offensive operations optimally. But there's a positional aspect to some of these fights in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, where Russia is filling in the blanks, right? They are fighting in places where Ukraine would like them to fight. And they are fighting and expending resources over places that have extremely limited strategic or tactical value. Avdiivka and Bakhmut are almost equivalent in that, in that assessment. If they were to take Avdiivka right now, what do they gain? There's no roads out of Avdiivka, right? There's just a railroad going to the northwest. What are they going to do with that? If you look to the west of Donetsk and Avdiivka, you can see several water sources, water courses, and associated bluffs. So the terrain to the west of Avdiivka will still favor Ukraine. Whether or not Avdiivka falls, it is almost irrelevant. But Ukraine is, this is a place where the Russians are going to literally show up every morning. And they charge across areas that Ukraine has already dialed in the firing solutions. So these Russian forces come out of Vododian, they head north, and they are heading right into beaten zones, right into predetermined fire solutions, kill boxes, and they're getting ground up. And the only thing that allows them, the only thing permitting these sort of self-defeating military operations is that unique Russian command ethos, where it absolutely doesn't matter to the commanding generals if he loses 300 guys every day in Avdiivka and achieves nothing. It doesn't matter. Absolutely doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter to his superiors either. As long as he reports he's attacking, that's it. That's all they care. And they're fixed here in a positional and attritional battle. And it's only Ukraine that's coming out ahead of this.
And that's why I just put up the Bakhmut map, which is now the first tweet up in the nest, because we see in Avdiivka, Russia essentially, essentially pursuing this unbelievably costly battle that serves them no purpose. This is what they did in Bakhmut for months and months. Now in Bakhmut, it's growing quiet. That the Russians are not doing the same thing that they're doing in Avdiivka, coming out every morning and attacking Ukrainian positions. And the Ukrainians have a pretty firm position to the south and even to the north of Bakhmut.
Yeah, this is now a fixative battle in my mind. Ukraine is they are essentially in a sort of a leaning forward in a defensive posture. And again, every morning you can see the little town of Bodenvinka there to the northwest of Bakhmut. I've got another set of round trip arrows there. Honestly, this could be the 150th attack on Bodevinka. They all do exactly the same thing. A sub-company sized Russian tactical element crosses the zero line, goes about 2 kilometers, maybe 2.5, gets close to Bodevinka. If they achieve their objective, they've only arrived with about half or a third of their force. That's insufficient to consolidate their gains. When they break contact, Ukraine finishes the retreating forces off. So every one of those engagements, Russia loses 80% of the force they put forward. Same thing down in Kramove, just again, that's directly to the west of the Bakhmut urban area. The same thing, this occurred north of the H-32 highway. Round trip, they arrive in the vicinity of the target with a half or a third of the people that they deployed with, and they are forced off the objective and chewed to pieces as they try to retreat. It calmed down a little bit here in Bakhmut. I expect it will pick up again. This is sort of what the Russians have been doing. Morale is a factor, Alan, and these attacks don't merely fail because they're badly put together. At least 50% of the reason they fail is the Russian soldiers who are carrying out these attacks do so reluctantly, and they do so without any hope of success. And their conduct on the battlefield shows.
Just a couple of weeks ago in Bakhmut, Russia was filing reserves into this area of operation, and those reserves apparently have achieved nothing. I think this was primarily to the north of Bakhmut. Those reserves are probably much more needed elsewhere on the line of contact.
Yeah, which is why I think Ukraine is keeping it going, both in Avdiivka and in Bakhmut, and there is some symbolic and political capital in Avdiivka as there is in Bakhmut. Ukraine doesn't want to give that victory to Russia. In the case of Avdiivka, though, I mean, you can look at the map and see taking the rail yard and what's left of the urban area, it isn't going to help them any. And all of the Russian attacks that occur west of the TO 513 highway, they're not going to do Russia any good either, as long as Ukraine holds Chasiv Yar, and they'll hold it forever. It's a point of great natural strength. Approaches to Chasiv Yar are channelized by the terrain, meaning there are only limited numbers of approaches. They are in valleys and sort of these ravines. But this is a place that Ukraine can reliably inflict wounds on Russia's material and manpower. And by fixing Russian forces here in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, Kremenna, Kupiansk, Ukraine is keeping them out of the real fight. And the real fight is the east-west portion of the line of contact, which we'll get to in a minute. But the battle in the east is continuing as it ever has.
I guess what we're doing tonight, Chuck, really is saving what I'll call the best for last, or the most fascinating for last, and that's over on the Dnipro River. But we should probably move on to Kupiansk. Again, a place where Russia has numerical superiority. They've built it up there over a matter of months, and still Ukraine is frustrating their daily attacks. And I'll get that map right up in the nest.
Yeah, so there was a late breaking development here in the Kupiansk axis. It hasn't really changed much. The big stories are the same. Russian defeats at Ivanivka, which is to the eastern section of the map, the southeastern section. And north of Kupiansk, Sinkavika, again, you can see the Russian round trip arrows, personnel losses, conservatively estimated in the last 24 hours, 150 Russian dead, at least 2 main battle tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles. And these are highly conservative estimates. They could easily be twice what I've posted them as. The late breaking information that I have, you can see the striped area between Orlyanka and Sinkivka. Towards the middle of that striped area, I'm informed that the Russians have made what was called incremental but significant progress. I didn't get a chance to plot that. I would simply say this: that is a portion of the map that if you made some progress there, and I'll be moving that forward edge of the battle area approximate, so we can get an appreciation of those little green lines. Again, those are the bands of forest and brush that circumscribe the agricultural fields. Those are both avenues of approach, and they are ground lines of communication. Both sides seek as much as possible to emplace their forces in those forest bands, to move on those forest bands, and to fight from those forest bands. So any Russian advance in this area, every time you leave that forest, you're in the wide GD open, and you're going to get hit. You're going to get droned, and you're going to get crushed with artillery. So I'll plot that. If my information gets a little better tomorrow morning, I'll update that map and try to see where the zero line is there. But again, these are some of those. Why did you do that? Right? The money shot is, in my mind, it's going to be for Russia to push through Ivanivka and get astride the H-26 highway. That's what they should be doing. They can't seem to close that gap, right? We're only talking about 2 or 3 kilometers from their zero line to Ivanivka. And I don't know, this is likely the 30th or 40th attack that they've staged on Ivanivka, and none of them are going anywhere. So we'll have to see. for a while, Kupiansk is going to be, I don't want to say safe and I don't want to say secure, but the Russians aren't making any meaningful progress taking it, and Ukraine has evacuated better than 80% of the civilians from this entire area. So we'll keep an eye here. And again, though, as Alan has mentioned, Russian superiority in this area is almost 5-1. 5-1, and they're still not making any progress. And it is Ukraine, again, that wins, keeping Russian forces in the east, anywhere from Kupiansk to Avdiivka. You're holding them out of the war, and that's good.
I think Ukraine has reinforced Kupiansk. Many weeks ago, there were Ukrainian reinforcements going into Bakhmut, and there have been Ukrainian reinforcements recently going to Avdiivka. But I would call these reinforcements they're sparing reinforcements. They're what is needed, dictated by what's happening every day on the ground. But there's no sense of panic of any kind of sending reinforcements into these areas of operation. And wherever you look here in the East, it seems to me, Chuck, Ukraine has the advantage of local knowledge. They know the terrain. They've been there for a long time. And as you say, they are able to dial in artillery and simply wait for the Russians. How important is local knowledge up here?
It is really important, as is good intelligence, good topographic maps, and knowing how to use them. And over the last couple of weeks, Ellen, we've talked a couple of times about something that we both sort of hypothesized, that there has to be some sort of breakdown in Russia's ability, Russia's forward observer capability, right? You got your artillery. It is generally, in the place of artillery, it is miles in the rear, right? You want your artillery back, and it fires over your head and down onto the heads of your enemy. And the people who we call them JTAC, Joint Naval Gunfire Officers, forward observers, guy with a pair of binoculars, a compass, and a topo map. That's usually all it takes to call in artillery fire where you want it. And of course, these days you've got targeting solutions that are informed by drones, first-person drones, and even much more sophisticated, longer endurance drones that can spot the target, hand you the 8-digit grid coordinate, and even put a laser on it for you. We've hypothesized that something has broken down in Russia's ability to put artillery onto Ukrainian targets. And we're going to talk, unfortunately, about something that happened that is just the opposite of what I'm talking about. But reading some Russian mill bloggers over the last 48 hours, they themselves are complaining about the inability of artillery to strike Ukrainian targets. They went on to say, the Russian military bloggers, is that they don't have adequate maps, which is staggering. Next to a pair of boots and a rifle, a map is one thing that every soldier has to have. And in lieu of a map, it is exactly what Alan says, local knowledge. To know a place, to know every little stream bed, band of forest, dirt road, these things are priceless in a battle space. And Ukraine has it in abundance, and the Russians don't. And this is a little bit of a hangover from Soviet times, where unless you were a major or above, you never even saw a topographic map. You were delivered to a place in space and told to perform a task in that place. You had no idea where you actually were. You had no clue as to who was to the right and left to you. You didn't know where the supporting fires are. All of that was above your pay grade in the Soviet army, and that's carried down into the new model Russian army. So that is sort of the key piece. We thought that was happening, Alan, and it turns out it actually is.
Just speaking about maps for a moment, Chuck, we've spoken to some Ukrainian drone operators here on MriyaReport more than a few times. And the very first thing the drone operators have said is the map is most important to them, that they memorize the map before they go to the forward position, if they are going to a forward position to operate the drone from. In some cases, they operate from shelter, but in many cases, Ukrainian drone operators are way out there at risk, but they have that map memorized in their head. It is so important.
Yeah, I can tell you as a small unit guy, there's always a lot to do before an operation. You've got to plan it, you've got to brief it back, which is where you pitch it to the commander. Does it meet his requirements? Does this correspond with commander's intent? Then you've got to brief it to the troops. You've got to brief it to your supporting units. All of these things close in on you as a leader. But every spare minute that I had, and anyone who's out there who's in the military and listening, they will know this for a fact. I would sit there with a map in front of me for as many hours as I could and study every single bit of it and try to commit it to memory. And it's absolutely vital. But again, there are fundamental bits of soldiering that Russia had in small supply, right? And the reservoirs of those soldiering skills were in their more elite units, right? The VDV units, the Spetsnaz units, specialty units within the ground forces. But those are the same units, Alan, that they have burned up, right? They've burned through entire reconnaissance battalions, using them as firemen and cannon fodder in Bakhmut. So not only do you deprive yourself of your trained reconnaissance elements, right? Now you're left with DNR and LNR militias. They don't have any training. The people who are coming, we know from Russia, they are absolutely inadequately trained. They're poorly equipped. They often can't zero their rifle. No one's thought to teach them map and compass work. No one's ever sent them on a compass course. They are pointed to the zero line and told to walk that way. And again, that's never going to win this war. It is never going to win it.
Would you say that Ukraine is relying more and more on reconnaissance drones to direct artillery fire, but Russians still are relying on those forward observers with binoculars? I don't think we've reached the point where drones have replaced those forward observers, but I'm guessing Ukraine might be using their reconnaissance drones a little bit more intelligently than the Russians.
Yeah, I think the Ukrainian kill chain is shorter. And what I mean by kill chain is, almost 80% of a battle problem is finding out where the enemy is, right? first you got to find out what direction they're in. Then you've got to find out their range. Then you've got to find out their numbers at that location. And these gathering that information quickly is something that Ukraine excels at. Because at any, let's say we've just got 1 kilometer of the zero line. I think on average, Ukraine will have at least 3 or 4 drones up in just 1 kilometer of the zero line. Some of them are going to be flying higher. They are going to be drones that their sensor payloads, their cameras. They've got better cameras. They've got laser illuminators. They're able to fly over a target, range it with a laser, and communicate back across the lines to the local artillery battery. They'll give them an 8-digit grid coordinate, which basically is the size of your living room. And that information can get very quickly to Ukrainian artillery, which can take those positions under fire. I think the Russians are just much slower in that. I don't think they're getting the targeting information as quickly. You can still be pretty effective with a pair of binoculars and a map, but it's much more difficult to locate the enemy's position, and it's almost impossible to judge their numbers. So Ukraine has got the advantage here, and as we're hearing, they're producing drones in numbers approaching 20,000 a month. This is Ukraine saying it, and actually, I've read some estimates that they're producing 30,000 drones a month. And drones are what are going to win modern conflicts, I think. It's so Ukraine has a shorter kill chain, they have more adroit targeting, and they're quicker to get their guns on, and that's making a difference.
I think we're going to move to the west now, Chuck. The Velika Novosilka map is the first map up in the nest now, and it's one of your big maps. Vuhledar to the right, Velika Novosilka to the west of Vuhledar. So I saw something that surprised me: a Russian night assault, apparently around Vuhledar. They didn't do very well with it, but Russians don't often launch assaults at night.
No, they don't, and there is video on that as well. When you've got thermal cameras, there's a switch that you can throw, and you can throw it to white hot, which means you're basically looking at darkness, but the heat will show up as white. Or you can throw the switch and you can have black hot, and the screen will show white and the hot spots are black. So generally at night you want to operate in white hot. So you've basically got a black screen, and your targets are inevitably things that give off heat, engines, bodies, exhaust plumes, gun barrels. And in this little snatch of video, I think it was probably 2 minutes long, we saw the attack on Vuhledar launched at night, and you just watched it come to grief. But if you can get a hold of that video, you can look at that lethal crossing maneuver, right? You've got the zero line basically going east to west. You've got the Russians approaching from the south, perpendicular to the zero line. They have their T crossed, as we say in the Navy, which means that the top bar of the T, that horizontal bar, it allows Ukraine to put all of its guns on the Russian targets. And the manner in which Russia is constrained to maneuver one vehicle behind the other, vehicle in front using a mine roller or a mine plow. The other vehicles have to stay behind it. That means that only one Russian gun can be brought to bear on their adversaries, and every Ukrainian gun can fire at the Russians who are approaching like that. This was another example of what I just talked about. Russia approaches Ukraine either with drones or artillery fire. They stop the front vehicle, they hit the rear vehicles. At this point, the Russians will finally deploy their infantry, which should have been operating in support of the advance, but they never do. And now they dismount their infantry just in time for them to eat hundreds of cluster munitions. And this was defeated. So this was probably the fourth Russian attack on Vuhledar in the last 5 days. Vuhledar is obviously a target that they desire, and don't they wish they might get it, Alan? Because they got mauled. They absolutely got mauled. And no matter what they throw at Vuhledar, if they keep attacking in that manner, they're going to be defeated handily. It's there's part of me that feels sorry for these guys. They don't have any military leadership. They've got no tactical innovation, and they keep doing the same things that get defeated every time they do it.
And in places like Vuhledar, whether it's in the day or the night, it appears the Ukrainians are simply waiting for the Russians to make this assault, seemingly knowing it's coming, when it's coming, and what the force will be composed of. It is just remarkable to me. It happens in Kupiansk, it happens in Avdiivka, it happens in Vuhledar, Ukraine, in this defensive attritional stance, and succeeding every single day because they are waiting for the Russians to come at them.
Well, we crossed this line maybe 400 days ago, and that was there is no place on the zero line that Russia can surprise Ukraine. And if you subtract surprise from your preconditions of operation, it's going to be very difficult to succeed. I talked about those predetermined firing solutions. That's sometimes what's called a kill box. You look at a road, you look at previous vectors of enemy attack, and in your downtime, you just write down the firing solutions, the elevation of your tubes, and the azimuth you're going to put them on, and you've got the firing solutions ready to go. You call that a fire mission, and you're going to get a call from the drone operator. He's going to say, "Here they come." And you are just waiting for them to cross into that kill box. And when they get there, you let them have it. I mean, there is no adjustment of fire. You're just plastering them. And that's it. You can't attack across the same terrain in the same manner at the same time of day. You can't keep doing that again and again and expect anything else but defeat. All of this stuff actually encourages me quite a bit because there isn't a Stonewall Jackson, there isn't a General Sherman, there isn't an Omar Bradley. They've got nobody like that on their bench. Nobody is going to rise out of the ranks and provide that dash of tactical genius and turn around Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. They are down to the mouth breathers. And the manner that these attacks are undertaken and the performance of the troops, both along the route of march and their performance at contact, I just keep seeing diminishing combat effectiveness in these guys, and it's not getting any better.
And if we move west on this map, so looking at the TO518 south of Velika Novosilka, there's continuing fighting, I think, as you would say, Chuck, on and for this particular highway. Are there any opportunities for Ukraine to advance south on TO518?
You know, I don't think there are right now. I think Ukraine a little bit in this area of operation is hanging back and letting the Russians come to them. They're off to the extreme left of the map, Vodian, and up towards Rivnopil. The Russians, well, first of all, they were defeated again in an attempt at Staromayorsky. Those attacks take place at least every 36 hours. They attack either mostly to the west of the Mokryali River. In this case, they actually appear to have attacked between Zavatny Bajanya up towards Staromayorsky, again defeated. They laid an airstrike down on Rivnopil, and my sources tell me that the Russians were operating again, and this isn't shown on the map. I got this information late, that they have been attempting to push north of Vodayan. But you look at those little green lines, and you see the ones that are running basically east to west. You have to approach those lines on the north-south lines, and every time you get to an east-west line, it's going to be filled with Ukrainians. So the Russians are not doing much here. One of the things that's interesting about this, you can look at these Russian attacks, and they don't accomplish anything. They don't move the zero line. All they do is attrite Russian forces. So there would be a certain time in a Western military leader's conception that he would say, it's better that we do nothing, right? It's better that we sit here than we lose a couple of companies every 48 hours. Here's what's not happening in Russia. They are not going to assemble 3 brigade task groups, assemble them on the TO518, and go roaring up to take Velika Novosilka. Why am I saying they won't do that? They've got the men. They've got the vehicles. They could do it if they wanted to, but I increasingly think they don't dare do it. They don't dare do it. Their battle testing shows them that when they put a company together and try to get to Vuhledar, they get wiped out. I think that they are doing as much as they dare, which is company-sized attacks, and they don't want to risk any more than that. So here's why I don't think they'd put together 3 brigade task groups and try to roar up the TO518 highway, because I think the Russian generals know their men, and they know how increasingly brittle they're becoming. And the way armies get destroyed is when they are blunted in an attack and they are pushed backwards. And when they are moving in the wrong direction, that's when armies get destroyed. And I think, Alan, that they are less and less willing to apply appropriate force to any of these axes of advance. I just don't think they dare to do it anymore. And that's no way to win a war.
And that also is evidence of Ukraine's success at attritional warfare. It seems to me, and they are succeeding with attritional warfare wherever you look on the line of contact. So, if we continue to move west off this map, Chuck, and I don't think we have a map that we can use to locate what I'm going to call a tragedy. On Artillery Day, a group of Ukrainian artillery, an artillery company, I guess, gathered to receive awards. I think they were roughly 18 kilometers from the zero line, and they were targeted by Russia. Tell us something about what happened in that event.
Well, it's 100% stupid in hindsight, and probably 100% stupid with some foresight. Local commander decided, as a morale boost, to get the troops together and pass out some decorations. So, for once, Ukraine has the shoe on the other foot. We always say when there is a successful Ukrainian strike that hits masses of assembled troops, Russian troops, or hits a command node, we always say that there's a couple of things that come together. You have to have a location. You have to have an idea of who is assembling there. And then critically, you need to know what time those people are going to be there. I don't think there's any other assessment to make on this successful Russian strike without looking at a human dimension, right? So the Russians had some collaborationist information. They knew this gathering was going to take place. It was, as Alan said, within 18 or 20 kilometers of the zero line, and this assembly was hit with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. For once, it was Ukraine that was caught in that unique convergence of likely signals intelligence and then confirmed by human intelligence. So there are still people operating on it. It was a mistake. It was a mistake, and unfortunately, the Ukrainian units paid for it. But I would put this in the larger picture. This is the sort of tragedy that happens much more often to the Russians than it does the Ukrainians. And as bad as these casualties may have been, 40 or 50, Ukraine may have gotten off easy. So it bears reminding that the Russians are watching constantly, and if they get a shot, they'll take it.
And at this point in the war, 620 plus days into the war, I guess you need to sometimes expect something like this to happen, that Ukrainians can let down their guard and suffer a loss like this. It's hard to keep your guard up every single day, to be focused every single day. And as you say, Chuck, here was a company commander boosting the morale of his men, but not in the right way at the right time or in the right place.
Well, I can think of an analogous situation in Crimea. This was 8 months ago. We had a Russian battalion commander who assembled 300 or 400 guys near Crimea, probably for the same reasons, to give them a pep talk, to pull them all together, to parade them. And Ukraine took advantage of that situation. And the Russian losses weren't 30, they were they were in the hundreds. So you've just always got to be aware of operational security. You just have to do it. Another thing I'd say to leaders out there is you want to give a medal to someone, there's nothing better to do than go to the front where they are, bring some hot food, and give it to them in person in the hole, and then move on. That's the safest way to do it, and maybe the best way to do it. But a tragedy, and unfortunately, it happens in warfare. I don't think it'll happen again in the near future.
I doubt if it will happen again. Ukrainians are smarter than that. So, speaking about operational security, OPSEC, as we move to Kherson and the banks of the Dnipro River, OPSEC there has got to be one of the most important things Ukraine is thinking about every single day. I did see some video and some additional reports, as well as reports from Russian mill bloggers, apparently, that some heavy equipment has been moved across the river by Ukraine. I don't think we know how much, and I don't think we need to know. But that would at least be an indication that Ukraine is enlarging this bridgehead on the south bank of the Dnipro.
They are, and Russia is getting serious about trying to stop it. Map we put up this morning, or I guess this was this afternoon, Kherson access, the little town of Krinky. Russia actually hit the town with 12 airstrikes today. Obviously, they consider the Russian Ukrainian advance here to be pretty important. Got it on a couple of information sources, some of them Russian, some of them Ukrainian, that there are armored vehicles now on the South Bank, and there's only going to be more of them. Here we've also got another one of those positional battles here. Every raid across the Dnipro, every bit of information that the Russians ingest, every indication that they get that there are Ukrainian armored vehicles now operating on the South Bank, these facts are going to fix more Russians in place here. And Russia is already to the point where they are squeezing every unit they possibly can to get guys into the fight. But they cannot abandon Kherson Oblast. And Kherson Oblast is another one of those places where Russians who are here and guarding the approaches to Crimea, they are not in Orhiv, they are not in Velika Novosilka, they are not fighting it out in Avdiivka. And this is Ukraine still controlling the pace and place of battle. So one other little thing about operational security, it took about a week, but Ukraine admitted, and the Russians themselves admitted, deep Ukrainian strike on 1 November killed 3 Russian colonels at a VDV headquarters south of Kherson. We don't know exactly where that was, but again, Russian operational security failed them. So long-range precision strike munitions, they're always going to be used against nodes of command and logistical nodes and troop concentrations. So in this case, it was Ukraine, again, who got off a strike at that VDV headquarters. If you've got 3 colonels dead, you've probably got 20, 30, 40 headquarters people killed at the same time, other staff officers, and these sorts of moves they decapitate units. Colonels don't grow on trees, right? It takes 25 or 30 years for a good officer to make colonel. So those are important blows for Ukraine to strike.
So 12 airstrikes on Krinky, a pretty hot spot. But 2 nights ago, 87 glide bombs, Russian glide bombs, launched against civilians in the city of Kherson. Only about 60,000 civilians continue to live in Kherson. That strikes me, Chuck, as an imbalance, that Russia is still targeting terror attacks on civilians in cities. Those glide bombs are big. They do a lot of damage. And that's 6 times the number of attacks on civilians as were carried out on Ukrainian military in Krinky.
You know, it's just what they do. You know, no, there is a term that's gone out of fashion in information warfare, but it was called black propaganda. And that is where you would burn down your own hospital or show pictures that show it burned, and you'd say the Russians hit this maternity hospital. You know, that's black propaganda, meaning you created it out of whole cloth. It's outrageous, and you hang it on the enemy. But Ukraine doesn't need black propaganda. Russia deliberately targets civilians. They do it as a matter of course. They've hit hospitals in Kherson scores of times. They deliberately aim at it. If there's anything good about that, they're churning up buildings in Kherson. Unfortunately, there are still civilians there. But these are precision strike weapons that are never going to target Ukrainian landing craft crossing the Dnipro. You know, they're not going to be used on a bridgehead operation. It is just for the pointless reason of terrorizing Ukrainian civilians. And it's utterly lost on the Russians that no one in history has been bombed into submission. You don't break the will of a people by bombing their cities, right? The Germans were not bombed into submission in World War II. They made more fighter planes in 1945 than they made throughout the entire war. They made more tanks. They put more stuff together. Their will was not broken. London was not bombed into submission, nor Coventry, nor Bath, nor any of those places. It just doesn't work. But in the case of Russia, there is a slight twinkle of a military objective, and that is that it forces Ukraine to use its more sophisticated air defense systems to protect civilians, not necessarily in Kherson, because it is one of the cities that is closest to the zero line and likely gets plastered by Russia more than almost any other place. For example, President Zelensky announced that there are more NASM systems operating, anti-air system. This was National Standard Advanced Air Defense System and or Norwegian Standard, developed by the United States and Norway. It fires an AMRAAM missile, which is a pretty sophisticated air-to-air missile, but it uses it in a surface-to-air capability. Those are the kinds of weapons that you'd ideally love to have covering you at the zero line. But Ukraine, because it doesn't have enough of these systems, and the threat to its civilians is never diminishing, these air defense systems have to be parked around Ukrainian cities. Again, we don't need black propaganda as far as Russia's concerned, they will provide us every day with war crimes. And one more thing, you're launching a cruise missile, you're launching a glide bomb, you're targeting it on a civilian hospital. It's a war crime. It's a war crime for the person who ordered it. It's a war crime for the person who inputted the targeting data. It's a war crime for the pilot who toggled the outboard pylon and released the bomb. It doesn't stop Russia. That's the way they fight. That's why that's why this war has to be won, right? That's why this war has to be won. And I think people in Washington lose sight of the fact of what'll happen. What would happen if Ukraine lost this war? I can leave it to all of our imaginations, but we can see the way the Russians comport themselves every day.
We do indeed. We're going to delve a little bit more deeply into the Kherson map, but first let's take a hand, Chuck. It's Lexicon. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hi. Well, it was about Kherson. So you're doubtless going to go on to explain this. What I wanted to ask is, of all the fronts, this is the one that I find hardest to understand, because you know that even as Ukraine takes ground, how are they going to hold it? You got to supply it and all the things everybody can think of. You're crossing water and stuff. Now, I realize as you move the front forward, it brings the possibility of heavier artillery being closer to Russian targets across the whole of southern Ukraine. But I mean, is it to meet up with the front moving to Tokmak, which isn't going to be very soon? Is it to cut them off in western Zaporizhia? I mean, because I have just been schooled into thinking we're going to move down to Tokmak and we're going to cut them off, and the whole of the west of Zaporizhia is going to be cut off anyway. It was pretty massive. But I can't grasp, aside from what I've just explained, why you're doing this, because it seems so difficult to hold terrain in this part of Zaporizhia. I wondered if you could explain more about it.
Yeah, well, at least around Kherson, Ukraine gets the most bang for the buck. What they have essentially done in the last, since they've been doing it since before June, but by conducting raiding activities across the Dnipro, by patiently reinforcing the lodgements that they have on the South Bank, and they have very painstakingly pushed the areas of their control together, right? So at first it was a narrow slice around the M14 highway going down to Oleshki. Then it was a crossing that took the Russian garrison at Kozachi Lary by surprise. They were able to spread out control on the barrier island north of the Konka River. They were able to stage a second crossing at the rail bridge to the east of the Anatovsky Bridge. They were able to push that down to Poima, getting close to the very critical M14, M17 junction. Then they were able to cross more troops in the vicinity of Krinky. These are all, so far, in my mind, these are fixative operations. These are designed to fix the Russian forces in Kherson Oblast and keep them in that position. I'm not sure we're going to see a large-scale Ukrainian crossing imminently. But that being said, I have reports that Ukrainian forces are concentrating to the west of Kherson. Got impeccable reports stating that Ukraine has crossed armored vehicles to the south bank. And think what that takes, right? You've got a landing craft, what the Navy we call a Mike boat. It's a kind of a tubby looking thing with a big ramp, just big enough to hold one armored vehicle. They're not very fast. So to get one of those boats to make a crossing of the Dnipro, you've got to be kind of clever, right? You've got to get this boat into a position. You've got to make sure that the Russians don't target it. They don't know where it is. You've got to be able to load it. Then you've got to wait for that dark and stormy night, and you've got to have a landing party at your river crossing point, and they've got to quickly unload this vehicle and get it away from the beach landing site and hide it. So that's a complex kind of operation. Not extraordinarily complex, but your operational security's got to be on, your technique's got to be on, and have it on pretty good authority that this is not the first or only armored vehicle crossing that's occurred in the Dnipro. All of this, again, these incremental expansions of what were beach landing sites, pushing them out so we've got zones of control. So essentially now from Krinky, which is almost all the way to Nova Harkova, all the way down to Oleshki, and all of that riverbank from there, which is 20, 30, 35 kilometers, is now all in Ukrainian hands. That's what gives the Russians fits, because there are sufficient Ukrainian forces on the north bank, in my estimation, to launch an attack that could likely take the M14, M17 highway intersection. That would be very bad for Russia. Now, whether Ukraine is going to commit those forces in the near future, I don't know. But they have sufficient forces in place to do that. And that fixes everything in Kherson Oblast. The Russian commanders there are not going to give up anybody, right? They've got to keep people there, and they're not really in the fight. We've also heard Russian mill bloggers complaining in the last 24 hours that their forces at the front are under serious attack from the Ukrainians, and they are complaining bitterly that there are forces in the rear who are not fighting. Bingo. Perfect. Exactly what we want to hear. Russia's fixing these guys in position, and that's the whole purpose of this Kherson operation right now. That being said, Russia cannot turn its back. They cannot pretend that Ukraine isn't going to pull that move. So fix them in place and nibble away at them. And that's what Ukraine is doing.
But right now, Chuck, we call it a bridgehead, but it's a bridgehead without a bridge when you come right down to it.
Yeah, and it's there are going to be preconditions in my mind before Ukraine can operate that sort of bridgehead. It requires localized artillery dominance. It's going to require moving sufficient air defense assets up to the bridgehead so you can defend it from enemy aircraft. And again, on a smaller scale, that's why you want to have artillery superiority as well, so that you can blank Russia's artillery, right? You can counter battery the hell out of them. And those are preconditions for even putting that bridge up, in my mind. Plus, you've got to get the pontoons. You've got to hide them. And luckily, this is an area that is essentially a river delta, right? There are lots of swamps and bios and creeks and everything else to put these assets that are all necessary for a crossing and what we call a bridgehead operation. And I don't see those preconditions being met right now, but I have it on pretty good authority that Ukraine is assembling those assets here around Kherson. So we'll have to see.
Quick follow up from Lexicon,
No,
then
that's
on to
fine.
James.
That's just the sort of thing I
And
wanted to know. Thank you so much.
okay, thank you, Lexicon. To James and Marcus, please.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Chuck. I had a question about the riverine battles that I've seen, or conflicts, or whatever you want to call them. I can only remember one other river crossing that was big news, and the Russians got completely destroyed as they crossed. Has there been other like riverine kind of fighting that's gone on? And I'm sorry, that's a general question, not necessarily about this area, but besides what I know is going on, which is the monitoring along the Dnipro and the kind of constant struggle to maintain that border, I'm sure, between the two forces. I'm sure that's gone on, but any other kind of heavy metal warfare, I guess, is what I mean.
Hey, James. Yeah, there is the example. It was Russia in the Crimea area. They were attempting to cross the Severodonetsk River, which is much smaller river than the Dnipro. They got annihilated, and that is a reminder to the Russians and also to the Ukrainians, as it was to the United States Army, that you have a river crossing doctrine, and there are some immutable, necessary preconditions before you try to put together a river crossing. And some of them are just what we were talking about. Ideally, you want air superiority. The Ukrainians are years away from having that. But the 85% solution is air defense superiority and artillery superiority and accurate counter battery fire. So those are things that have got to happen here in Kherson before there's any sort of real bridgehead activity. What we've got now is sort of a linked series of beach landing sites, but they're put together now. Like I said, we're looking at 25, 30 kilometers of river that are now in the hands of the Ukrainians. Painstaking work is what that took, nibbling away. We talk about the Ukrainian raiding that goes on here. The Russians are doing it too, right? So Ukraine isn't the only. They're not the only. They're not the only game in town when it comes to small boat operations on the river. But I think the Ukrainians are much more successful at it, and they are much more likely, let's say, to have a semi-permissive environment when they cross the river and get to the south, because they've got a well-developed network of partisans in this area, and yeah, that's about where that sits. But in terms of heavy riverine conflict, it's all pretty much under the radar. And remember, General Budanov's got himself 2,000 naval commandos trained to SAS and SBS standards. So he's got a real force that absolutely makes him a player in special operations. I won't tell you how many SEALs there are in the world, but General Budanov's sitting at the table.
Let's go on to Marcus and then to Fletch. Marcus, please. Marcus?
Sorry. I was in the other window, so to speak. Well, I was just wondering if Chuck was familiar with the story of DB Cooper.
I am indeed.
Okay,
DB
great.
Cooper and I have done a little jumping, not together, but
I knew it. Because that was my question. The other day in the space, and now guys, this sounds like I'm asking a silly question that's not serious. Just wait. You had mentioned that Navy SEALs had been jumping out of commercial planes for years, and it came to me, what are the odds that Chuck is DB Cooper? Anyways, you're too young.
I am too young and I have more money, I guess, but that's yeah, that is an insertion method that is only available to a couple of nations, and not every commercial airliner can be jumped out of, but most of them can. But there is a very steep learning curve. Normally you're going to jump out of an airplane, it's only going 120 miles an hour, not 340. It's probably going to be at 14,000 feet and not at 35,000 feet. So, but I like where you're going with that, but it's going to make my security clearance applications a little more difficult.
Thank you for confirming with a wink.
Thanks for that entertainment there, Marcus. Fletch, welcome, and please go ahead.
All right, Alan. All right, Chuck.
Hey, Fletch.
Yeah, I'm just going to halo in with oxygen and a warm suit, and then
exactly. The warm suit's important. People don't know it's cold up there.
You're telling me it is. But now though, I'll just have a little laugh. I'm scared of heights. Would you believe? Isn't that irony in itself?
You don't have to do it, Fletch. You just have to like it, right? Or you don't have to like it. You just have to do it.
I know. Yeah, anyway. It's adrenaline drive, isn't it? It's all adrenaline. Quite a lot of things, Chuck. I want to go over here, and the old messaging that I've been picking up on. But a couple of things around Kherson. You're right. Special forces. We got to watch that. But over the last 4 or 5 months, as you know, and as we've discussed, Ukraine have been regularly coming over, and obviously bringing ammunition, storing it up, for Pacific things to come, and that's been going on for months and months now. And with the landings and the recent stuff, there's quite a bit of armor over there at the moment, and they're also using and the Bukalassis, so they can get over without having transport. They can do it under their own steam. And Ukraine has kept in reserve quite a lot of amphibious armor, which is very interesting. Now, my estimates on what's over there now, it must be at least 800 to 900, around a battalion's worth. That's my estimates on what we're talking about, and that's what I picked up on messaging and open source as well. If you add it all together, then you can come to some forms of numbers, and so I can say it as it's an open source situation. But a couple of things that are very key. What Zaluzny, when he did his article, and I heard you mention it, and it's been mentioned in other times on this space, about how he was going on about the positional situation, and how technology is going to play a part in enabling further movement for the Ukrainian forces. Because a lot of people misunderstood what Luzny was actually saying. He wasn't saying it's a stalemate, it's positional. And positional means you're positioning and you're maintaining your positions, but you're always looking for an opportunity. That's what positional means. It doesn't mean stalemate in its sense. So coming into the Kherson scenario, I mentioned about 3 or 4 weeks ago when we were on that the well-known drone operator, Birds of Madhya, I think a lot of people as much as I have. And they're not there without any reason. And we've been talking about this for a long time, haven't we? About, we expect something to happen at Kherson. And what I've been picked up on the messaging, and I think this is the most key point, and it applies to 2 particular areas where Ukraine needs to actually make some form of progress. Now, what I picked up on, and no doubt you picked up on this as well, that Ukrainians are going to change strategy. Yeah, that the whole strategic element is going to change. And how Zelensky put it, and some of the other commanders were always supporting what he said as well, is that they're going to start hitting the Russians harder and in places that they don't expect them to do it in certain areas. Now, I see this happening in 2 areas. We've already heard Budanov expecting to have some form of control over Crimea. And I don't think that's going into Crimea. I think it's to cut the logistics off coming out of Crimea to Kherson and to Zaporizhia. And also, there was another element said today, and we've had a lot about the drones. Now, it was only a few weeks back I was saying they're doing 20,000, and yes, they're up to 30,000, 1,000 a day, which is their main aim on drones. And apparently, something I picked up on a week or so ago, they've purchased 60% of the DJI's, their drone supply. So it gives you an indication of these drone numbers. And we've got to imagine these drone numbers. And we mentioned last time we spoke, Chuck, of swarms, etc. And we haven't really seen big swarms, but I have picked up on the battlefield there's been at least 4 or 5 going out and hitting 3 or 4 vehicles at a time. So they're practicing. So on the Kherson front, now bearing in mind, you may not have heard about the EW scenario, but I think that's significant if they're blunting the Russian drone ability to attack. right? So I would like you now to sort of give an update on how you perceive the assessment, and bearing in mind that they've got at least a battalion over and a good amount of armour. And they've also got, over the last 6 months, a reasonable supply there as well, because they haven't spent 6 months just raiding. They've been bringing supplies over with them as well. So would you agree that Budanov saying that he could have some form of Crimea's lines of communication by Christmas is looking a possibility? What's your view?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. And when you know this as well. Whenever we've got a drone in the air, there is a precondition, right? And that is that the electronic warfare situation is permissive for the operation of your drones. And the flip side of the coin is that the electronic warfare environment is prohibitive for Russia to operate its drones. So those are the assets that are being brought in also into the Dnipro River area of operations. That again is one of those necessary preconditions. I mentioned air defense, artillery, counter battery, your logistical prepositions, etc. Your ability to adequately man your mission sets. But everything in this war rests so much on electronic warfare. And when you and I started out, electronic warfare was this sort of niche operation, and it involved jamming enemy sensors and interfering with their communications and that sort of stuff. And it was, when you and I started out, this was above our pay grade, right? But now that has gone down to even rifle squad level, where you've got at least one guy in your rifle squad who's going to be piloting first person drones and other unmanned aerial assets, and almost down to the rifle squad level, but certainly at the platoon level, you've got organic, and that means part of your unit, right? Organic to your unit, electronic warfare assets. Because in this war, you absolutely, I'm not talking too much out of school here. I would commend the Maria listeners. This Twitter space has helped to develop, fund, research, combat prove, and ship over to Ukraine some of those organic electronic warfare assets. And that is really important. 500 days ago, 600 days ago, that wasn't on anybody's radar. Just having a drone was, wow, that's cool and exotic. Who knows if that's going to play out as a necessary combat capability? But we've seen that not only is it a necessary offensive capability, but defensively, you've got to, you have to dominate the electronic warfare environment right down to the rifle squad level, Fletch. I mean, that's changed in our lifetimes.
Oh yeah, it was EWINT, wasn't it? I remember it as EWINT.
Right, exactly.
Electronic warfare intelligence. Another area on this, and this is why when I read Salusi's essay, because it was really an essay, he was informing those who could read into it. This is where we are at the moment. And the key elements are technology. And what I'm seeing is the two elements of technology which are key as far as progressing forward. It is stunting drones, the opposite, the enemy's drones, because they're the high attrition rates when you're advancing, just as much as stunting the artillery side. And that to me, when I picked up on that, I thought, well, hang on, then let me dive a little bit deeper. And something else, which came out this week was Ukraine is now, they've just tested an electronic warfare bubble. They call it, they're having a bubble around their armored vehicles where they can have a 600-meter bubble where drones that enter that zone around armored vehicles will be either drop out of the sky, not get a signal, etc. Yeah, so they become ineffective. And I think what Zelensky is telling us is that, these things have been released this week, Chuck, these particular things. And there's a reason why he's done his essay and saying these things, what he needs to move forward. And it's just ironic that all these things that seem to be coming online, specifically around Kherson at this moment in time, but they've now advertised that they're actually mass producing the bubble EW, where the armored vehicles will have that bubble around them. And I'm trying to get my head around that. That would actually be phenomenal. If they're mass producing something like that, then that's going to be one of those technological changes that can change the whole battlefield. If you can deny drones attacking your vehicles, because most of the attrition on the Ukrainian side is being hit by drones, as we know, and artillery, of course. But one more on the drone side, Chuck, and something that Zelensky released about 10 days ago, but it was only being supported coming in. And I heard General Ryan just throw it in as a casual thing when he was talking yesterday.
Sorry, what are you going? Could you get to a point, please?
Who's that?
I don't know, but please go ahead, Fletch.
Yeah.
Well, someone being quite rude, interrupting.
Brother, don't worry about it. Just please. Please go on, Fletch.
Yeah, well, another thing, mass producing these drones. Now, they're expecting a large input coming from 70 missiles in reserve at the moment, the cruise missiles, where they're expecting a large attack on their energy infrastructure. So what Zelensky has said, and they've now got long-range drones and their own long-range missiles, is that they're going to retaliate and hit Russia dynamically, which means they're going to reply in kind. Now, as General Ryan said, that's something what Ukraine needs to get the attention back to Ukraine, because the world's attention has been diverted. And there, I must agree with the general, Ukraine needs that attention back. And by hitting back with their own missiles on Russian territory, I think we'll do it. Do you agree with that version?
Yeah. And, for example, the Shaheeds have gone from sort of a terror weapon to a weapon that Russia launches, and they generally are brought down somewhere between 70 to 100% of the Shaheeds are prevented from hitting their target. Now, some of those are kinetic kills. Some of them are longer range air defense kills. Some of them are point air defense kills. But a great portion of them, probably somewhere around 30%, are brought down by means of electronic warfare. So you're right. That every now and then we touch on that and say the great hidden part of this war, from Kherson to Kupiansk, is electronic warfare. And the most important part of electronic warfare these days is denying your enemy UAV operations. So I think you've put a good lid on it, Fletch. And I'm always glad when you come up for some supporting fire and to test my knowledge here. So good on you.
Yeah, it is not your knowledge, Jack. When I heard those things and when I related it to Zelensky, I just thought, well, possibly these things might come into to theatre, and because it's happening around Kherson now, and we've yet to see how that develops fully, Chuck, as I'm sure you agree on, but it's certainly looking good around Kherson anyway.
Well, we're going to see. For my mind, at least the next couple of weeks, the point is here to succeed just enough and use an economic application of offensive warfare and keep the Russians committing assets to this area. But it is not out of the realm of possibility that Ukraine is going to take the M14, M17 highway intersection. So that was something that that wasn't on the calendar 4 months ago, but it's something that they could do. I wouldn't say imminently, but it is definitely it's definitely in the realm of possibility, and that possibility actuates more and more every day.
We have a couple of more hands here. So to Dryfly and then to Terry. Dryfly, please.
Hi, Chuck. I just want to jump in a little bit on what Fletch was talking about. He said something that really caught my attention. As you know, I have TET on the brain. Absolutely 100%. Yeah, I was 11 years old at the time. Remember watching it on the nightly news, including the retake of Hue. So it just burned into my brain. Leading up to TET, I mean, later on, I studied and read about it, but leading up to TET, the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese were bringing material across into Vietnam through the Ho Chi Minh Trail for a full year before that thing launched, squirreling it away here, squirreling it away there, and really not trying to draw a lot of attention to themselves. They would have a raid here, a raid there. There would be, some attacks in the Mekong and up along the coast and places like that. But they really, really didn't draw a ton of attention to themselves. They were too busy ferrying material across. Do you think this whole river valley area, and I'm thinking all the way from the dam to the spit, is in effect turning into their Ho Chi Minh Trail? And do you think that is a potential? And part of the reason why the Ukrainians aren't as crazy and hardcore about really, really going across and making a big splash, because there's too much covert activity going on, but they need those bridgeheads to be able to do it. And I'll listen.
Great points. And I would definitely agree that Ukraine is making the logistical preparations to to establish a real bridgehead. And I absolutely agree that they are doing it on that Viet Cong NVA level, where their logistics have been moved in, piece by piece. They're kept in dispersed locations. These are some of the things that when you talk about Ukrainian forces going over to the UK to train, or Belgium or other countries going over there to train. Not everyone was being trained how to fix a bayonet. There were logisticians being trained. There were people being trained in operational planning and operational methodology, and that is absolutely part of the that's part of the great success. On the other side of the coin, we see Russian ammunition depots where they pull up to a conspicuous crossroad and just dump artillery shells out of the back of their truck and drive away. And those places get blown up by drones. Russia is losing the ability to do those fundamental things. The more and more that Russia loses any chance of surprise, is becoming aware that they cannot concentrate their forces anywhere without getting clobbered. they become more and more haphazard and lackadaisical in those basic soldiering skills. But go away from the red part of the map here in the Kherson. You look up on the North Bank, you see all that open territory, and you are absolutely right. There are logistical depots out there. They are holding tens of thousands of artillery shells. There are pontoon sections there. There's bridge crossing equipment. There are armored. There are artillery batteries, and I think your analogy to Tet is right on.
Can I add one more thing about
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Please
about
do.
Tet
Yeah.
that people have to realize is that even when the Viet Cong were bringing stuff across on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, that's not where Tet broke out. Tet, they were bringing them through the Cambodian and Laotian borders. But when the attack occurred, it was in Saigon, it was in Mekong, it was in Hue, it was in Khe Sanh, it was all sorts of other places. But the logistics all came through that porous border area down by the Parrot's Beak because we couldn't shut it off. And I got the feeling that that's the same kind of thing that's going on right now in Ukraine, is that the Ukrainians are bringing stuff across, probably not in the same volume because jungles are a little easier to hide stuff than, farm fields. But hey, they got partisans all over southern Ukraine where basements where they could be squirreling this stuff away. So I just want people to realize it could look like Kherson is nothing's going on there, but that could end up being what blows up Donetsk or blows up Luhansk or blows up Berdyansk or any other of a dozen cities across that whole southern front. And I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're entering this time. Like I said, next week. Well, actually, it's going to rain. It's going to rain tomorrow, and I think it's not going to rain for a day or two, and then solid rain all next week. So there is this time during the mud season where you can have an opportunity. If you've looked ahead to mud season, you've pre-positioned your assets so that you don't have to legit make big moves, right? Your thing where them be. And there is a golden moment in every mud season where you examine the enemy's logistical patterns and you see that he can't move anywhere else but the roads. And I'm still staring at the map of Kherson. You look at the Oleshki Sands National Park. You look at some of the areas. Time those are going to highways almost exclusively to move. So there could be it's not impossible that you can make over the harvest. I just don't know. That's the kind of information we just don't have. But I think the Tet analogy is apt. And just as you say, we get away from the Dnipro, right? The Ukrainians have been crossing the Dnipro with special operations forces for the last 12 months, 13. They've been transiting agents back and forth. They've been sorting and extracting agents. They have deeply embedded special operations forces that are operating well south of the Dnipro, and those guys they work to expand the partisan networks, and they're just what you say. They're putting goodies in place. Bears watching.
Chuck, your audio is elastic banding a little bit. You're going from a 45 played at 78 to a 78
And I
played at
think I'm
33 and
getting
a
over.
third.
Oh, there. Thank.
So on to Terry, Lunchtime, and Griffin.
Hi, Alan. I'm sort of becoming a regular here.
Terry, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
No.
Oh dear. Any more now?
No, not really.
I'll try and connect again. Can I still
I think
have
that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Alan, I'm gonna reboot here.
Okay.
Be right
We have a lot of rebooting going on here, and it will take just very good. This does sometimes happen with audio on Twitter, and it takes just a moment to get it back. But this would be a great opportunity for listeners and speakers here to retweet this space. We still have some time to go on bullet points tonight. Right now, we are deep into the Kherson map and taking a critical look at what is needed for Ukraine to establish a bridgehead across the Dnipro, keep that bridgehead on the south bank strong. As I said earlier, it's a bit of a bridgehead without a bridge at the moment. But Chuck and Dryfly were just speaking about some tactics that would be especially useful right now as the rainy season descends on Ukraine. Pre-positioning supplies and equipment especially would make a big difference. Chuck, you're back. Let's check that audio.
I am. I think I just lost you for a second. How am I doing?
Perfect. You sound great. We're going to go to Lunchtime and then to Terry and Griffin. Lunchtime, please.
Hi there, Alan. I am hammered in Paris. Where are you? Is my question. But ultimately, I had the misfortune today of running into a Russian woman in Paris who feels absolutely no responsibility whatsoever for what her country is doing, and I just wanted to share that really because to me that is I don't know, words can't really describe it. It's absolutely appalling. But her viewpoint is that she has her own problems and her country's problems are not her problems. So yeah, so that ends her sort of self, I don't know, her level of introspection ends there. And she doesn't take any responsibility for the fact that her country is in the middle of an active genocide. What's more, the French guy she was with completely agreed with her and was absolutely was just enabling her lack of responsibility and her lack of understanding of the situation. I found it.
I have to say, Lunchtime, I'm sorry you had that encounter, especially in Paris. It seems it has the potential of ruining a Parisian evening. But it's all too common throughout Europe that such encounters occur. And there's nothing you can do but walk away from them, I think, and order another champagne.
I mean, ultimately, what I did was order a Negroni and get away from them. But it made me think that this cavalier attitude to genocide is something we have to learn to expect. And it's not what it's not what one would expect. It's not what one is informed by history to expect. I just found it awful, and I think the sort of when I've talked to Parisians about it, a lot of people just don't care, and I really feel we need to step up our outreach in terms of passing on the specifics of what's going on in Russia. Well, what's going on in Ukraine, the atrocities committed by Russia in Ukraine. We need to pass on those specifics to countries which don't have English as a first language. This seems to me the sort of dividing line, because in the English-speaking world, although it's underreported and although our media is not by any means doing its job properly, at least by my reckoning, in the non-English speaking world, there is this lacuna of, of just no information. And
There
I
are,
think,
yeah, there are information holes, no question about it. Lunchtime. I think that international organizations need to step in and fill that hole. Uh, and I'm especially thinking about the international criminal courts and courts of justice. Uh, they can bring evidence forward, and it can be reported, and I think believed and trusted. There is a disbelief out there, and disbelief is always difficult to tear down. Lunchtime, I do want to go to some more hands here while we have Chuck 4 bullet points, and to continue on with the maps to Terry. We'll see if you fixed your audio problems, and to Griffin. Terry, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, now loud and clear.
Lovely. I think I was having a similar glitch to Chuck, so I'm happy it's all fixed. I've got two main things that I'd like to mention tonight. The second one will be something I mentioned last night, and you heard, Alan, I think. But first of all, I was very interested in what Fletch and Dryfly were both saying, because I have also been observing very similar things to Fletch about how I'm not that much up on EW, electronic warfare, but I have noticed this increase in production of all sorts of things happening inside Ukraine, and the innovation that they're doing, and also the fact that just recently Zelensky himself talked about they're going to look at different tactics. So my first question is it a possibility that I sort of know they're not going to stop over the winter? I know it's got to quieten down for the normal type of stuff, but to me, the Ukrainians are so innovative. Could there be a winter offensive in terms of this buildup of drones and the ability to strike deeper into territory, and this progress that they're making over Kherson? And listening to what Dryfly said about, bringing across bits and pieces and squirreling them away, I just feel that there's something exciting going to be happening that nobody is going to expect over the winter months. Could I be right there, Chuck?
I think you are. I expect there to be tactical surprises somewhere between the 15th of December and the 15th of February. There will be a time in there that, well, starting now that getting across a field is going to become problematic. Russia will become more and more reliant on roads to supply their logistical needs. Their logistical needs are going to increase in the wintertime, just in terms of food. We've talked about this. Soldier in the field in the winter burns 5,000 calories a day. That's 2.5 times what a normal person needs to eat in a day. And don't hang around with me because you'll get more cheeseburgers than you need. But the misery of the average Russian soldier in the field is going to reach its apogee sometime after Christmas. They are going to be, and they are poorly equipped. They are badly led. They are complaining now that they're not getting adequate food. They're complaining now that they're not being rotated out of the frontline positions, that once they deploy to the zero line, they stay there for months. They're going to start having thermal and environmental casualties. And to me, that opens up the possibility of Ukrainian offensive action. And there are a lot of places on the battlefield now, all the places we talk about consistently, Kherson, Orkhiv, Vuhledar, Velika Novosilka, Avdiivka, Bakhmut, all of those places where the Russians are pushed by their own commanders into these ever increasing stupid attacks, increasing in stupidity. They're going to be pushed harder and harder, and they're going to become more vulnerable. So, Terry, I agree with you. I look for something to happen this winter.
Lovely, thank you. I'm sort of still learning, but I just keep thinking the way that the Ukrainians seem to think, they can think so outside the box. Oh, sorry, cat.
I heard that.
she tends to think I'm on the phone, I think. And anyway, my second question, and I mentioned this while Alan was hosting last night. Ever since the 7th of October, we've all, yes, I do, don't I? The Hamas attack and how the attention has drifted off from Ukraine. And then with this lack of Speaker of the House and all of that nonsense going on over in the States, and Trump creating God knows what nightmares everywhere. And generally, all of the Western MSN suddenly all excited about what's happening in Israel and everything, that the attention really has drifted off. But I know I'm absolutely sure that there must be millions of us as ordinary people all around the world still frantically rooting for Ukraine. And I was actually thinking the other day, God, I ought to write to Biden myself and tell him what I think. Because to me, he's the guy, in a way, at the top that could give all of the other countries a really good push up the ass. But I think he needs a push up the ass to stand up there and say something. I know he did a little while ago. But then I thought, well, who am I? Is he going to listen to me? And then yesterday I suddenly thought, well, what about listening to people like you and Ben Hodges and John Spencer and Mick Ryan and maybe several others? And so I want to put this to you, and you don't need to answer now, but just something to think about, writing an open letter to the leaders of our Western countries as a joint enterprise between whoever you can get together, and then putting it out there for millions of us to back it up and sign, and to then present it within a limited time to say that we want Ukraine to win, say that we want Ukraine to win quickly, forget about your political posturing and just get on with it, because lives are on the line here. There's the Ukrainians on the front lines, but there's also the people in occupied territories. And they are no less important than everything that's going on in Israel. And to me, it seems a complete lack of awareness of so many people of the effects that if Ukraine does lose, that affects all of us around the world, certainly us in the West, but I think everywhere, because of the trouble that is simmering behind the scenes that all seems to stem from Russia. Sorry, I ranted on a little bit too much there, but I hope you got the idea.
You didn't rant on too much. And without giving too much away, my pen has been scratching. And I think you like what we're working on. But I very much like the idea of an open letter. And
Thank you.
I think we should reach out to General Hodges, General Ryan, Admiral Stavridis. There are other friends of the MriyaReport, and I think that might be a good thing to do. I'll also say this: in order for those things to work, there's a lot of stuff that has to go on behind the scenes. But Terry, I think you've got a great idea, and we're going to try to make that happen. So the credit will go to you, and thank you for bringing that up. But we're working on something. We have something in the works, so we're working together here.
Thank you, Chuck. That's wonderful. Thank you. I should look forward to hearing from you. Bye.
Thank you, Terry. Something like a universal declaration of support for Ukraine's victory. To Griffin, to 1QQAZ, and then to lunchtime. Griffin, please.
Well, good evening, everyone. Hope you're having a good day. Chuck, really interesting about Kherson. Several months ago, I'd asked a question of you, and you'd said a good way to look at Russian dispositions is looking at deep state. Are you still in agreement that that's a good program to look at daily?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the better programs for determining enemy order of battle, where the Russian units are. It's not perfect. It's open source, but they're absolutely very well informed. Of course, live UMAP is another great asset. And the thing I always recommend, and boy, I wish these guys were sending me money, but opentopomap.org has fairly decent topographical maps of all these battlefields. It's what I use as a base map whenever I can. And boy, I encourage you to visit any of these spots that are on my maps, and especially through OpenTopoMap, and get a look at the terrain without all my overlays and everything else on it, and you'll get a really it'll let your tactical picture bloom a little bit.
Right, and the reason I just wanted to make sure that state was the same as in terms of quality for deep state, because I've made the following observation. 3 months ago, in the Kherson area, they only had 6 Russian units. They now have 11 in that space. Again, you don't know how far gone some of these units are in terms of being treated down to battalions, down to company size, and so on and so forth. But I thought I'd mention that. I've also noticed that when we look at the map, and I'm just going to pull it up here while we're chatting, the Ukrainians in the Kyiv salient that they've got operating right now, they had a lot of units that were to the west of Kyiv, Evanika, in that area there. They've shuttled all but 2 units over to the Kyiv area, and they've tried to bolster from other areas that Kyiv. And of course, your M14 running from Kherson right up to Kyiv would be a real interesting piece of work if you'd ever got a breakout from the Curzon bridgehead right now, and had them hitting the Russians from two sides at once. I would personally think that, you also mentioned several months ago that they've got six brigades in reserve, and I didn't know what those were because they can be motorized infantry focused, or they can be mechanized infantry, etc., etc., as you well know. And but I always thought if they could push through three of those brigades across Curzon, down the M17 and up the M14, that would just create absolute havoc for the Russians, and cut off a bunch of their troops that were to the west of the M17. And same for the troops between Curzon and Kyiv. I don't know if that is possible right now because of all the activity up north that the Russians have been doing. So, being on the safe side, I would think you would want to have one or two brigades at the ready if needed up in the Bakhmut, Avdiivka areas. But in addition to that, the gentleman who was speaking a little bit earlier about Vietnam, those years is when I served, but not with the U.S. Army, with the Canadian Army. And we used to train, send troops down south to train with the American troops. And my regiment was the Light Armor Reconnaissance Regiment. And with the feedback we got about the VC and the VC main force battalions and the NVA and the Ho Chi Minh Trail and all the rest of that was very much in my wheelhouse in terms of studying what was going on in those areas. And I think it was very adroit, that other speaker who had mentioned about that would be a good thing when the weather gets socked in and whatnot, to build up the logistics so that when things firmed up with the snow and the ice and that they can start another offensive. And finally, the suggestion from Terry, I think, is really a good one. I think what has to happen too is that we need a broader a voice or broadcasting for you guys. I know Barry McCaffrey, he's on MSNBC regularly as a military speaker, and I know Ben Hodges has been here and whatnot. But I've also thought of that, wouldn't it be great if you had a cadre of people like yourself and Ben Hodges and Barry McCaffrey, et cetera, that would be doing a circuit, letting people know on radio and television about Maria reports and the work that happens as a way of expanding people's knowledge of what's going on in the Ukraine, but very importantly, possibly get more monies funneling through Maria Report when people hearing on radio show or like a NPR or other formats of communication, in addition to social media, I would think would be one hell of a great way of drumming up money, getting the word out, and gaining support and keeping it for Ukraine. And with that, I think I better turn it back before I come up with another idea.
I couldn't push my button fast enough. But yeah, listen, we're operating in the information space, and boy, the more space we get, the better. But I think Terry was onto something tonight, and we'll start casting about. I'm a little fish. We need to get a lot of those 4 stars together, and I think they can have. We all know what needs to happen, and unfortunately, we cross into the realm of politics. But politics is the realm of the possible, right? Right, Alan?
Yes, that is exactly right. It's the realm of the possible, and it's leaders that expand that realm and make dramatic action possible. What we need is some dramatic action. And I think Zelensky spelled it out quite clearly for anybody who wants to read his white paper. He spelled it out clearly for every leader of a democracy around the world. Chuck, let's try to bring bullet points home tonight. We have 4 more hands. Or if you want to stay until tomorrow, just let me know. I can keep going. But we have IQQAZ. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that, IQQAZ, but you're next.
One Bob or Bob is fine, whatever you prefer. Thank you for having me up. Thank you, Chuck, for being here. This is my first time hearing Nancy and Alan on, or seeing you guys on. Thank you for being here. Chuck, you said something that blew my mind. And I'm not sure how many people here have understood the possible significance and importance of what you said. You mentioned statistics on electronic warfare taking down Shahed drones. That's something I've never heard before. And the statistics you gave on it were large numbers, especially considering the numbers of systems like that the Ukrainians have and that are able to be used on them. Why do I think this is very significant? In general, the Shahed drones and similar systems cause far more economic damage than what they cost, and they take up a lot of resources that are needed for other stuff to defend against them. If the numbers, even with a 5% minus ratio on the biggest and smallest, or I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm very tired. I'm not speaking articulately tonight. Even if the ratio is a little off, if the number of systems that are able to intercept systems like the Shahed are dramatically increased, that can save an extremely large amount of money and free up systems that are in limited supply and needed for other types of missiles and airplanes. And I just think everybody should be looking at that, because if that is true, and I take you giving statistics at face value, when I've checked them in the past, they all seem to line up or be pretty close to what I see. So the potential implications for Ukraine with that are dramatic, and then the implications for other countries and missile defense systems, especially for these small systems that are primarily used by countries like China, Iran, Russia, and are far less used by Western allies, is it could be potentially a huge game changer. And I just hope some of the people who are much smarter than me and have much more pull, or are actually in government or military, start looking into this. Because if that's anywhere near there, it's just mind blowing. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that makes the Shahed vulnerable is well, first of all, you're right. They cost X. They can inflict 20X damage. They've got a significant warhead. They have a long range, but they're not particularly fast. They can be detected. And the good thing is they are really unsophisticated. They navigate to an 8-digit grid coordinate. That's what they're capable of. They can be navigated waypoint to waypoint, meaning that they don't have to fly in a direct line from their point of launch to their target. They can alter their course and do that. But at their the heart of their walnut-sized brain is just a dumb bomb that's flying to a GPS location. So those, they are vulnerable to electronic interference, and those numbers, I think, are pretty much right on. You launch 10 Shaheds at a target, 3 or 4 are going to get taken out by systems like the NASMs, or even the Avenger, which is basically a multi-barrel Stinger launcher on a Jeep. As the Shaheed gets closer to a likely target set, and let's face it, that means a populated area, densely populated urban area. As it gets closer, there will be electronic warfare assets there that'll interfere with the Shaheed's fusing and navigation. I won't go into it deeper than that, but one of the great Shaheed killers is the Gepard dual radar guided autocannon. That is a short range air defense system, what we used to call a point defense system, and it squirts 25 millimeter cannon shells, proximity fused at them as they come in. So those numbers are pretty solid. Somewhere between 65 and 100% of the Shaheeds are getting shot down, with an average number, the median number being somewhere between 75 and 80% on a national level. But very often, a target set addressed by Shaheeds, they'll lose 100% of those weapons before they hit the target. But Ukraine is making leaps and bounds in terms of electronic warfare. They have countermeasures to weapon systems that 600 days ago weren't on anyone's chart. Nobody was thinking of this stuff. But the Shaheeds still remain a threat because they're cheap. And look, there are, again, underreported by the United States deliberately, but there have been between 60 and 90 U.S. casualties in Syria and the Middle East in the last 14 days. And that is due to Iranians firing Shaheed-like weapons at American positions. Now, sometimes they're fired by cutout organizations, which are simply Iranian clients. But, that stuff is still going on. But again, we need to get Ukraine the air defense assets in numbers that allow them to start putting them closer to the zero line, using them more in a tactical rather than sort of strategic defensive posture. And we need to give them the material they need to quintuple their electronic warfare efforts, because they're doing it to save their population centers.
Thank you for that. May I ask one other quick question?
Absolutely.
Quick follow-up, go ahead.
So in regards to the U.S. casualties from attacks from both PMCs, Hezbollah, possibly I've seen unconfirmed reports of that, and various other Iranian proxies and IRGC, their IRGC officers that come in from, and Baji that come in. My question is, and in regards to the rocket attacks and infiltration drones and ATMGs from Syria and Lebanon into Israel, the Biden administration has seemed to have a posture of, we will retaliate with token gestures, but we will not escalate this unless you escalate this. Do you see there being a point, if they continue these low intensity attacks, that Biden will change his demeanor in regards to that? He'll eventually get fed up? Or do you think that they will just continue taking the slow attrition, assuming there is nothing so big that he is forced to move his hand? Thank you very much again for your time.
Yeah, and you know what I think, as sort of frustrating as it might be for all of us, I think the Biden administration may be willing to tolerate more guff from Iran than any of us think is appropriate. And I think one of the reasons that Washington is doing that is they don't want to focus even more attention on the Middle East and away from Ukraine. I've been in those positions where we're getting shot at, we're getting rocketed, we're getting droned, and Washington doesn't want to seem to do anything. But there's already been some fairly important things that have happened. U.S. destroyer in the Gulf of Oman, those cruise missiles and other projectiles. Look, that destroyer was out there fighting it on its own. And those radar contacts, they didn't come with a little clip on them that said, "Don't worry, we're not going to attack you. We're being launched against targets in Israel." That was an American warship on the high seas fighting for its life, and Washington seemed to let that slide. In other situations, look, that would have called for a United States response. The other thing that Washington is doing conspicuously, look, they announced that they're moved Joint Special Operations Forces into Israel. I have never heard of JSOC being mentioned as a deployed element ever in my life. It's never been done. They don't normally comment on the position of American submarines, but they conspicuously reported that an Ohio-class submarine has been deployed into the Eastern Mediterranean and also into the Persian Gulf. They made a point of showing that this Ohio-class boat had a DDS, dry deck shelter, visible. That is a module that you bolt on a submarine, allows you to deploy SEALs in and out of that sub. These are things they wanted Iran to know. So they moved these chess pieces around noisily on the board. I think there may be there are some intolerable acts. If the carrier battle groups are attacked directly, I would expect a response. Well, maybe I would. I don't know. But I think one of the things Washington is doing right now is they don't want any more attention on the Middle East now than there is, but there are big time what we call national assets being moved. Those are national asset would be any ballistic missile submarine, special operations forces, tier 1 special operations forces like SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force, and carrier battle groups. So it all bears watching, and it all is intended to resonate in the information space.
Thanks for those questions. I believe you said your name was Bob. Thank you, Bob. To Marcus and Lexicon, please. Marcus.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to tell, both Dryfly and Chuck that I enjoyed their tete-a-tete.
Marcus, you are at your most entertaining this evening.
Dryfly makes everybody look good. I will say that.
Also, I thought maybe if I said that Yehuda would appear behind me, but I checked and he didn't.
Yeah,
he bears watching at all times, folks. He moves like the wind.
He is the wind. Lexicon. Go right ahead, Lexicon.
Thank you very much. I listened this evening to a really interesting on Times Radio interview with Justin Bronk of Russi, and it's a wide-ranging interview and at the strategic level, but he put a lot of detail into a discussion of how this being not much of an air war going on, how much it comes down to a battle of artillery and artillery capability, and that in the end, What both sides need more of is shells and tubes. And he pointed out how much Russia, with both the North Korean million shells and its successful ramping up of its own ability to produce, it's got its economy on a war footing relatively successfully, stuff we don't like to hear. And he then spoke really pointedly. He said that the US has succeeded, will within 6 months have actually successfully ramped up the capacity to produce shells. Because he talked about how we were all caught short or wanting. But he spoke really directly about the UK. I don't know to what extent he's looking at Europe, but he's talking about the fact that in the end, I mean, this is the stuff you need to take each other on. Both sides need artillery, need this ammunition. And he talked about how in the UK he found a serious unwillingness and or inability to build up this capacity. I don't know about other countries in the EU, but he talked about how ramping this up is not a simple 1-2, tell somebody to do it and they do it. He talked about the various kinds of, like, you've got to be able to lasso I guess fertilizer or components that companies producing fertilizer would want and things like this. So the various components to produce this stuff, all the sorts of anyway decisions that have to be made and companies that have to be brought into agreement that the US with its defense whatever act has been able to do, but the UK not so much and not so keen or interested in doing it. So that's like is a whole other flavor. He talked about a lot of stuff, but in the end, a lot of what he had to say about the ability of these two countries to carry on the war got down to this. And as he said, we got to go to the point where, like, Russia has to decide, do they gain more by fighting or by not fighting? And up to this point, they gain more by continuing to fight. So I just so this we don't talk about it very much because we're interested in the stuff we can control, and this is one of the things Ukraine needs, but can't, aside from its own production, cannot control the whole picture. And I wondered what you thought about that. I think that Bronk's interview on Times Radio is really interesting and worth having a listen to. But I wondered if you have heard him or others talk about that overall artillery picture, I mean, ammo picture, and what you thought of that, if it's a fair question.
Yeah. The million shells that North Korea exported to Russia, that's about a 2-month supply. And the bulk of what we know, I mean, and I don't know, but it appears that the bulk of the shipment were 152 millimeter, make one mod 0 artillery shells. Now there may be some other weapons as well, but North Korea has its own strategic needs, and it's very likely that what they had to trade was just cannon shells for Russia's 152 millimeter. To me, it was really important that Shoigu in China fields a question and answers in the affirmative that Russia is ready for peace talks. In my opinion, somebody has to be eventually telling Shoigu the truth. Even if they lie to him daily, he has to be able to see that things aren't working in Avdiivka, right? He hears reports from Kherson, and his commanders are screaming, I can't give you any more troops. There could be a major crossing here, and I'm sitting astride the M17 highway, which goes right to Crimea. You've got to prioritize my needs. And he's hearing from Orkiv, and they're saying, look, the Ukrainians are going to break through south of Robotny. We need more. He's getting all this negative input. They're not doing well. But here's the place where they absolutely excel. Somehow they have put it in the heads of lazy Western journalists and and consumers of news who kind of don't want to dig any deeper that somehow Ukraine is losing this war. That it's not Russia launching failed attack after failed attack after failed attack, that it's Russia losing almost 1,000 people a day, 365 days a year, that somehow uh, it's Ukraine that's facing the stalemate. You know, we can turn all of that information completely on its head. We simply look at the maps and we see it's not working in Kherson. It's not working in Orhiv. It's not working in Velika Novosilka. It's not working in Vuhledar. It's not working in Avdiivka. It's not working in Bakhmut. It's not working in Crimea, Crimea, and it's not working in Kupiansk. I would hate to ask the guys on NPR, if it was Ukraine suffering these casualties, if it was Ukraine losing this number of armored vehicles in every attack, if these things were completely polarized, who would be winning? So,
Well, yeah, and he of course makes the point that Russia doesn't much worry, as he says in answer to the interviewer. He doesn't much think they care to turn around that loss of troops. They seem to, what Ukraine is doing very well is making sure that what they replenish them with never has time to get trained. And that's a fair point. But in the end, of course, Ukraine can defend against this, but to win this war, to push these bastards out, we need to be able to go on the offensive, which of course right now it's not the weather for it. But ultimately, his point about the artillery and the huge need to supply that, of course, at and that Russia, never mind the million shells, they may get more, but that they're able to produce their own. Ukraine is not to that degree and is dependent on a very hesitant, at least European or yeah, supply in Europe that I think I read that the EU has not met 33% of its promises, of its plans, and that the UK is just simply not getting on top of, in a whole of government way, all the sorts of decisions that need to be made and industrialists who need to be corralled to ramp up production at all. And as he says, with what's going on in various other theaters in the world, one could be in a lot of trouble should the need for shells increase rapidly. And who knows, it could happen. So I'm just sort of thinking in the, not the long run, the medium run, Ukraine is in a tight spot with respect to a really key element in the war, despite being so on top of all these other elements. So
yeah,
was that
and
artillery question?
we're to blame. You know, we're to blame. There's no shortage in the United States of 155 millimeter shells or 152 millimeter shells among our Eastern European allies. Look, General Hodges scared the hell out of me the other day, but he hit it right on the head. Washington has to decide who they want to win this war. And Ukraine is operating and defeating the enemy under conditions that the United States Army could not operate in, right? No air superiority, no air parity. The adversary has artillery dominance. The adversary daily aviation strike missions at least 10 times what Ukraine can put into it. Yet still, virtually every Russian attack is broken up and defeated by Ukraine. It's frankly amazing. But we all need to, you know, especially the American audience and the Canadian audience, we all need to contact our representatives. Be polite, and I really mean it. I say this a lot. After the show, call your representative in Washington. You won't have to talk to anybody. You'll get an answering machine, but make your point. Make your point. Tell them I'm a constituent and I vote, and I don't want this Ukraine situation to drag on. And I want you to think for a moment, Mr. or Mrs. Representative, what kind of a future Ukraine is going to have if Russia holds on to Crimea, if Russia holds on to what it has stolen from Ukraine. What sort of future is there for Ukraine? And think, Mr. and Mrs. Representative, what'll happen to Ukraine if Russia wins? What will happen to the people of Ukraine? Just do it. Look, I do it. They think I'm a crank. I do it. But I'm polite. I make it short and to the point, and that we all need to do it. We all need to do it, and especially with your representatives. Those rascals are only there for 2 years at a time. Put the heat on them. And there are some representatives and senators in American Congress. Look, some of them are incredibly competent about geopolitics. Some of them are incredibly competent about military affairs. Some of them are extremely competent about intelligence matters. And some of them are just there for the pension, right? Make your point, do it concisely, and look, you don't even have to talk to anybody. But I promise you, your call will get logged, it'll be summarized by a staffer, and it'll be on the chief of staff's desk within 6 hours. And make an impression.
Chuck is 100% right. Make an impression with your call. And, the perfect time to do it is right after Chuck and I sign off. You should be filled with vim and vigor for such a call to an answering machine that will get listened to at 6 a.m. in the morning in Washington, D.C.
Alan, you know it. And that's someone goes in there with half a Starbucks and they sit down and they got their little pencil and click, they go through the messages. So let's do it.
Let's do that, and let's go to Marcus and Karen, and then we will be wrapping up bullet points tonight. Marcus.
Yeah, just really quick. We talked earlier. The last speaker mentioned that the U.S. is ramping up their production of 155. Great, that's awesome. But I think top of mind for planners at DoD must be completely independent chain production of drones. As in, China can't just cut off a supply of a critical component. Drones need to be producible by NATO countries, in NATO countries, at scale. It's absolutely critical. That's it.
Right on. 600 days ago, on nobody's radar. If you brought that proposal, if you look, I've worked for DARPA. If you went into DARPA and said, I foresee this future where every rifle squad is going to need 3 or 4 drones, it would never happen, right? There is this not invented here syndrome. That kind of thinking was way out of the box, and it has gone beyond tactical, right? What is necessary on the battlefield? And you have absolutely hit it on the head. This is a strategic vulnerability for NATO and the United States. We can't be dependent on Chinese drones.
I just lost your audio there, Chuck. We could be dependent on Ukrainian drones, I could see that as an okay situation. But Chuck, we lost your audio. And it's not a muted mic. I can tell that. So try to come
Right.
back for just the last few minutes here of bullet points. If that's not possible, we'll keep going. Nancy, why don't you and I go to Karen's hand? Maybe, or Chuck, are you back? Chuck,
I don't know if their
Chuck, we
introduction
can't hear
figure
you.
is 20 or 30,000.
Oh.
You came in for a second and then you broke out. I can't hear you at all, Chuck.
I don't
Chuck,
seem to have anybody. Alan, are you on there? Who's?
Yep, Chuck. Can you hear me or Nancy?
Can you hear us, Chuck?
Chuck, we've got a Twitter glitch here. I don't think you can hear us, and we can't hear you.
Yeah, I think Chuck is recycling. Yep. And let's see if we can get that a try.
Okay. Hopefully Chuck will be back up with some audio here. There have been a lot of Twitter glitches tonight. I had a couple early on. Chuck, wonder if you can hear us? He doesn't seem to be cycling to me, Nancy, but
yeah, Chuck, you are one of those speakers with the infamous blue dot, so I think you're going to need to drop again and come back, and we should be able to pick you up.
Meanwhile, Karen, I'm sure you have a question for Chuck, but maybe you have an observation, and when Chuck gets back, then you'll be ready with your question. So go ahead.
Treasure this broadcast, and I am so grateful that we can have somebody like Chuck on here to share his wisdom with us. The question I was going to ask, and I don't see how I was going to try and make my comments brief too, because I knew there was only a few minutes left. So if Chuck doesn't get back up here, if some of you could do me a favor and echo my question to him, that would be great. I was hoping that Chuck could help me figure out this unconfirmed report I found from the BulgarianMilitary.com website. They're open about the fact that it is an unconfirmed report because Rybar is a pro-Kremlin web channel. But there is something that they shared that was really intriguing. And they claimed that on the 3rd, 2 disassembled F-16s were transported into Ukraine from Poland, and that Ukraine already has 5 F-16s. And I thought about that, and I thought, why would Rybar want to publicize that? You know, I was scratching my head. I thought, what are they getting out of this? And then I thought, well, maybe if it's something that they really believed had happened, that they would be saying, haha, we caught you. We know all about what you're doing. So I would like to ask Chuck if there are presently F-16s in Ukraine, and if this is not an appropriate question due to offset, please tell me. But this report was really intriguing. So if it's true, then there are presently 7 F-16s in Ukraine. And I will let you go carry that on. What do you think?
Yeah, good points. And I'm sorry, I was behind the scenes was a struggle here, folks. Thank you, Nancy, for getting me back on. I have this on reliable sources that 5 F-16s are in Romania, and they are being used to train Ukrainian pilots. Beyond that, I don't think I'd want to say much more than that. Everyone with a map can realize that Ukraine and Romania are not very far apart. But I'm one of those guys that if I had to give Ukraine something, and I had a choice between 700 ATACMs or 5 squadrons of F-16s, I might give them the ATACMs. The F-16 is a great airplane. It doesn't have a whole lot of range. It doesn't have a whole lot of linger power. It is a better airplane than anything Ukraine has. It's quite capable. I think we should have given them F-16s 2 years ago. Then they'd be more in the fight. But it's going to take a longer time to mature that capability within the Ukrainian Air Force. Look, I'm not saying don't give it to them. I'm not one. I'm just not one of those guys. But if you want to hit a deep target in Crimea, Ukraine has the 85% solution for that right now, and that is strike Russian sensors and air defenses, and then within 24 hours of those strikes, address those targets with either long-range precision strike munitions, air-launched cruise missiles like the Scalp, like the Storm Shadow. Take advantage of that depressed situational awareness that the Russians will have before they can get those air defense systems repositioned and hit the targets that way. This is what worked against the Saki airfield. This is what's worked against Sevastopol on a number of occasions, and it's what worked just recently against the Kerch shipyards. So, look, I'm yes to F-16s all the way, but I honestly don't see them as a war winner. I really don't. But again, and it's one of those things that makes me angry because we've gone through this for 600 days. That F-16s aren't on the table. They're not going to happen. Then the United States wasn't going to do anything about them, but it wouldn't stand in the way of its allies. And it took 600 bleeding days before we finally gotten to this point. I honestly don't expect F-16s to enter into the equation really for a couple of months at least. Look, but that being said, it should have happened a year ago, 2 years ago.
And right now, Ukraine needs more of everything. It always has. And we were talking about this just before bullet points, Chuck. What's the very first memorable thing we heard from Zelensky? I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. Now we're up to a Zaluzhny white paper, and he's basically saying the same thing. We need ammunition. We need, 5 things in order to move forward towards victory. It's better artillery counter battery, superior electronic warfare, more reserves, air superiority or parity, and long range strike capability. And I think I said 5 things. The fifth thing he might have said was mine clearing for these deep minefields that Russia has laid. But it's the same tune 620 days later. Day 1, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. Day 620, here are the 5 things I need to break through to victory. It's a very, very sad um, point that we have arrived at in this war, frankly, because
It
Ukraine
is.
is winning and they can win faster.
Yeah. And the one thing Ukraine isn't saying, because it can't, and that is what's wrong, what's going on, Washington? I mean, why are you dragging your feet? How can we count on you? Right? There no one is talking about invading Russia, right? We're talking about getting Russia out of Ukraine. And we're getting closer than we know, actually. It's Russia putting out the peace feelers now. That analogy, it's 1969 in the Vietnam War. It was the US putting out the peace feelers, right? Bright young minds at the Pentagon were waking up to the fact that the US wasn't going to win this war. I don't think there are any bright young minds in the Kremlin, but Shoigu's getting it. He can't win this war with the army he has. But we need to make sure that Ukraine can win this war. It needs those deep strike munitions. It needs the means to produce those electronic warfare aircraft. It needs demining. It needs aircraft. It needs attack helicopters. It needs everything, just like Alan said. And we need to give it to them. And there was a very interesting thing put out. I know I retweeted it by the Hudson Institute, and it was 14 reasons why the United States should help Ukraine. And the top 5 were the economic benefit in terms of jobs, taxes, everything else, all the collateral benefits to 38 states to helping Ukraine. That almost 80% of what we give to Ukraine returns immediately in economic benefit to more than half the states in the Union. So I don't know Alan, I don't know what the problem is, brother.
I don't know what the problem is either, Chuck, because there is no foreign policy conundrum when it comes to Ukraine. It is so obvious what needs to be done, and the United States has the capacity of doing it. That it burns me up. I think that what Joe Biden needs to do is paste now my favorite Zelensky quote on the mirror in the morning and read it 10 times before he shaves. And Chuck, we can say this now on MriyaReport and not have to go to the swear jar. If you quote President Zelensky, we're never giving up our freedom to that fucking terrorist Putin. See, no swear jar.
And I agree with you. Look, there's one guy who can't lose this war, and that's Putin. And he's never going to stop, right? We've got to make sure that he no longer has the tools to pull this crap on the Balkans, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Moldova, Poland, Romania. They're not going to be safe. They're not. This is the time to stop it. It's Ellen, and never in my life did I think that the national security hawks were going to be Democrats. What happened to the world? What happened to the world?
It just spins around, and when it does, you see things you never expect to see. But I agree with you.
Absolutely.
I got a friend that I've worked with, a really, really brilliant woman, worked with me in national security for the last 20 years. I hate to say. I hope you're listening tonight, cat. And she said that she is the rarest of birds, a hawkish liberal, and that's what it's going to take.
It is what it takes. Chuck, I know we're past the top of the hour. We still have two hands. I took up a little time here just by being, I don't know, silly. But very, very quickly, we can go to Karen, then to Griffin, and then we'll be signing off of Tuesday night bullet points. Karen, please.
Well, I just wanted to thank Chuck for his response. And it's good to know that what you think about the F-16s, that they may not be as useful as we would like them to be. That's what I'm hearing you say. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But another thing I wanted to ask is, with the F-16s, if we don't have the Tauruses, what is the best use of them? What missiles are they going to be firing? If you can tell us that. And I'm going to, I can't message you, but I will tag the article for you, because there are several things that are said in this article that, to somebody from the outside like myself, just look very intriguing. And I'll do that later. But yeah, if you could tell us what the F-16 would be firing, and I'm sure those people are training right now, that would be great.
Well, given what Ukraine has been able to adapt to its MiG and Sukhoi fighters, one of their early engineering successes was adapting the high-speed anti-radiation missile, which has been used to prosecute suppression of any enemy air defense missions. There is almost, well, it's almost what can't the F-16 do? And ordnance that previously probably hasn't been adapted to the F-16, I think you can expect the Ukrainians to work that out as well. But I would think that again, suppression of enemy air defense would probably be the one of the principal missions that the aircraft would be used for. They're just off the top of the F-16's capabilities. Variety of JDAMs, Maverick missiles, increased beyond visual range air defense, air-to-air missiles. There are a variety of, for example, the JSOW, which is another standoff weapon. F-16's a pretty much a jack of all trades, and it's a better airplane than most of the aircraft they have. It can do more. It's a better air defense fighter, better air to air. It can carry a wider variety of ground attack munitions. And again, what infuriates me is the answer was eventually yes. The answer should have been yes 2 years ago, because then we'd have this weapon into the fight. There's another problem too with me. We strangle Ukraine on everything that it needs. And one of the reasons I don't think the F-16 is an automatic war winner is I worry about the supply of these air-to-ground munitions. I mean, we are dragging our feet on every single other thing. I worry that they get F-16s and they're not going to have anything else except Sidewinders and maybe a couple of AMRAAMs, and that we're not going to trick them out with with appropriate weapons for aviation strike missions. But we'll see. The other thing that we can absolutely count on is the engineering brilliance and the improvisational skills of Ukrainian engineers, because they are remarkable.
Chuck and Prince, I have to do something unusual because I'm going to miss an appointment here if I don't step down. My time's no longer my own, which isn't a bad thing. So with that, Chuck, thanks for a great bullet points. Once again, I let it go on too long. I'm the guy to blame, and thanks again. We'll see you Thursday. Lots happening. We're going to keep our eye on Kherson. I'm going to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroism Slava, Alan. Thank you.
Heroism Slava, Alan. And Chuck, do you have time for a couple more hands? Or do you need to go? I think we might have lost Chuck too, which is fine. So I guess that's just me. I will go to hands. Oh, Chuck, are you still there?
Yep, I am. I think I can take one more, and I'm going to have to get on that same bus as Alan, I think.
Oh no, now I've got to pick between the two, and I don't know whose hand was up first.
Oh, let's take them
Griffin's
both.
was. Griffin's was.
Go ahead, Griffin.
We'll get them both.
Go ahead, Griffin.
Just a really quick comment here, Chuck. F-16s, absolutely, I agree with you. One thing that hasn't been talked about, though, are air-to-air refueling aircraft like the KC-135 straddle tanker and the new Pegasus refueling aircraft. And my thoughts were that as the U.S. Air Force and the Navy and the Marine Corps get new air refuelers, it would be a great idea if they gifted to Ukraine air refueling aircraft, so that once the F-16s and the F-16s potentially and Griffins start coming along, that they can literally keep an air umbrella up over the country in order to intercept missiles or go on the offensive for that matter. So just thought I'd mention that. And good night, everyone.
Yeah, Griffin, that's, the toys that come with, right? Mid-air refueling, AWACS aircraft, all of those things that it takes to conduct an air battle or a 24-hour combat air patrol. I don't see those things coming to Ukraine in the near future either. So, but I'm with you. These are all things they need, and maybe Uncle Sam will, maybe Uncle Sam will be a little quicker to donate here.
Very good.
You
Thank you.
Chuck, I'm going to. Sorry, Prince.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was going to call your name. Go ahead.
I was going to sneak this last one in really quick, but I've just been thinking about something you almost said, and it really speaks about the hump of resentment that this nation is going to continue to build. They won't say it. They need to be thankful. They need to have gratitude, because alienating the suppliers is a recipe for suicide. But can you imagine the number of families who are losing loved ones right now? How their resentment as to how their kids could have been alive still is going to translate into U.S.-Ukrainian relations later on.
No, I absolutely agree with you. Zelensky said it. I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. And unfortunately, he's still saying I need ammunition. But somebody promised me tonight, look, when you get off, just dial that number and put that call in. I had a friend who's in Washington right now working in our interests, and he called me up today and said, "Look, you know, it's people are taking their eye off the ball. So we all operate in the information space. You wouldn't be listening. There's other things to do on a Tuesday night than listen to me, but we're all part of inflecting the information space. So getting the needs out there and communicating them to the people who represent us, right? Let's have a representational democracy, and let's make sure that we don't take the eye off the prize here. So we'll all do it. I mean, let's all pull that together.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chuck. And Scott, you don't get to talk to Chuck much anymore. I thought maybe you'd like to say hi to Chuck. How are you doing tonight, Scott?
I would. Hi, Chuck. Hi, Prince Heather.
Hey, Scott. I'm sorry I'm on the way out. I feel guilty because I always seem to catch you in the hallway.
I know. I miss talking to you through the bullet points, but my schedule changed a bit, so I apologize to you.
Well, I want to thank everybody for listening, and Prince Heather, you are the capable hands. Thanks everybody for calling in. Thank you for spending some time with us, and definitely see you Thursday night again on Bullet Points, and actually Thursday afternoon. Axel volunteered me, and I'm happy to do it, to come on with Nuno and help out with his show too. So I'll see you Thursday afternoon, and then Thursday night for Bullet Points, and hopefully with breaking news tomorrow. So Prince Heather, thank you, and good night, everybody. Nancy, thanks to you too.
Oh, good night, Chuck. Thank you.
Good night, Chuck. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And you all heard what Chuck said. Chuck is a Navy SEAL. I trust Chuck. He said, "I am the capable hands." I'm just gonna milk that one for a minute. Just have to, just because you give me something like that, and my brain just explodes with I don't know what. I have never been called capable by somebody from the Navy SEALs. I think I may be getting a little verklempt. Um, I feel yeah, I know, right? It's a little crazy. And Marcus is now going to rain on my parade because he raised his hand, and I just know he's going to do it. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, not at all. In fact, there's been a few times that I've thought, he knows my name and he's talked to me. Can I tell my friend I know a Navy SEAL? And can I say I have a friend who's a Navy SEAL? And then I'm like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. But maybe.
Yes, I actually feel like I can say I have a friend who is a Navy SEAL, and he has complimented me. I am the capable hands.
You're the belle of the ball.
Oh, for the moment. And if you knew me, you would. Last time, okay, I dressed up in drag. Yes, like as a lady drag queen. Once, or no, twice. Okay, twice. And I was told that I looked like a trucker in heels, and and it was rather amusing. Yes, so no.
It's very hard to wear drag. I don't know how drag queens do it. And the makeup looks very complicated to do.
I've seen it happen way too many times. I know drag queens who can do it in 15 minutes. Go ahead, James.
I speak to a Navy SEAL every couple of weeks, and well, he does most of the talking, so we get along great.
Yeah, I talk to a Navy SEAL every week or so,
You could have been one. You could be one. Why not? Why not you? We could recruit you in, get you through the program, expedited, and you'd be out on your way to adventures across seas and rivers and stuff. And you'd love it.
Because you know why? Because that's where they would spread my ashes.
well,
would be
that
off
you have to
on
sign
adventures
you
for
have to
rivers
sign
and
away
seas
the
'cause
rights to sue us, okay, for that part. But yeah, no, and the other part is capable hands. Yes, indeed. Yes.
As
No,
long as you can tread water for 48 hours, you're fine.
Oh yeah, right on top of that, as long as I have a floaty. Go ahead, Nancy, save me because I have taken this down a road.
I'm just gonna make it worse because I was just sitting here thinking to myself, a drag queen who can get all of their great makeup on in 15 minutes. I can't even find mine in 15 minutes. So they're far more ahead of the curve than I am.
Okay, now Nancy needs to leave her mic on and look at the picture I just sent her. There are only 2 people in the Maria report who well, maybe 3, that I have shared this picture with.
That looks beautiful.
You're high. Anyway, no. Fortunately, I was doing a very trashy song. Anyway,
put it in the nest, Prince Heather. Come on now.
Nope. Wouldn't do it. Sorry.
OPSEC.
OPSEC is right. Nobody needs to know what Heather looks like in drag. Anyway.
That's between her and the boa.
This is true. And the crown upon my head. I would share a picture possibly, and I think I have in the past, of what I look like when I'm dressed more normally going to a formal event, and that would be a tuxedo. That's just my preference, and that's just, how I never liked dresses, not even when I was a kid. But that's we're not here to talk about me and the things that I have done in my life in my younger years before I was 40. So, over 15 years ago. I've aged a little since then. Go ahead, James.
Well, I wanted to back on the right track, but I like you just the way you look now. Anyways, which you know how that looks, right? The avatar, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So incoming, possibly groups of people, and I wondered what we should be talking about when they show up. Should we be talking about them in particular who might show up, or should we have a topic like understanding genocide or something like that when they come back? Kind of, catch them in the middle.
Well, I know that this is not the time to do it, but I do still want to have that conversation. And I want to be able to schedule it, but I haven't had the chance to talk to a couple of people that I need to talk to about that. But
understandably so.
Yeah, I think it would be. There have been a couple of stories, actually. We can start talking about that in some ways, because there were a couple of stories that I had for tonight that sort of fall into this category. But Nancy, you go ahead.
Yeah, I just a little while ago came across an article that I just wanted to share because, one of the things that we know about what's happened in Israel and in Gaza is that it's not just those 2 nations that are affected. I think that according to the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, more than 200 foreign nationals from 35 countries were killed on October 7th, including 35 Americans. And there were also numerous civilians from many nations who were trapped in Gaza. I don't have those metrics, but I did see a little while ago that the evacuation of Ukrainian citizens from Gaza has begun. And this was in Pravda.com UA, which is the Ukrainian Pravda. And that apparently so far they've gotten about 20 people out, and they've gotten authorization for 101 citizens of Ukraine that were caught up in the Gaza Strip to be able to evacuate. So watch for updates on that. But I thought that was good news worth sharing, since each nation is having to get all this stuff organized individually. So I wanted to pass that on.
Yeah, having to get it organized individually, but also in consultation, I think, with a couple of other countries at the same time.
Yep.
I would think Israel and Egypt and possibly even another country before their own country. That would just be my thought. But I could be very wrong. 1Q, I just have a feeling you may have some input on this. Go right on ahead.
Yeah, it made me forget my question and comment. But in any case, it's my understanding, and I'm really tired at the moment. I'll be popping off in a few minutes. I've just been still on because I have to walk my dog before going to bed, so I might as well listen. My understanding is that there's about 50 or so non-Jewish foreign nationals that were abducted by Hamas. Several students from African countries were taken, and the majority of the rest who weren't Jewish or Muslim or Christian, because there were several Muslims and Christians abducted to Gaza, were Thai and Filipino workers who came over to either be care workers in homes or day laborers on the farms there. In regards to the international civilians in Gaza, it's my understanding that Hamas was refusing to let them out, and that there were issues with Egypt letting them out, and that since, and I don't want to misspeak here or say something wrong, Egypt's agreed to allow out a significant amount, or several countries, foreign nationals. But a big issue also is that at least with the ones that were in the northern half of the strip, there have been 2 false flag attacks by Hamas. One was caught on 4K camera with a dash cam of them blowing up a civilian convoy trying to leave. Over 50 people were killed, more were injured. And then there is another, which is unconfirmed, that it was the specific faction, but according to people on the ground who have social media who reported it, they said it was Hamas, the Hamas police. One thing you said was, both nations need to figure this out as far as getting the people out of there. Hamas has no interest in getting people out, including foreign nationals. Every time an American citizen or a British citizen or a Ukrainian citizen dies in Gaza, that's a huge PR win for Hamas, because that makes the local populations in those countries more empathetic to their cause, right? So, and it's heavily paraded around by the anti-Israel crowd of that country. Look, they've killed one of our people, regardless of why that person was there, or if that person had a chance to get out before, or if that person was why they were killed. Right, a fifth of the casualties are from misfired Hamas rockets. When Islamic Jihad, or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, was firing rockets in the last flare-up before this, a third of their rockets misfired. They killed over 500 of their own people. I'm starting to ramble. I hope that answered your question, or at least helped. Thank you.
Yeah, Prince, if I can just add that 1Q or Bob, I really appreciate that additional color commentary. The one thing that I definitely noted in that article was, of course, number one, it was short. Of course, number two, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine had noted that they couldn't disclose details since the process of evacuating citizens was still ongoing. And to your point, there are a lot of risks and hazards associated with that, that they they won't discuss in an article like this. And you know, that's why it was also noteworthy to me that they said that in the article that about 20 people have been evacuated. So there's more to go, and it's a treacherous process to do it. But it's the color commentary, I think,
100%.
makes a huge difference. So thank you.
100% there. I mean, in regards to any of these hostages, there is a lot going on behind closed doors that we are not privy to. Some of which I'd probably agree with, some of which I have personal views on negotiating with terrorists and giving in to demands. I believe it incentivizes it to continue and to get worse. You know, if you look at Hamas and why they say they did this, it wasn't to stop the Saudi-Israeli peace deal that will eventually happen regardless. It wasn't to just sow chaos. Their entire aim was to take as many hostages as possible, and they didn't plan on it being remotely this successful. I'm convinced of that. But their plan was to take as many hostages as possible and put Israel in a position where Israel would be forced to give up a significant amount of the murderers, rapists, and people that attempted to murder Jews and other Israeli citizens because of their nationality and their religion. And if you remember, over 1,000 terrorists were released for Gilead Shalit. And that set a precedence. And you can agree that that was right, or you can agree that was wrong. I'm happy he's out and he's safe. But since many of those terrorists have recommitted acts of terror, many people have died. There have been families that had people that died in terrorist attacks from people that were put away, who then lost other family members for people that were released for that. So I don't know what's going on with carrots these countries are offering. I know there was talk, at least reported by the Russians, that they were offering that they were offering weapon systems or monetary, funds for the Russians. But I don't know how much of this is real and how much of this is just talk. So I agree 100% that there's definitely stuff going on behind closed channels, and that's one of the big reasons. Besides, I believe, PR to a significant portion of his voter base, why Biden's been pushing for delays and everything, and why certain other countries that are allies are pushing for delays. Part of it is PR, part of it is they are hoping that they can negotiate for more of these people out. And one person is a tragedy, 100 people, 1,000 people is a statistic, right? So it's my opinion that many politicians on all sides of all conflicts in every country would rather get one person who's heavily televised, who's being held hostage, out, and allow 50 people to die in rocket attacks, or 20 soldiers to die, just waiting instead of actually doing what they need to do. But these are my opinions. Those parts are not facts. Those are just my personal opinions. So I hope I answered some of the questions and given you something to think on. And I apologize. I'm not at my most articulate level. I'll be going to bed very soon. I have to go for a walk, but I'll stay on here until I'm done walking the dog, and then I'm going to just pop off. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 1Q, also known as Bob, because James thought Bob was amusing, and now I do too. But I do prefer actually IQ, because I think it fits you very well.
Whatever you want, whatever works for the individual host or a person speaking, assuming there's not somebody else with a very similar username. Feel free to pronunciate the anonymous handle, which is just typing in on a keyboard the first three keys, and then the second three keys, and then the third three keys. But
yeah, I figured out that pattern the other day. It was like, oh, that wasn't hard. But yeah, you may live to regret that, because people may change what they call you from time to time, and you never know, because there's some people who think they are funny here, and I think we'll go to one of them. What's that?
I'll be changing it to my actual first name at some point in the near future. A couple other things
Okay.
have to be ironed out, but at least people should at least know my first name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you being on the space, and I appreciate hearing you. Alrighty, Marcus, speaking of people who think they're funny.
Well, one man's knowledge is another man's certainty, right? And of course, I know that I'm certain. Okay. So the my point of view on this is that there's plenty of people that believe what the terrorists totally say for sure happened, and say the Zionists did this, the Zionists did that, because saying the Jews did this, the Jews did that, it's a little more obvious what you're getting at. So they just say Zionist, as if we're idiots. Anyways, so oddly, that's also what Nazis use. Nazis also say Zionists so that they don't get caught in social spaces. Anyways, the point being that there's a significant number of people that live in a post-truth world, I guess. So, well, it's bananas to believe that the Israelis would blow up a civilian convoy. It doesn't make, like, there's nothing to gain in that. It's a cui bono thing, right? Why would you assume that they would? That the first impression people got out was what a lot of people accepted, and that was the terrorist point of view of, aha, the Israelis blew up the convoy. And enough people believed it, right? So, I mean, NATO had a pretty comprehensive report in 2017 about specifically the use of human shields by Hamas. Really detailed report that was published online with testimony and an analysis, and they made it crystal clear that Hamas they launch rockets from beside civilian structures. As Bob said, most of their rockets are garbage, right? And if they kill 10,000 of their own people, what we would hear the next day at a riled up group of teenagers screaming would be, the Jews killed 10,000 people. And then right-minded people would do an analysis, and a report would be issued 6 months later, and lo and behold, the terrorists did it, to the shock of all, right? But the other narrative's already set in. So we're stuck with the people that will hold on to that other narrative, because they're the people that, struggle not to say the J word. But the reality is, I don't know how to break through that information space where truth is increasingly not necessary for a large chunk of the population. And when I say large, 20% to me is large to be in a post-truth mindset, right? Anyways.
All right, James, go ahead, and then we will go back to Bob.
Sure. So Israel got caught and hard when Hamas invaded and killed people in the name of wiping out the Jews, which is genocide. They announced it. It's on film, and so we see genocide, and those people died, and the casualties are going to probably go up over 2,000 from that attack. And then we hear about 10,000 people who were killed, and it's sad that Palestinians died, but consider that the response of the IDF was, again, stopping the current genocide, which was that day's work probably, and then the beginning of preventing others, which is the destruction of Hamas, its capabilities, its hideouts, its ability to do anything. At the same time, Israel immediately imposed some sanctions that are collective punishment for that affect all of the Gaza Strip. They shut off electricity and water, and it's like, why not, right? Why not? Because this nation, if you want to call it that, these people who elected Hamas, apparently, I don't know if that's a real election or whatever, but what I do know is that they lived with Hamas in their midst. They didn't stop it. And now they're collectively punished from those deprivations, and also the deprivation of employment for people who are employed inside of Israel. That's another collective punishment mechanism, and those are we kind of call those sanctions, I think, and that those are the beginning of what's coming in terms of what's going to happen to them over time. Uh, and it's not to their detriment, but Israel has obviously got the right to prevent genocide. And the way to do that is just as described. And they have to think about the long future. They're not always going to have, fleets around them. So what do they do? What do they do? And so they have to be thorough. And now it sounds like they're going to take over security in the area. And it sounds draconian, but what is the right solution for a genocide? It is to prevent them if at all possible. And once they start, stop them and then prevent any more of them from happening. And so I think that the education of Palestinians about this process that is the core of our international law is something that has to happen. And it's not just them, it's a lot of people who don't understand this. And if they don't accept this, and if they don't accept that other people have a right to live on earth, even if they are Jewish, right? Then there's something inherently wrong in that viewpoint. It is contrary to international law. And if they're speaking out on behalf of that, you can well say that they are, in fact, inciting genocide, which is a crime under the Convention of, Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. So, anyways, I think that's about all I need to say. It's like but that's good for Palestine in the end, if they're separated from this belief that the way forward is terrorism and genocide. And if they can do that, then I think they can grow up and become a responsible neighbor for any other nation. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Bill. Okay, I tried. It didn't work. Go ahead, 1Q, Bob.
I heard that. It just takes me a second with my phone. So in any case, first, I agree. There has to be a huge education process in both the West Bank and Gaza in order for actual peace and movement for the Palestinian people to go forward on anything past a local level. Otherwise, I do not see it happening in the way the majority of the international community wants. They are with the exception of some of the older generation and some of the people that work with Israelis and individuals that are very that aren't able to necessarily speak out. The majority of the population, especially the younger population, is heavily brainwashed. We understand. Their media is well documented. Their school system, including UNRWA, is very well documented on the anti-Semitism for years. They're documented, multiple people going around asking questionnaires, Pew studies, everything. So there really needs to be something on the level of Germany after World War II. Otherwise, this is just going to continue forever and ever and ever, or till the Israelis get fed up enough and actually do something insane, which I don't think is going to happen with any time in the near future. But I do think another generation or two go through this, they will get fed up to the point we become the monsters they think we are. And that is one of my fears for the future, is this just continues and continues, and because of international pressure, this isn't actually solved. In regards to that, the Palestinian Authority, which in regards to October 7th, the massacre, every single one of those Hamas terrorists will get lifelong stipends, or their families will, by the PA. If there's something called pay to slay, if you kill a Jew or an Israeli who's not Jewish for that matter, you get a certain lifelong stipend, goes to your family. If you're killed, or if you're in jail, you get more if it's in Jerusalem. You get more if they are a child. You get more if they are elderly. Their leader got his PhD on Holocaust denial. Their media, their security forces, which number over 100,000 armed men, if you include militias, have killed more Israelis in the West Bank than any other faction. The list can go on. This needs to change, and the West needs to accept that the current iteration of the Palestinian Authority is no partner for peace, as they say they are not. And I mean, you can go back to Yasser Arafat and the Camp David Accords and all of that, and what happened from it? Intifada, thousands of Israelis dead, more conflict. As far as the statistics on Gaza, it is extremely disingenuous whenever they are reported, right? They're saying now that 10,000 people have died in Gaza. Well, those 10,000 people are 10,000 unconfirmed dead, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, which has been caught lying hundreds of times in the past for years. Okay, there is no independent verification. They include the militants in those numbers. They include their own civilians killed by Hamas misfired rockets. There's literally hundreds of videos on the internet of people pretending to be dead or pretending to be injured and showing that they are not. So it's very disingenuous, and I would be very hesitant in the same way is if any similar group was to make similar claims. As far as talking to crazy people in a post-truth world, whether they're neo-Nazis, far left, far right, whatever, I would say, how much time do you have, and how much do you actually care about them, and how close are they to you, and how much real one-on-one interaction can you have? On the internet, I think it's very hard to do, and in most cases, you're not going to be able to do it. One of the things I did for a couple of years when I was first on Twitter was attempting to get there's an African American gentleman in the United States who's de-radicalized like 300-400 neo-Nazis, black supremacists, and other hate groups members. He did that by one-on-one individual interaction with them. I'm not going to get into it. If you want to look this gentleman up, his name is Daryl Davis, and there's documentaries on him. There's interviews. He's done TED Talks. I highly recommend looking into him. The problem with that, and that is the only method I have seen to be successful other than heavy indoctrination and being taken away from the group they are part of completely, like going to jail where they're not controlled by a gang or going to a rehabilitation place, is by one-on-one interaction. If it's a family member of yours, you might slowly over time, if you're not pushing too hard and you're showing them that they're wrong in their ways. But with people on Twitter, if somebody on Twitter thinks the world's flat or Jews are lizard people or the protocols of the elders of Zion is correct or we're genociding the Palestinians or the Ukrainians have a sex tunnel and Zelensky's doing mad amounts of cocaine with hookers, you're not going to be able to change those people because they're batshit and they've made up their mind. And maybe on a small scale, some of them you can, but I really don't think that's something that's worth you putting your energy into. You're just going to wear yourself out, and it's very unhealthy. It burnt me out doing it in a couple of years of trying it and hundreds of hours. I think I managed to get a couple of Islamists and one white supremacist to slightly change their views. I don't think it is a useful use of your time. It's better to work on the people on the fence than the people that are full on, indoctrinated in such beliefs. The final note in regards to the energy, the food, and all of that, Gaza and water, Gaza only gets 8 to 11% of their water from Israel. The rest they produce with desalination plants in Gaza. They would have enough desalination plants to produce all of it if they didn't misfire rockets and blow them up. There was an airport in Gaza. They blew that up with rockets by accident. There was a power plant that was able to give power to all of Gaza. It was destroyed. There were farms left that were paid for by billionaire Americans who wanted peace. That between that and the current industry in Gaza, were destroyed or would have given enough jobs to sustain the entire population for at least 5 years, factoring in natural growth. They were all destroyed and looted. There were water pipes put in to give water to all of the citizens of Gaza. They were pulled out to make rockets. There was money given. I forgot if it was I have to look this up. I keep saying I forgot them, and I need to relook it up. Either the UN, the EU, or the United States gave millions of dollars to build bomb shelters for the civilians of Gaza. It was confiscated for the resistance. There have been at least 2 recorded attempts by civilian groups in Gaza to raise money and build bomb shelters for their local, neighborhood. In both of those cases, Hamas thugs came around, confiscated all the materials and money for the resistance. Further, I'd like to say no other country has ever had to give an adversary, let alone a terrorist entity, which is under international sanction, these supplies, let alone after a genocide has been committed against them by that. There is an argument to be made that they have to allow supplies in internationally. And for the civilians, and I'm not going to get into that. I have no interest in debating that either way. Yes, thank you.
Hey, Prince, can I just ask IQ a question?
Dude, you're a co-host, of course.
IQ, I take your point that the Gaza Health Ministry figures are BS, but have you seen any figures either from the IDF or the Israeli government on let's say their best estimate on civilian casualties in Gaza? I had this argument this morning with a friend, and I started saying, you can't trust the Gaza Health Ministry. And she was like, oh, I've seen pictures, et cetera, et cetera. So do we have any accurate figures? I can't believe that there's 8,000 or 10,000 civilians killed by the IDF in this 3 weeks.
So in regards to I've seen pictures, to people like that, send them 5 or 10 videos of, rows of dead people or dead babies that start moving, that magically have a second coming. Show them the videos of thousands of Palestinians out like they're preparing for movies, doing, like with the TikTokers in certain Asian countries where you'll have a hotel filled with people.
I've seen that, but I don't want to escalate the conversation.
That's the only way I think somebody who's like, I've seen dozens of pictures and video, that's the only way they're going to believe it, because they've seen video, they've convinced themselves of something. So,
but
in regards to the actual
figures,
in regards to the statistics, I do think the Israelis might have put out an estimate on the amount of terrorists they've killed, and I think you can deduct between that and the number of misfire rockets in previous engagements Hamas has had, and since the beginning of